Chapter 39:02. Third More. Sushinho, attack with your soul. Wangu Devil sang, look at me. Han Xian flashed in Su Zinha's eyes. In the eternal dark prison, there are few strong men who are good at attacking the soul. But this simple heart is exactly one of them. I saw a surging soul force sweeping out, ignoring the earth guarding the sword array around the sword Wushuang, and poured directly into the sword Wushuang knowledge sea. Jian Wushuang's soul was annihilated in an instant, but the next moment it was repaired immediately. The people sent by the Lord of Dragons are really comprehensive, even the strong ones who are good at attacking the soul. Jian Wushuang smiled. How could it be? His soul was annihilated clearly. Is it the legendary perfect life cultivator? Sushinho was shocked. The Lord of the Blood Sword is still the perfect life. Damn it! Wangu Demon cursed, followed by looking at the dark fire next to him, and said, Dark fire, you have the highest level of repression. Ignore his body sword array. Suppress him directly? I'll try. The Lord of Dark Fire stepped forward immediately, then turned his hand, and a baby-sized stone appeared in his hand, under the control of the Dark Fire Master. This gold zoomed in at a terrifying speed and floated over the top of Jian Wushuang's head, followed by a slight shock from Jin Shi. Boom! A strong amount of repression came directly. Suppression of class treasure? Jian Wushuang looked up. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is a cultivator with a perfect level of life, and his strength is here. There is a guardian of the sword guarding the earth around him. If he wants to suppress him, he must use the magic treasure, and even have to urge the magic treasure to a certain extent. Power. This dark fire dominates only the third-level master, and only the strongest treasure of the highest level is brought out. How can he suppress him? Sure enough, he stood under the gold stone and allowed it to suppress, and the result was naturally motionless and unaffected. Dark fire dominates. Your repression class arcana is too low. It is better you look at my repression class arcana. Jian Wushuang suddenly smiled evil. An incomparably breath, a sharp rise. Under the watchful eye of the dark fire, I saw a majestic stone monument that was so tall and soaring that it slowly rose up. The surface of the stone monument was also surrounded by countless mysterious patterns. These secret patterns were extremely complicated at this moment. Actually, with horrible might, he smashed directly at the gold stone. The same is the suppression of the top treasure. The gold stone is also the best strong treasure. It can be smashed by the stone tablet. Instantly, the whole stone begins to tremble wildly. The secret lines on the surface of the stone and the light emitted from it are even dim on the spot. Come down. Immediately following, this golden stone immediately shrunk to restore the previous appearance and flew to the hand of the dark fire as fast as possible, as if the bullied child ran to his parents. This is... The dark fire dominated the recovery of the golden stone, but his eyes stared at the towering stone monument above. The rule is the treasure, and the Lord of the Blood Sword has a second rule, the treasure. The dark fire master roared. The rule to the gemstone, 10,000 bone monsters. Sushinho also panic, but the three of them survived the eternal dark prison for so long and survived, and soon calmed down. All the means have been put into practice, but there is still nothing to do with the Lord of the Blood Sword. Hong Yi was stopped by the Emperor of the Emperor. There was no chance for her. Obviously, we cannot kill the Lord of the Blood Sword at all. Don't talk about it. The Bone Monarch's voice was low. Go, withdraw. The three masters did not hesitate. Knowing that there was no way to take the sword without a match, they retreated directly. In the side, Hong Yi, who has been fighting fiercely with the Emperor's master, has also retreated and distanced himself from the Emperor's master. Above the void, the Red One dominates, the dark fire dominates, the 10,000 Bones Demon King and Su Xinho gather together again. Emperor also returned to Jian Wushuang. Ha! 4. Do you want to fight again? If you go back like this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain like that Dragon Lord. Jian Wushuang smiled. The faces of the 4 masters were extremely ugly. What's going on? Hong Yi asked, frowning. Hong Yi, you should have noticed just now. In addition to a sword formation that entangles the enemy, there is also a more terrifying sword formation. The 3 of U.S. joined forces to perform the strongest attack. ICANT move the body sword array. As for other methods such as soul attack and repression, we have used them. All of them are useless to the Lord of the Blood Sword. The 3 of me alone cannot help him. Jun shook his head. By the way, you? Wangu Demon looked at Hong Yi. Well, you do know the strength of the Emperor's master. I fought against him, but I barely tried to compete with him. Even if I have a whole card and never played it, but this Emperor King also has a whole card, I can't get around him at all to deal with the Lord of the Blood Sword. Hong Yi's voice was low. There is no way. The Lord of the Blood Sword has the Emperor to help each other, and the 4 of us alone are really helpless. Wangu Demon said, we all tried our best. Blame the information we received before is not accurate enough. We do know that the Lord of the Blood Sword also has such a terrible body sword array. According to my estimation, I want to open the Blood Sword directly, the Lord-esque Guardian Sword formation. I am afraid that the Lord himself can do it himself. The dark fire dominated. Fortunately, this time when I came out of the 4 of us, it wasn't that there was no gain, at least. At least I knew that there was another rule of treasure in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sword, and it looked like a rule of repression. When we bring this news back, we should be able to anger the Lord. Su Xinho said. The 4 of them were at the command of the Lord of the Dragons and returned with swords. But now they have no way to take a sword. If there is nothing to return, the Dragon Lord must be furious. Maybe they will be punished. But now that they have gained something, they dare to go back for business. Come on, go back and tell the Lord first. As for what to do next, let the Lord decide for himself. Hong Yi's master sighed lightly, and immediately took the 3 masters around him, and turned and left. Jian Wushuang stood side by side with the Emperor of Emperor Chase, watching the 4 men leave, and Jian Wushuang did not intend to take any action to leave the 4 men behind. Master, why don't you use Han Yan's Pulse of Disciples tokens directly to suppress these 4 people, but to let them go? Asked Emperor Dicha, wondering. End of this chapter. Chapter 3903. 4th more. Indeed, if Jian Wushuang is willing, he can suppress these 4 masters by turning his hands. You should know that although the other 3 are more ordinary, the normal level is the strongest in the darkest zone. The one who can be headed by the Red One is comparable to the Emperor. If Jian Wushuang can overcome its suppression, it will definitely be a great help to him. But Sword Unparalleled did not do so. These 4 were arrested by the order of the Lord of the Dragons. If I directly suppressed the 4 of them with the tokens of the disciples of Hong Yun, who would report to the Lord of Dragons. Jian Wushuang smiled. Master, are you deliberately leaving them to report to attract the Dragon Lords? Are you trying to subdue the Dragon Lords? The Emperor's eyes saw a hint of horror. Lord, that is one of the 10 kings in the 1st floor of this eternal dark prison. If you can conquer it, it would be the best. Jian Wushuang smiled. I not only let them go back to report, even I have just deliberately exposed the second rule of treasure that I have, naturally, to invite you to join me. The Emperor's look of had fully understood. These four will report back to the Dragon Castle and come with the Dragon Lord again. I am afraid it will take some time. We will wait for him in this 42nd area. Jian Wushuang smiled. Dicha, this the 42nd dark area is your place. You should be clear about the strong ones here. I need you to help me find them, let them fight with me, and help me cultivate. This is a trivial matter. Please follow me, Master. Emperor Dicha immediately led Jian Wushuang towards the place where the strongest men in the 42nd Dark Zone were located. As for the Red One who dominates the four, he really intends to report back to the Dragon Castle. However, among the four, Wangu Demon and Su Shinho stayed in this 42 dark area. They also stayed to monitor Jian Wushuang and figure out the exact location of Jian Wushuang. After all, they had just fought against Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang also knew that they were sent by the Demon Dragon Lord. Although this time they returned without success, it may not be the next time. So if Jian Wushuang is a little smarter, he will quickly leave this dark area, go elsewhere, or even find a place to hide. The Red One's dominion took this into consideration, so that the 10,000-bone Demon King and Su Shinho stayed, just to wait for the Demon Dragon Lord to land in person and be able to directly find the location of the Sword Wushuang. It's just that they didn't think of it. Jian Wushuang didn't mean to leave or hide at all. Instead, he continued to challenge the strong in the 42nd Dark Zone. In the realm of Magic Dragon, there is a huge immortal castle, which is the Magic Dragon Castle. As one of the 10 recognized kings on the first level of the Eternal Dark Prison, the entire Dragon Domain is the domain of this Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord has always been supreme in the Dragon Domain, and no one dares to provoke it. Although they are all one of the top 10 kings, the ancestor of the Demon Dragon is different from the Lonely Star Demon ancestor. The Star Demon ancestor looks like a fairy, but there is a big devil in his bones with strange and cruel means and has a special hobby. He likes livestock and animals, and he can't find this in the entire Eternal Dark Prison. On the premise of livestock animals, he directly turned a practitioner into a livestock animal by special means for his pleasure. Therefore, in the castles of the ancestors of the demon, there are all kinds of livestock and animals. But the Dragon Lord's love is more normal. He likes beautiful women, so there are a lot of beautiful women in this dragon castle. Of course, these so-called beauties are actually prisoners detained in this eternal dark prison. They may not be strong themselves, but they can only take pleasure in the Demon Dragon Lord, which is extremely moisturizing in this Demon Dragon Domain. Huge monster dragon castle, inside the grand hall. The sturdy old man covered with a hazy black cloth was lying on the bed, and there were 4 beautiful ladies waiting around. The strong old man's eyes were cloudy, and the exposed skin had a faint black luster. And the most striking thing was that the strong old man also had a dark unicorn on his head. This one corner is extremely sharp, as if it can pierce the world. He is the Lord of the Dragon, the absolute overlord of the Dragon Domain. Lord! A red lord of a black robe came to the hall. Hong, are you back? The murky eyes of the dragon lord slowly opened, scanning Hong-Yi's dominion. Although the Red One is also a woman, and she is not bad, the Dragon Lord has no interest in the Red One. The Lord of the Blood Sword, have you brought it back? The Dragon Lord asked. Back to the Lord? No. Hong-Yi, the leader, shook his head. Can't bring it back. The Dragon Lord frowned, but immediately spread out again. I didn't bring it back. I brought back the corpse. The main thing was to bring back the ruler's precious sword, which is also good. Lord, we were not able to bring the Blood Sword Master back to www.novel, nor could we kill him. Hong-Yi ruled martyr. What are you talking about? The Lord Dragon got up, looked at Hong Yi's eyes with a trace of cold. Waste! The Lord angered. The Red One Lord explained in shock. Immediately, I and 4 others took the Lord's order to catch the Lord of the Blood Sword. But when we found him, he was in the 42 dark area. And I don't know why I have been with the Emperor Dazak. We said that it was the Lord who ordered you to invite the Lord of the Blood Sword, but the Emperor Dashi did not give face at all and was still very tough. In the end, he could only fight. Imperial break, the Dragon Lord looked cold. There are many strong players in the demon dragon realm, of which the most prominent emperor dominates, he naturally knows. Not only did he know that he had also met with Dizak Master, or even had a deal with Dizak Master, but that time Dizak Master had escaped by chance. Although he still kept some whole cards at that time, the strength and means of the Emperor's dominance were unparalleled. So, the reason why you failed to bring back the Lord of the Blood Sword is because Emperor Break intervened, said the Dragon Lord. Not all of them. Hong Yi shook his head. Although the Emperor is strong, I can fight with him quite well, and I will entangle him, and the Dark Fire, Bone, and Sushin will take action against the Lord of the Blood Sword. But who would have thought that the Lord of the Swords knows an extremely powerful bodyguard? The Guardian Sword Array cannot regret even the strongest attack method of the Emperor. The Emperor also met the Lord of the Blood Sword because of this. Although the 3 people, Dark Fire, Bone, and Sushin, joined forces, they can do the same. Not the Lord of the Blood Sword. Hong Yi dominated 1 by 1. End of this chapter. Chapter 3904. 5th more. Lord, the 4 of us have indeed shown everything, but still have no chance of killing the Lord of the Blood Sword. So I can only return to report to the Lord first. In addition, this time with the Dark Fire, Bones, and Heart when the 3 were besieging the Lord of the Blood Sword, they did not gain anything at all. Hong Yi ruled. Harvest? What's the harvest? The ancestor of the dragon was still cold, although the 3 of them could not break the body sword of the Lord of the Blood Sword. But by other means, they also forced the Lord of the Blood Sword to reveal a lot of whole cards, in addition to realizing a trace of the universe. He himself is a practitioner of the perfect level of life. In addition, in his hands, in addition to the known rule arcane sword, there is a second rule arcana. What? The second rule is precious? The dragon ancestors' eyes narrowed sharply. The rule of treasure is that in the universe, only the 4th series and even the 5th series dominate. In the first layer of the eternal dark prison, the most detained is the 3rd level master. Although there are too many detained masters, some of them are opportunistic or have a good background. Relationship, there are several rules of treasure, but the number is still poor. For example, his Lord of Dragons has no rule of treasure in his hand. Before he wanted them to dominate the sword Wushuang, they were to obtain the sword magic, sword of the sword. But now, the Lord of Red One tells him that there is a second rule of treasure in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sword. What is the second rule of the Blood Sword Lord? Asked the Dragon Lord. It is a special steel, and it should be the treasure of the law of suppression. Hong Yi ruled. The law of suppression is precious steel. The Dragon Lord looked suddenly and said, What is the size of the steel, and is there anything strange on the surface? The steel is very large, and it is very large. It contains golden secret patterns on the surface, and the golden secret patterns are extremely esoteric and complicated. Hong Yizhu replied, Mr. Zhang, the golden secret, the Lord Dragon's eyes lit up completely. It's not wrong, it's it. Haha, God help me too. Lord Dragon, Lord laughed directly. Lord, Hong Yi Lord looked at the Dragon Lord in doubt, wondering why the Dragon Lord was so happy. Could it be that the rule in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Swords to the gemstone steel is of no great use to the Dragon Lord? The Lord of the Dragons didn't explain too much, but just groaned on his own. Well, it's 10,000 feet high, and there are a lot of golden steels on the surface. It is a treasure of repressive laws. No accident should be the old scorpion, the town monument that I was looking for. The old scorpion itself has 2 such town monuments, but he still so desperately wants to get the 3rd one. To this end, he has promised great benefits and conditions. Not surprisingly, it should be 3. Only when the Zune are combined can they exert their real power. And now, the Lord of the Blood Sword has a town steel. If I can get it, although I do need it, I can talk to the old scorpion. The old scorpion has been held in the eternal dark prison for the longest time and has the deepest foundation. He also has the most magic arrays in his hands. It is rumored that in addition to the 2 town monuments in his hands, he has 3 rules. One of them is a rule stick of great treasure, which is of great use to me. The rule is a treasure stick. I once asked him bitterly, and was even willing to pay a huge price. He was unwilling to exchange it for me, but as long as I got the Jintian monument, he would be afraid will obediently come to me with that bag of rule treasures. The Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with strange light, and the corner of his mouth also had a cold smile. Where is the Lord of the Blood Sword now? The Dragon Lord looked down. When I came back to you to report to the Lord, I deliberately left Wangu and Su Xian to monitor the movement of the Lord of the Blood Sword. In addition, Su Xian also had my special token. I could sense Su Zin's the location is still in the 42nd Dark Zone, and obviously the Lord of the Blood Sword did not leave there. Hong Yi ruled. You did a good job. Although you did bring back the Lord of the Blood Sword this time, at least it brought me good news. It is hard work. When I catch the Lord of the Blood Sword, I will good reward for you. Demon Dragon Lord laughed. Thank the Lord. Hong Yi, the Lord, rejoiced but followed. Lord, the Lord of the Blood Sword is extremely weak, and the Emperor is surrounded by him. He wants to kill him or capture him. I can't do it alone. I'm afraid that you can be sure to take down the Lord only if you take the shot yourself. I understand. The Lord of the Dragons nodded slightly. Emperor alone is very difficult. Even if I do it myself, I have to pay some price to kill him. If the Lord of the Blood Sword and the Guardian Sword formation are so good that even the strongest means of attack by Emperor Shakespeare cannot be moved, it would be more difficult to kill him than to kill Emperor Shades. This matter is of great significance. I don't want to make any mistakes. Hong Yi, you immediately go and invite the stone fire. Go to the Lord of Mars. In the dragon domain, there are many strong men, and they are good at various means. The Lord of Mars in the domain of the dragon is a very special being. This stone Martian master is not very powerful, but just like the blood rain demon in the 9th dark area, what he is good at is the formation method. What's more, his understanding of the matrix method has already reached an incredible level. If it is said that Blood Rain Demon's understanding of the matrix method can barely be ranked in the top 20 or even the top 10 of the first layer of the eternal dark prison, then this stone Martian master, his understanding of the matrix method, is the eternal dark prison. One floor is recognized first. In other words, no one can match him in the first layer of the eternal dark prison simply on the attainments of the battlefield. Even the Blood Rain Demon is far worse than him. However, although the formation is powerful, but his own strength is not strong, so he cannot become a king. But even if he is not a king, ordinary kings do not dare to have any stand when they see him. They are all kind. This is the case of the Demon Dragon Lord. Although the Lord of Mars has been living in the Demon Dragon domain all year round, The demon dragon lord did not dare to order the other party, but he only had to go to the red to invite, and even if he invited, he had to pay some. The price can really make the Lord of Mars promise to help him. End of this chapter. Chapter 39:05. 6 more arrived today. Demon Domain, one of the dark areas. Above the vast void, the two masters of the third series are furiously fighting together, and the battle is extremely fierce. Bang Rome. The world is dim, and all the terrible divine powers dissipate wildly. Halfway, the two were separated. Ha, Jinjia, you and I are in this dark area together. I have met each other many times. Every time you want to kill me, but in the end you can't help me. You can only watch me leave, and this time it's the same. A young man with purple hair stood there and gave a hearty laugh. You are terrific. In recent years, my marksmanship has improved, and my strength has improved. I thought I could kill you, but it still looks a lot worse. The other man was wearing gold armor, just like gold, tall man like God of War pouted. Knowing that you can't kill me, see me later, don't waste time. The purple-haired demon youth laughed and was about to leave. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded suddenly. Huh, horse barking? The purple-haired demon youth and the man in the golden armor were all moving. This is the eternal dark prison. Where can there be horses? Could it be? The two men immediately looked up and looked at the source of the horse's scream. Sure enough, a luxurious carriage with white wings and a long white horse pulled down slowly. On the wagon carriage, there was a person sitting there. It was a handsome man with white hair and white hair. This handsome man closed his eyes slightly, exuding a unique and elegant atmosphere, like a fairy. Seeing this man, the purple-haired demon youth suddenly changed dramatically with the man in the golden armor. Star Demon Patriarch. It's the ancestor of Star Demon. Both were frightened. The 10 most powerful kings in the first layer of Eternal Dark Prison. The Star Demon ancestors are one of them, and the Star Demon ancestors did not occupy a large area, not because he had no strength to occupy, but did not have that interest. No one knows the quirks of the Eternal Dark Prison. He was only interested in those livestock animals in his palm. In addition, the Star Demon ancestor also has a special title, which is recognized by the Eternal Dark Prison. The first demon, he's a complete pervert, a lunatic. He likes to turn people into livestock animals and play tricks, but any practitioner who falls into the hands of this ancestor of the Star Devil will die. In the Eternal Dark Prison, there were many people who had been caught by the ancestors of Star Devil and tortured for a long time. These people all hated this Star Demon ancestor to the extreme, but all of them also feared the extreme. Just like the ancient night demon, who fortunately escaped from the Eternal Dark Prison, he was once caught by the Star Demon ancestor and turned into a livestock tortured for 1 billion years, so he hated the Star Demon ancestor extremely when Wu Jianshuang entered the Eternal Dark Prison. The only condition was that Jian Wushuang had to find a way to kill the Star Demon ancestor for him. There is no doubt that the ancestor of the Star Devil is a demon known to everyone in the Eternal Dark Prison, but there is nothing he can do. Star Demon Patriarch. We actually met Star Demon Patriarch. How did this Star Demon ancestor appear in the Demon Dragon realm? Could it be Star Demon Patrol? The purple-haired demon youth and the man in the golden armor were trembling with madness at the moment. Star Demon Patrol, this is a disaster. Because the ancestral ancestor likes to turn the practitioner into a livestock animal to torture and tease. But after the teasing, these cultivators will be released, so every once in a while the ancestor will go out once, and in Eternal Dark Prison a large number of practitioners were arrested in the 8 major areas and turned into livestock and animals to take home. This is the Star Demon Tour. On the way to Star Demon, any practitioner who is encountered by Star Demon is bound to be a nightmare. Sure enough, after seeing these two masters, the ancestor of the star devil on the luxurious carriage waved his hand directly, and the invisible power came instantly. "It's over." The purple-haired demon youth and the man in the golden armor were both pale, with fear and despair in their eyes. Although they are all dominated by the third level, and they can live in eternal dark prison for so long, their life-saving ability is not weak, but now they cannot resist the slightest resistance in the face of the star ancestor. Because there have been rumors in the eternal dark prison, the stars and demons are out, but if any practitioners meet, they can live at least if they are honest. If they want to escape, they will die. So far, as long as this ancestor of the star devil is trying to catch, he has never missed. Even the Lord of the Darkest can be easily arrested, let alone him. The invisible power descended on the two masters, and the two masters showed a daze. But at the next moment, their bodies began to change. Obviously, the two masters exuding the torrential weather. In the blink of an eye, they became two animals directly, a rabbit and a crow. As the ancestor of the star demon waved slightly, the rabbit and the crow came to his palm uncontrollably, and he was thrown into the trunk of the carriage. But when the ancestral ancestor opened the back box, you could see there are already a lot of animals in the back box, but they are all small. Obviously, the ancestor of the star devil has arrested many practitioners since his tour. The purple-haired demon youth and the man in the golden armor were arrested, and the carriage only paused slightly and then continued to move forward. Along the way, the ancestors of the star demon shot again and again, but all practitioners encountered will become livestock or animals in the trunk of the carriage. 6 months later, the ancestor of the star devil came to a dark corner, and a thin old man in a black robe came to the carriage. "Welcome to the master." The elder man in this black robe is dominated by the third grade, and he is still recognized as the strongest in this dark area, but now he is kneeling directly in front of the star demon ancestor. "Say it." Star demon ancestor said lightly, "Master, the Lord of the Blood Sword is now in the 42nd dark zone, and the dragon Lord seems to already know his existence. Not long ago, the Lord Dragon Lord shot 4 strong men and wanted to kill the Blood Sword. The master did not succeed. No accident. Then the Dragon Lord should be shot in person." The thin old man in black robe respected. "Devil? Haha, just a little lizard. Let alone say that the Lord of the Blood Sword has not fallen into his hands, even if it falls into his hands. If the ancestor I need, he must obedient the blood sword the Lord handed it over to my ancestors." The star devil ancestor smiled and immediately looked down. "You did a good job with this thing. As a reward, I can reduce the period of the chaos period. Thank you, master." The ancestor of star devil was smiling and drove the carriage directly to the 42 dark area. Chapter 3906. The first is more. In the 42nd dark area, above the vast void, Jian Wushuang and Emperor Duke dominate the two side by side. Not far behind him, there were 2 other figures just following. That 10,000 bones demon and Su Xinho are really annoying. Emperor Break frowned. "Let them follow. Count the days. The Dragon Lord should be coming soon." Jian Wushuang laughed. "Master, in front of it is the Dongfu, where the Baitsu Demon Lord lives. Although the Baitsu Demon Lord is also the strongest in the dark level, but his means of strength are all moderate and he is not particularly good at it, nor is its special awesome. In addition, his life-saving mystery is not too much. If he is caught in the Master's sword array, the Master has a chance to kill him." Emperor ruled. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. It didn't take long for Jian Wushuang to meet the Baitsu Demon Lord, and soon Jian Wushuang showed up his wave lightsaber array to fight against this Baitsu Demon Lord. In the void, not far away, the 10,000 bone demon, and Su Shinho released the power of the soul and looked at the scene of the battle ahead. The Lord of the Blood Sword is really a lunatic. He took the initiative to find each of the strongest in the dark area and played against the sword array. He could not help but use those strongest in the dark area to hone him. Sword array cannot be achieved. The Emperor is also the master, obviously very arrogant, and even took him to find a strongest person in the dark. Wangu Demon wailed. Everyone who makes the Emperor's master recognizes the Lord of the Blood Sword, and the two have become best friends. The main sword of the Blood Sword has experienced sword formation. Of course, the Emperor's lord has to help. Sushinho next to him smiled. I have heard of the Lord Baitsu Demon. Although his strength is not weak, his life-saving secrets are very ordinary. He is alone in the sword array of the Lord of the Blood Sword, but he cannot break the sword array. I can't escape. I'm afraid I will have to die in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sword. The two of them were talking casually. Suddenly, Wangu Demon and Su Shinho looked very moved, followed by joy in both eyes. Lord, finally arrived. The power of his two souls has sensed the arrival of Lord Dragon and Red One. The two met immediately. Meet the Lord. Both Wangu Demon and Su Shinho respectfully salute, and at the same time they both notice an old man standing next to the Demon Lord. Lord of Mars. Both Wan Demon and Su Shinho were shocked. Bones. Simple heart, can the Lord of the Blood Sword be ahead? The Lord Dragon looked down. Yes. Wangu Demon nodded respectfully. He is now fighting against Baitsu Demon Lord, one of the strongest in the 42nd Dark Area. The Baitsu Demon Lord should not be his opponent, and he is about to die. In addition, the Emperor Ruler has been with the Lord of the Blood Sword all these years, and is also ahead. Emperor, Lord Dragon Lord's eyes were cold. I tried to kill him many years ago, but he escaped by chance. Today, since he is standing with the Lord of the Blood Sword, he will be him. Kill them all together, and let's go. The Dragon Lord rushed out, and behind him were the Lord of Mars, Lord of Red One, Lord of Dark Fire, Lord of 10,000 Bones, and Su Shinho, and approached the position of Sword Wushuang at a fast speed. In the endless void, the endless sword-like ocean swept across, forming a heavy sword-like wave that hit the central Baitsu Demon Master frantically. Baichu Yaozhu has been in this wave of lightsaber formation for a long time, and he has exerted all his powers, cannot escape from this sword formation, but can only watch his divine power being continuously consumed into a state of despair. But at this time, the Emperor who originally stood outside the battlefield suddenly came to Jian Wushuang. Blood Sword, that 10,000 Bones demon, and Su Shinho have left my soul perception range. It should be no accident that the Demon Dragon Lord arrived. Emperor Dashi ruled, because there was an outsider. Emperor Drake Jian Wushuang is not called the Master, but he is called the Blood Sword. Lord of the Dragon is here. Jian Wushuang frowned. Lord of the Dragon? Baitsu Demon Lord in the middle of the wave sword formation was also surprised. Sure enough, a mighty breath slowly came from the distant void, and at the end of that void, several figures were approaching at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, they came to the void outside the battlefield, and a number of figures also appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. There are a total of 6 people in the team, except for the Red One Lord, Dark Fire Lord, 10,000 Demon Kings, and Su Shinho, who have been face-to-face before Jian Wushuang. The rest is the Dragon Lord and an old man. Is that Lord Dragon? Jian Wushuang looked at the Dragon Lord with a black unicorn on his forehead. The latter stood there. The breath emanating from the invisible body was far stronger than the ordinary third-level masters, and even those who are the strongest in the dark areas. Jian Wushuang also felt a tremendous pressure from his body. This kind of pressure will only appear when it poses a great threat to himself. It is indeed one of the 10 kings. Standing alone, the pressure on me is so strong. If I do have a disciple of Hongyan's pulse in my hand, I can only face him by my own means. Able to retreat. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. Followed by Jian Wushuang, he looked at the old man next to the Lord Dragon. Who is this person? I didn't seem to match it with the strong intelligence I got before, but he could stand side by side with the Dragon Lord. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if Hong Yi, who is very powerful and comparable to Emperor Dharma, is standing respectfully behind the Demon Dragon Lord at this moment, but the old man is very side by side with the Demon Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord has no opinion about this. Obviously, this person should not be under the control of the Dragon Lord. Is it another king? Jian Wushuang frowned. In his opinion, on the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison, there could only be the other 9 kings who could stand alongside the Dragon Lord. At this time, the Emperor of the Emperor whispered softly, "Master, if I am not mistaken, the old man should be the Lord of the Martian." Master of Mars? Jian Wushuang wondered. The Lord of Mars is not a king, and his own strength is not strong, but he is generally dominated by the 3rd series. However, his understanding of the formation method is extremely good. It is a recognized formation in the first layer of this eternal dark prison. The first person in law. First person in formation? Hearing the words of Emperor Dicha, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 3907. Second more. You should know that Jian Wushuang has been wandering in the dark areas of the Demon Dragon realm these years and challenged the one who is the strongest in the dark area. The purpose is to continue to improve his 2-sword arrays as much as possible. After years of challenges, he also had some gains, but the gains were not too great. He made the most progress in the 2 major sword formations, still in the 9th Dark Zone, under the guidance of the Blood Rain Demon for 30 years. In those 30 years, his 2 great sword formations can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. And now he has encountered a strong man who is good at matrix formation, and is still the first space in the entire Eternal Dark Prison. This Stone Martian Master, in his understanding of the formation method, must be higher than the Blood Rain Demon, or even a lot higher. After all, although the accomplishment of Blood Rain Demon is also high in the formation method, he is extremely confident, thinking that his accomplishment in the formation method can barely rank in the top 10 of the first floor of the Eternal Dark Prison. In fact, this ranking is just her own opinion, but has not been recognized by others. But this Stone Martian Lord is different, but it is the first floor of the entire Eternal Dark Prison, recognized by countless practitioners. His accomplishments in battle formation must be extremely high. If such a strong man, who is good at matrix formation, Jian Wushuang can conquer, it will be of great help to himself. This Demon Dragon Lord is really a man. He just brought it to his own door, and he even brought me such a big gift. Jian Wushuang smiled, rejoicing in his heart. However, due to the arrival of the Demon Dragon Lord, the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and the Baitsu Demon Lord naturally stopped. Although the Baitsu Demon Lord had little power left, it only took a moment to kill Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang stopped it. The Baitsu Demon Lord immediately seized the opportunity to escape to the surrounding void. But he couldn't leave immediately, because the moment the Demon Lord appeared, the surrounding void was already covered by a huge circle of law. This heavy law formation is more powerful than the blood formation that the Blood Rain Demon had originally laid out. Moreover, the Blood Rain Demon Lord originally arranged the law array, more or less still needs some time to prepare, but now the Stone Martian Master turned the room and arranged a more strengthened law array. Within the circle of law, Jian Wushuang, Emperor Dashi, including the Baitsu demon lord, could not escape. I can feel that the law circle around it is very strong. Even if I try my best to use the strongest method, I'm afraid I won't be able to break this law circle. Emperor Za dominated the path. There is such a ruthless law formation in the room. This master of the Martian master's accomplishment in the formation method is indeed good. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with brilliance. The higher the accomplishment of the Lord of Mars in the formation, the happier his heart is. His body flickered, and the Lord of the White Chu directly came to the void in front of the Demon Lord and others. Lord, you should have come to the Lord of the Blood Sword. It has nothing to do with me. Please also ask the Lord to leave me. Afterwards, you must remember the Lord's kindness, no matter what the Lord sent. By the song will work like a dog. Bai Chu Yaozhu respected him very much, and his attitude was extremely low. He was so distraught now that he didn't want to stay for a moment. And in his opinion, he is also a strongest person in the dark zone, and his strength is not in the heart of the dark fire, the bone monarch, the heart of the heart, and he is so low now that he even promises to be able to search for the Dragon Lord. This Dragon Lord should let him go, but actually, the Lord of Dragons just glanced at Baitsu Demon Lord coldly, and then waved directly. Boom! A majestic force swept through suddenly, but turned into a purple thunder. This purple thunder contained terrifying destruction power and directly bombarded the body of Baitsu Demon Lord. Bai Chu Yaozu's eyes widened. A little bit of resentment and anger flashed in his eyes, but his breath began to dissipate. With a wave of his hand, Bai Chu Yaozhu died directly. A waste. Also want to work for me. Funny. Lord Dragon Disdain. A few people behind Hong Yi, the master of the 10,000 bones behind him, saw this without any surprise. The Dragon Lord, but one of the 10 kings, is the Lord of the Dragon domain. He wants to be with him and work for him. How easy is it? Even if they were a few, the reason why they could follow the Lord of the Dragons at the beginning was because of some special factors. Otherwise, the Lord of the Dragons might be too lazy to look at them except the Red One. When Jian Wushuang and Emperor Dominator saw this scene, they were a little surprised. Anyway, I'm also the strongest in the dark area. Although the divine power has been mostly consumed by me, it is estimated that there are less than 30% left, but the Lord of the Dragons obviously did not do his best. Just shot at will, not even take out your own magic weapon, and kill it directly. Jian Wushuang secretly exclaimed. At the same time, understand that the strength of this Dragon Lord should be stronger than he imagined. Before, he heard that the 1,000 strongest attack methods of Emperor King and Emperor King dominated the two, which could be comparable to the power of ordinary kings. If the top 10 kings were a little more serious and took out their most precious soldiers, the power they exerted will definitely be stronger than the strongest means of attack by the 1,000 kings and emperors. He slayed the Baitsu Demon Lord at will, and the look of the Demon Dragon Lord did not change at all. His cold eyes looked again. When he saw the sword unparalleled, there was a trace of depth in the eyes. Unbelievable fanaticism. Lord of the Blood Sword, I give you the opportunity to surrender all of your 2 rules to the treasure and submit to me. I can promise not to kill you. The Dragon Lord murmured, "Oh, you still want me to surrender?" Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, not surprisingly. Just like when he met the Ancient Night Demon wanted to subdue him at the beginning, and he was extremely excited. This was mainly because the Ancient Night Demon had left the eternal dark prison and returned to the universe, and there is a division behind him to want a super genius like him. But now the Dragon Lord still stays in the eternal dark prison, where the genius or anything is worthless. The dragon lord wants to subdue him. It is estimated that he just wants to save something, but it will not be true. Cares about his talent. Lord of the Dragon, you can just shoot it directly. Let me see how strong you are as a top 10 king. Jian Wushuang turned his fingers towards the Lord of Dragons with a look of provocation. Chapter 3908. Third more. Court death. There was a bit of evil spirit in the Dragon Lord's eyes. His palm was flipped, and a dark golden stick appeared in his hand. This dark golden, long stick is the strongest treasure of the Dragon Lord. Under normal circumstances, even if the Dragon Lord slays the general strongest in the dark area, he does not need to use magic soldiers. Like the Bites You Demon Lord just now, the Demon Dragon Lord directly killed him with power. But considering that Jian Wushuang is still standing by the Emperor, the Demon Dragon Lord will be his first. Qiangbao Shenbing took it out. Dicha, you step back and don't need to intervene. Jian Wushuang instructed. Yes. Emperor Dashi nodded, and his figure had receded to the side. Finally, I can really fight against the powerful men at the level of kings. Jian Wushuang looked at the Dragon Lord in front of him with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Emperor retreated. The Dragon Lord looked at the Emperor, but the evil spirit in his eyes was more intense. Whatever he is, dare to block the road and kill directly. The Dragon Lord shot directly. He was just a simple step and appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang across a distant distance. The dark gold stick in his hand smashed into a dark golden thunder, and he slashed down in a flash. There was a loud roar from the smash. A terrifying power of extinction appeared on the head of Jian Wushuang. This power is so strong. Jian Wushuang secretly panicked, but at the first time, there was a lot of power of the Earth's rules rising with the vast origin of Kendo universe. In an instant, the guardian sword formation of the Earth has taken shape. The dark golden thunder transformed by the dark golden cudgel directly bombarded the Earth guardian sword formation, and a crisp explosion sounded immediately. The sword, unparalleled Earth guarded the sword array. All began to tremble violently, but it didn't take long for them to calm down again. Sure enough, under the guidance of the Blood Rain Demon, my Earth Guardian sword array has been greatly improved, and coupled with the aggressiveness of these years, the power has also been improved to a certain degree, even for the 1,000-killer Emperor. The Lord's strongest fourth axe cannot regret this sword formation at all. And this demon leader took the initiative to use the strongest treasure soldier. And the attack he did is to kill the Emperor's fourth axolot, but I want to open my sword array directly, but it is almost. Wushuang is smiling. When he was separated from the Blood Rain Demon, and the 1,000-killing Emperor, the 1,000-killing Emperor once said that the sword-unmatched Earth-guarding sword array's ability to protect the body is extremely terrifying. Breaking the sword array is not empty words. Now that the Dragon Lord has taken the shot, he has also used his strongest magic weapon, but the attack that he can cast still fails to break the Sword Guardian Earthguard sword array. Lord Dragon's brows frowned slightly. No wonder the red, and a few people have said that they can't kill the Blood Sword Master. Even the attack that I use the strongest magic weapon can be blocked in front with a guard sword array. Now, how did they kill them? The Lord of Dragons admits that Jian Wushuang, the Guardian Sword Formation, is quite good, but he doesn't care. He is the Lord of the Dragon, one of the top 10 kings in the first layer of Eternal Dark Prison. Although he is still only the third-level primary dominating level in the realm, the combat power has long reached the third-level High Master, the most extreme, even infinitely close to the third-level peak. On that stick, although he tried his best, he didn't use his unique skills. Dragon Flash. The Lord of the Dragon gave a low drink, and at this moment, the dark golden long stick suddenly turned into a dark golden dragon. This dark golden dragon is huge, carrying a breathtaking momentum, and blasts directly at the sword Wushuang. This dark golden dragon is incredible. Almost instantly, he hit the ground guardian sword array of the swordless body surface. The shock of terror came. The Earth Guardian sword trembled madly, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the limit it could bear and finally collapsed. Swordless twins retreated and immediately stopped in the void. This breaks my guardian of the earth. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He could see that the Lord of the Dragons had just performed his tricks, but he had paid nothing. However, this attack of the Dragon Lord only broke its sword formation, but it could not hurt him any more. Even my strongest trick, Dragon Smash, just broke his sword array, but couldn't hurt him. The Dragon Lord's eyes narrowed for a moment, but the next moment his eyes were cold. A horrifying horror swept up, and in his face, black scales emerged one after another. The Lord of the Dragon is itself a tribe of the dragon family, and his body is a dragon. It's just that he usually doesn't use the body, but now, why the sword is unparalleled, he has revealed part of the body. Not only did he reveal part of his body, he even consumed part of his essence. Dead. The Lord of the Dragons is another burst of Drink the Sound is full of endless killing intentions. There is a burst of light on the surface of his body, but the dark golden sticks in his hands are waving out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 sticks, the power of each stick was outrageous. At the end, the power of the 3rd stick was superimposed, condensing explosive power. Sword warriors couldn't dodge at all, and could only run the Earth Guardian sword formation again. But this sword array was hit by unprecedented 3 sticks. With the first 2 sticks alone, the Sword Guardian Earth Guard sword array was directly defeated. As for the final 3rd stick, without any hindrance, it was bombarded on the sword godless body. Jian Wushuang suffered the impact of terror, and the whole person was slammed down to the ground. At half sound, Jian Wu's figure rose again, but at this moment his bodhi's breath was obviously weakened a little more than before. I lost more than 10% of my divine power. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but immediately he laughed again. It is indeed the Dragon Lord, who is one of the 10 kings. This strength is really strong. Jian Wushuang had to admit it. In the move just now, 3 clubs smashed one after another, and Wei Neng was really outrageous, especially the last 3rd club. The stacking of Wei Neng has probably reached the 3rd level. This level of attack hit his body directly, and even after weakening from his surface to the treasure armor, it still caused a serious damage to his body, directly consuming more than 10% of the power. This is also because Jian Wushuang's strongest Arcana Warframe has been replaced with the best in-class Ice Spirit armor, and the body protection ability has been greatly improved. If it is still the previous Wujing Demon armor, then this stick can at least make Jian Wushuang lose more than 30% of its magic power. End of this chapter. Chapter 39:09. 4th more. Although the Lord of the Dragons also paid a price for that move just now, but the price is not too great. The same move, the Lord of Dragons may be able to perform many times. If I meet this demon dragon lord elsewhere, I'm afraid I can only flee. Jian Wushuang smiled. But here is not elsewhere, but in eternal dark prison. In eternal hell, he didn't worry about danger at all. Lord, you are really strong, worthy of the king's name. But unfortunately you met me, so I can only blame you for being unlucky. Jian Wushuang suddenly said, "Blame me for being unlucky?" The Dragon Lord frowned. The Martian Lord, the Red One Lord, and others watching in the surrounding void were also confused. They couldn't understand. They are all in such a situation now. What other waves can the Lord of Blood Swords make? Only Emperor Dicha, after hearing the words of Jian Wushuang, understood what Jian Wushuang was going to do. he could not help showing a little pity when he looked at the Lord of the Dragon. Jian Wushuang already knew about the strength of the demon dragon lord, and naturally he was too lazy to hide it, and took out the disciples' token of the red cloud directly, and immediately mobilized the power of the surrounding magic circle. Immediately, a majestic power came directly. This is the power of the eternal dark prison's magic array. A vein of Hongyun. He is a person of a vein of Hongyun. The Dragon Lord has reacted immediately, but when he reacted, it was obviously late. I saw the majestic power directly acting on the Lord of the Dragons. Even though the Lord of the Dragons is a king-level powerhouse, it has a combat power close to the peak of the 3rd rank. Down, but weak and poor, there is no room for struggle. Suddenly suppressed by the power of that array, he couldn't move while lying there. Not only the Lord of the Dragons, but also the Lord of Stone Mars, Lord of the Red One, Lord of the Bone Demon, Lord of the Dark Fire, and Su Shinho, who had been watching in the surroundings, were also suppressed by that mighty power at this moment. Do not! A vein of red clouds. The Lord of the Blood Sword is a person of a vein of red clouds. It's over, we're over. A series of hissing sounds followed, and the 5 were immediately suppressed there, unable to move. Soon, the 5 met with the Dragon Lord, all lying in front of Jian Wushuang. Master, the Emperor of Emperor Break, also came to Jian Wushuang. The host, hearing the title of Emperor's Sword Wushuang, the Demon Dragon Lord was shocked, but it turned out to be clear. Emperor, you have long surrendered to the Lord of the Blood Sword. Damn, we were all fooled by him. Hong Yi is the master, the 10,000 bone demon. The Dark Fire is the master, and Su Shinho is extremely angry. When they saw the Emperor Dicha with Wushuang's sword before, the Emperor Dicha called the Lord of the Blood Sword the Blood Sword, and said that the Lord of the Blood Sword was his best friend, and he shot for his best friend. But it now seems clear that this is not the case. This Emperor's dominion has long been subject to the Lord of the Blood Sword. Obviously, the Lord of the Blood Sword has revealed his identity and mobilized the power of the eternal dark prison array to suppress it. The Emperor's Lord was willing to surrender in order to survive. As for seeing what their best friends are, they are deceiving people. Even Jian Wushuang is a person in the red cloud who can use the power of the eternal dark prison's magic array. Naturally, the 4 of them could easily be suppressed at the same time. But Jian Wushuang did not do so, but let them return to report. The purpose is obvious. Asshole, the Lord of the Blood Sword, deliberately attracted me here. This is a trap. I was accounted for by him, and I took it to my door. Stupid, I'm so stupid. The Dragon Lord growled, his voice hysterical. Lord of the Dragon, you are really stupid. Jian Wushuang looked down at the Lord of Dragons, and Shen said, You don't think about it. I have a ruler who has 2 rules at the same time. And dares, how can you brazenly challenge the strong in your dragon domain and make such a big noise? How can there be no reliance? Furthermore, you have sent Red One to dominate several people to kill me. Although I was sent off, I know that you will definitely take the shot next, but you still dare to stay in this 42 dark area. Inside, don't you have any doubts when you come? Doubt. Of course I doubt. The Lord of the Dragons said lowly, When I knew you existed, I was doubting your identity because there are countless practitioners on the 1st floor of the eternal dark prison, but there is no ruler in it, at least in hundreds of times. I have never heard of a ruler from there, not to mention that the ruler has the rule of treasure in his hands. I guessed at the time that you probably entered the eternal dark prison in the near future, but I only thought you were lucky and happened to find this eternal dark prison and accidentally broke in. I didn't think of you in the vein of Red Cloud. After all, the vein of Red Cloud has long since vanished. This is an indisputable fact. I used to think that you were an outsider who was relying on your own body protection and some arrogance, so you wanted to immediately seize the opportunity to do something to you. After all, the 2 rules in your hand are extremely precious. Unexpectedly, I ended up planted in your hands. The Dragon Lord's eyes spewed flames. The king defeated, and he admitted that he had taken care of it this time, and took the initiative to come home to be suppressed by the Blood Sword Master. But he didn't regret it. There is nothing to regret. Anyway, he has been trapped in this eternal dark prison for a long time. He was desperate for a long time. He finally knew that there was an outside practitioner who was carrying 2 treasures. Of course, he had to seize this opportunity to fight. Maybe you will be lucky. Not only will you get the 2 rules of treasure, but you will also know the way to leave the eternal dark prison from the main sword of the Blood Sword. But unfortunately, he failed to succeed and was suppressed by the other party. Lord Dragon, you are indeed a hegemon in this eternal dark prison. Rest assured, I will not kill you directly. I will give you 2 choices, surrender or die. Jian Wushuang watched calmly with Demon Lord. Haha, surrender? You want me to surrender too? Lord Dragon sneered. Don't rush to refuse. Wait for me to finish. Jian Wushuang simply recounted the things that need to be done after surrendering himself. Of course, also talked about some things that he can do. The Lord of the Dragons, who was extremely unwilling to surrender, was immediately shaken after listening to what Jian Wushuang said. As for the Master of the Stone Mars and the Master of the Red One in the rear, they also exude a strong light. End of this chapter. Chapter 39:10. 5 more arrive today. Lord of the Blood Sword, can you take us out of eternal dark prison? The Dragon Lord stared at the sword, unparalleled. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. Not only that, you only have to surrender me for 100,000 years. I can swear to the laws of the universe. After 100,000 years, you will definitely be free. Lord Dragon, you are in this eternal hell. After so many years of internal strife, it was very difficult to fight to the status it is now. Now you have the opportunity to leave, and the price is only to surrender for 100,000 years. You have to think carefully. The Dragon Lord frowned and groaned for a moment before raising his head again, saying, I finally understand why even the arrogant people like Dicha are willing to submit to you. You are right, 100,000, it's only been years, even if you have been a cow and a horse for 100,000 years. Even like the ancestor of the Star Devil, I have recognized it as a plaything in your hands. Lord, you're not stupid yet home. Jian Wushuang smiled. When the Lord Dragon said this, he obviously promised to submit. How many of you? Jian Wushuang looked at the Master of Stone Mars and Hong Yi, who were looking to the rear. Among these major masters, the 3 masters of the Bone Bones, the Master of the Dark Fire, and Su Xinho almost did not need to think about it. They agreed directly. Several of them had previously surrendered to the Lord of the Dragons, but they did not allow them to leave a mark on their souls. Now it is only 100,000 years to surrender to Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang can take them out of eternal dark prison. This sale is absolutely cost-effective. As for the Red One and the Martian Master, they did not hesitate for a long time and chose to submit. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was happy inside. Of these strong men surrendered at present, the Lord of the Dragons need not say more. One of the 10 kings doing their best to fight is afraid to be close to the peak of the 3rd level domination. Fighting against the Devil Star in the future is definitely a great battle. The Red One dominates, and the combat power is not weaker than the Emperor's domination, which is also a great help, can really make Jian Wushuang excited. Always the Master of the Stone Mars. This Stone Martian Master, but the Eternal Dark Prison Formation Method first achievement. With him, his two major sword formations can be greatly improved and perfected. In just a moment, Jian Wushuang left the imprint in the source of these dominant souls and had absolute control over them. The cave house where the Bites You demon lord lives is just in front of you, Devil Dragon, Stonefire, Emperor Chase. The three of you come with me, and the others are waiting here. Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes. Everyone naturally led. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang sat on the stone bench, while the Dragon Lord, Stone Martian Lord, and Emperor Ruler stood in front of the sword-sided. Stonefire. Jian Wushuang first looked at the Lord of Stone Mars. Master. The Lord of Mars reveals a humble smile. Do not look at the Lord of Mars, but in fact he is a very humble person, and his temper is considered good. The reason why he was detained in Eternal Dark Prison was purely because those who offend Hanyan are not guilty of heinous sins. I created two sword formations. Before these two sword formations, the Blood Rain demon has improved, and improved a lot for me, but I still feel that these two sword formations have a lot of room for improvement. You are good at formations, and the formation method is recognized throughout the Eternal Dark Prison, and you will follow me in the future to help me improve these two sword arrays. Jian Wushuang. Yes. The Lord of Mars immediately nodded. Magic Dragon. You are one of the 10 kings of Eternal Dark Prison, and the lord of this Magic Dragon realm. Can you have the rule of treasure in your hand? Jian Wushuang asked. No. The Lord Dragon shook his head directly. Not one. The sword had no weird sides. Return to the master. The rule is the treasure. There are indeed a few in the Eternal Dark Prison, but there are not many. Among the 10 kings, there are several rules in the hands of the rule. But kings like me at the bottom are indeed one. Nothing, said the Lord Dragon bitterly. The king at the bottom? Jian Wushuang stunned. How, with your strength, are you still at the bottom of the top 10 kings? It's the bottom, at least I know. 6 of the top 10 kings are better than me. As for the remaining 4, it's probably similar to me, said the Dragon Lord. Which of the other kings has the rule of treasure? Jian Wushuang asked again. There are 4 known kings with the rule of treasures. They are the Lord of the Blood Peaks, the Bauhinia Domain Lord, the King of the Bone Emperors, and the Lord of the Scorpions. As for the other kings, they may also have the rule of treasures in their hands. Take it out. And among the 4 known kings who have the rule arcana, the Lord of Scorpion Lords has the most rule arcanas. And there are 5 rule arcanas, said the Dragon Lord. What? 5? Jian Wushuang was startled. The rule of treasure is generally only 1 or 2 in the vast universe. He himself also had the chance to pass the test of the Red Cloud Realm before he got a rule of Magic Sword, www.novel. Plus his Master Xian, he left a town monument. But now, in the first level of the Eternal Dark Prison, which is dominated by the 3rd level, some people are carrying 5 treasures at the same time. These 5 rules are precious, and even the sword Unparalleled Heartbeats. Magic Dragon, are you sure that the Lord of Scorpions has 5 rules of treasure? Jian Wushuang squinted. Of course it's true. I don't hide it. I have met the old Scorpion a few times, and even played against him. I know quite well his whole card, and I am sure he has 5 rules of treasure in his hands. He had a rule stick of precious treasures that was perfectly suitable for me to cast. I had personally approached him and was willing to pay him a huge price in exchange for the rule precious treasure sticks, but he refused. And I came to the owner this time. In fact, I just wanted to get the 2 rules of the treasure in your master's hands, and then exchanged with him for that rule of treasures. Lord of the Dragon said, if you get my 2 rules of treasure, will the Lord of the Scorpions exchange it for you? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Of course it will, and he will definitely beg me to change at that time. The Lord Dragon affirmed. Why? Jian Wushuang wondered. I do indeed know what the master is. The 5 rules of the Scorpion Lord are precious. 2 of them are special steels. I heard the ruler of Hongyi said before, the stone tablet in the hands of the unexpected owner, should be the same as the 2 stone tablets in the hands of the Lord of the Scorpions, said the Dragon Lord. Zhen Tianbei, Jian was double body, suddenly stood up. You mean the Lord of the Scorpions has Zhentian steel in his hands? And there aren't 2 full? Chapter 39:11. The first is more. Yes, it's Zhentian Monument. The Dragon Lord nodded and said, the old Scorpion originally had 2 such town monuments, but for a long time he has been trying to find a 3rd one. However, the eternal dark prison resource is limited, and he has not been able to obtain it. I am guessing that if this old Scorpion gets 3 town monuments at the same time, its strength will definitely be greatly improved. It will be greatly improved. Jian Wushuang smiled. He himself has a town monument, and from the magic flame, he also knows the origin of the town monument. The Qizhen Tianbei itself is a precious rule of repression, but its true magic is combined with a unique law formation. That is, the law circle is divided into 4 levels, and the most basic first-level law circle requires 3 town monuments to be able to perform. Since the Lord Scorpion Lord is so eager to get the 3rd town monument, it is likely that he has the first-level magic circle in cooperation with the town monument. I only need to get 3 town monuments, and he can bring out the first-level power of that array, and the strength will inevitably increase. But now, this incident let Jian Wushuang know that Sword Wushuang is bound to start to figure out. If I can get the 2 town monuments in the hands of the Lord of the Scorpions and get the first-level law circle from him, then with my strength and a sense of the laws of the universe, I will use 3 towns. The steel exerts its might, and I am afraid that my overall strength will also be greatly improved. The strange light flashed in the sword's eyes. Magic Dragon, you continue to talk about the other rules of the Dragon Lord to the treasure, and there are other information of those kings. You also tell me in detail. Sword Wushuangdo. Yes. The Lord of the Dragons immediately began to speak. Although the 10 great kings in the first layer of Eternal Dark Prison have all heard of Jian Wushuang, he doesn't know much about some of the means of the whole cards. But the Lord of the Dragons is one of the 10 kings himself, and often deals with those kings. He must know more about these kings than sword masters. Wu Jianshuang and the Dragon Lord talked in detail in the cave, outside of the cave house, for people Red One, Dark Fire Master, Wangu Dejuan, and Su Xinho waited quietly there. I waited to follow the Lord of the Dragons to deal with the Lord of the Blood Sword, but I did not expect that this Lord of the Blood Sword was actually a man with a red cloud, but in the blink of an eye, he became his slave. 10,000 bone devil sighed. Although I waited before I surrendered to the Lord of the Dragons, the Lord of the Dragons did not leave a mark on the soul of me and other souls, but now. The dark fire sighed, secretly. Everybody wants to start. Think about the Lord of the Dragons. He is the one who is the most unwilling, but now is not the same as the slave of the Lord of the Blood Sword. Said Hong Yi. This is also true. Wan Bone Demon, the master of the dark fire, smiled. It is true that even the Lord of the Dragons is now honestly surrendering to the Lord of the Blood Sword. Some of them were originally only the Lord of the Dragons. What else is unwilling? At this time, someone has come. Suddenly Hong Yi's dominion raised his head, and a breath had come out of his soul perception. He was quite familiar with this breath. What is he doing here? Hong Yi dominated with doubt. After a while, a young man in a silver armor appeared in front of Hong Yi's dominance. Red One is dominating. The young man shouted with a smile, don't you stay in the dragon castle. What do you run here for? Hung dominated and frowned. This dominated by Yufei is also a strong man under His Majesty Dragon Lord. However, in terms of relationship status, he is not as good as a few people. After all, the red or a few people are all around the demon lord compared with the demon lord being close, but dominated by Yu is just a person who works for the dragon lord. Hung, Lord, can it be inside? You dominated the mountain behind him. Yes. Hung, dominated his head and nodded. Are you looking for a lord? I originally stayed in the dragon castle, but I knew a while ago that this matter is very important, so I immediately came to confess the Lord. You dominated. Is that so? Hung dominated and said, let's go, what's worth your own trip? It's like this. The change in the matter that dominated when he was about to sue. After listening to it, Hung dominated all four, and his expression became extremely dignified. You're waiting here. I'll go and tell the Lord immediately. The ruler of Hung immediately rushed to the cave house in the middle of the mountain. Within the cave house, the Dragon Lord is still telling some things about the 10 kings to Jian Wushuang. Wu Hung dominated directly. Master, Lord. Red 1 dominates the sword, and the Dragon Lord salutes. Hung, are you okay? Jian Wushuang looked over. Back to the master. The Lord Yu of His Majesty knows one thing. He came over from the Dragon Castle to confess to the Lord. He said that not long ago, someone in the Dragon Realm saw the ancestor of the Star Devil in a carriage and went along the road, arresting practitioners in the wild. Hung, dominates the solemn road, Star Demon ancestor. The Lord of Flint and Mars and the Emperor Sheikh trembled when they heard the name of the Star Demon ancestor. Apparently, there was a fear of this Star Demon ancestor. The ancestor of the Star Demon came to visit my Devil Dragon realm, but it's less than 1 billion years since his last tour. Obviously, it's not time yet. The Demon Lord also frowned. Star Demon Tour is generally more regular. After all, the purpose of the Star Demon Tour is to capture the practitioner into a livestock animal for his enjoyment. And in the exercises he captured, generally tortured in his hands for a long time. When he gets tired, he will catch the next batch. But now it hasn't been long since the last time the Star Demon went out to catch the practitioners. According to the reason, the Star Devil should not go out during this time. Star Demon Patrol? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. I visited the Star Demon. He had heard of it in this eternal dark prison and knew the strange ancestor of the Star Demon ancestor. He also understood why the ancient night devil had asked him to find a way to kill the Star Demon ancestor. The ancient night demon prince was apparently caught by the Star Demon ancestors during his tour, and then brought back by the Star Demon ancestors, turned into livestock animals, and was tortured for 1 billion years. You must know that a dignified master has become a livestock, and it is still a livestock for people's pleasure, or a full 1 billion years. This kind of shame and pain is afraid that no one can bear it. This Star Demon ancestors' tour time and chosen place, it is too coincident. Jian Wushuang suddenly said, Chapter 39:12. Second more. I was a coincidence. I didn't go to the tour early in the morning or night, but came to the eternal dark prison by myself, and then went on a tour after becoming famous. And the place where the ancestors of the Star Devil toured was exactly in the Demon Dragon realm. Master, do you mean the ancestor of the Star Devil came to you? Lord Dragon looked over. What do you think? Jian Wushuang glanced at the Dragon Lord. It is indeed very possible. The Lord of the Dragons nodded slightly, and then straightforwardly said, the ancestor of the Star Demon is a true demon, and he has always been very mysterious. Among the 10 kings, It is definitely the most mysterious and most special. The most mysterious and the most special. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. Talk about it. Master, you may not know. Although our top 10 kings are standing on the same level, they actually have a certain gap between each other's strength, and there will be competition and even slaughter. It is just difficult between kings and kings, killing each other. And after a long period of time, these kings know each other's strength and means very well. But this ancestor of the Star Devil is the only one among the 10 kings. Although he is called the first demon of the eternal dark prison, he will go out to arrest the practitioners every so often. Those practitioners have no room for struggle in his hands, but what he does as the peak of the second series or the general third series dominates, but he rarely shots against other kings. He doesn't occupy territory, and this has a lot less conflict of interests with other kings. Other kings rarely go to trouble him, and even if he really troubles him, he can easily deal with it. In the hundreds of times of chaos, the ancestral ancestor also made several shots, but each time he used different methods, he was able to easily kill a king. In short, he is very mysterious, and the means are endless. Most of the 10 kings are not afraid of each other, but these kings are almost afraid to easily provoke the star demon ancestors, even if the star demon ancestors often travel. Appearing in the territory of these kings and arresting practitioners, these kings usually open their eyes and close their eyes, and will not go against the star ancestors for these practitioners. After talking about the demon dragon lord, he was silent. Demon dragon, have you played against that star demon ancestor? Jian Wushuang asked. Have done it once. Lord Dragon, that fight was a shame to me. Shame. Jian Wushuang stunned. At that match, he did not collide with me at all, but used some weird methods and entanglement. Although I tried my best, I couldn't even touch his corner of clothing, and he was teased by him in the end. One turn, of course, is a shame, said the Dragon Lord. Can't collide with you head-on, but can rely on special means to tease you? The sword has no weird sides, although he hasn't met the Star Demon Ancestor. But from what the Dragon Lord now says, the Star Demon Ancestor is indeed very mysterious. Master, the ancestors of Star Demon are emerging endlessly, even in the transmission of information, because of the special nature of Eternal Dark Prison. ICA and T communicate at all. Although there have been some special ways of transmitting information over the years, but most of them are relatively simple and rough. It may take a long time for a message to be transmitted from my magic dragon domain to another large domain, but the ancestors of star demons are different. The ancestral ancestor has his own way of transmitting information. He created a special blackbird in this long time. The blackbird has the secret pattern blessing and can cross the 2 domains in a short time. And the ancestors of the star demon are in the existence of slaves in all the territories. The master and you are so famous in the domain of the demon dragon. Maybe it has attracted the attention of the ancestors of the star demon ancestors, and then brought the star demon ancestors, said the Dragon Lord. It seems that this is possible. Jian Wushuang smiled. Whether or not the ancestor of Star Demon came to me, but he still wants me to deal with it. The main thing is to deal with the Star Demon ancestors. Lord Malone looked over. I promised others that I would kill the Star Demon ancestor for him. Jian Wushuangdo. He did promise the ancient night demon, and since he has already promised, Jian Wushuang will not break his word. What's more, now it's not that he is going to find the other person, but that the ancestor of Star Devil is likely to have been following him and looking for him. The ancestors of the Star Devil may have many means, and their strength may be extremely arrogant, but here is after all in the eternal dark prison. Here, as long as he dares to appear in front of me, I can directly mobilize the power of the array to suppress it. And now what I have to do is wait for him to come forward. Jian Wushuang smiled, and a variety of thoughts had emerged in his mind. So, the next time I will stay in this 42 dark zone and go nowhere, Stonefire. My sword formation needs your help, so you follow me, but you have to arrange it around me. A heavy array, pretending to be trapped in me. It is best that the array of dynamic power can be larger. As for the dragon, take your men and stay near me. I want you to pretend to be a picture that traps me using the matrix method, but I can't kill me in a short time. So when the ancestor of the star demon arrives, I will not doubt anything. Very may appear directly in front of me and hit me. Then I can suppress him. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes, Lord Demon Dragon, and Martian Lord nodded respectfully. Emperor Break, you follow me too. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes, the Emperor's master nodded. After a short while, the Lord of the Dragons took Red One to dominate and left. They did not go too far, but stopped in the vicinity. However, even if a huge martial law array is arranged in this void, the Martian ruler is extremely powerful and can produce a lot of movement within 1,000,000 miles. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Dominate stay in the formation. It seems that he is trapped by the main formation of the Martian and cannot get away, but in fact the sword, unparalleled, is relying on the main formation of the Martian to improve his two-sword formations. The Flint and Martian Lord will occasionally show up and give some pointers to the sword's two-sword arrays. I have to say that the accomplishments of the Lord of Mars against the FA are indeed extremely high, much higher than the Blood Rain Demon. The two great sword arrays of Wujian Wushan have gained a lot of improvement these years, but in a short period of time, the Lord of Stone Mars has found several flaws. Wu Jianshou improved his sword array as much as possible while waiting for the Star Demon ancestor to come to him. Chapter 39:13, Third More. 23 years after Jian Wushuang conquered the dragon ancestors and others. Stomp, tread, tread. Chi Wagwa's carriage was fast moving in the void, passing through the void. Star Demon Patriarch, Star Demon Patriarch. Star ancestors go on tour. Run away. Hurry up and escape if it is caught by the ancestors of the Star Devil, and it will be enough to make pigs, and do enough, it will be miserable. Where a horse-drawn carriage passed, a practitioner was terrified. The ancestor of the Star Demon. For many practitioners, it is a nightmare. Once it is encountered, it is a disaster. The ancestral ancestor came along all the way. As long as it was encountered, either the response was fast enough to escape immediately, or the ancestor was directly caught in the trunk of the carriage. As long as you don't escape in time, wait for the Star Demon ancestor to take action. And then you want to escape? It can escape. At this moment, this luxurious carriage has reached the 42nd dark zone. Yes, the carriage stopped in the void, and the ancestor of the demon, sitting on the carriage, raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the void ahead. He can sense that the void, millions of miles away, has an extremely good magical power, and the power of his soul has also sensed several powerful breaths not far away. It seems to make that dragon a step ahead. Star Demon Ancestor drew his head in his right hand. But yes, after all, it is in the domain of dragon. In his place, I need to get here. It will take some time. It really does not match him in speed. But although he is faster than me, the Lord of the Blood Sword does not seem to have fallen into his hands. The Star Ancestor chuckled, followed by one finger. Go with. The ancestor of Xingxing Mo spoke, and the carriage continued to move, and after a moment he came into a void. In this void, 5 figures are gathering there, headed by the Dragon Lord. Magic Dragon. Haven't seen it for years. Don't come without sorrow. Star Demon Ancestor made a mild, throbbing voice, just like greeting an old friend. Star Demon. The dragon lord's eyes narrowed, with a dreadful dread in his eyes. Yes, that's jealous. And this jealousy is really not pretended. In the long years in the eternal dark prison, the dragon lord has also dealt with this star ancestor, and the latter has endless means, and even used some means to tease him easily. In the eyes of the demon dragon lord, the 10 kings of eternal dark prison, even the demon scorpion lord, who has 5 rule treasures in hand, will not let him be so jealous. Even if other kings are better than him, he knows the depth and the means of the other party. He was the only ancestor of the Star Devil, and he was so scared that he didn't know the bottom. Star Demon, what are you going to my demon dragon realm? The demon dragon lord asked lowly. It's too boring to stay in the castle. Come out and stroll around. Catch some little guys back for me to have fun. Star Demon Lord chuckled. Why, but just grab some practitioners in your dragon domain. Say, you devil dragon, wouldn't you be so mean? Well, it's just for ordinary practitioners. Since you can see them, you can catch them. I'm too lazy to manage them. But when you come this time, the purpose should be more than that, right? The dragon lord's eyes were cold. Don't you know about the Lord of the Blood Sword? Ha! I know I can't hide you from the demon dragon. Star Demon Ancestor laughed. Not long ago, I received a false accusation from a slave saying that an incomparable rule master appeared in the demon dragon domain. The combat power is comparable to that of the 3rd level master, and even a darkest, strongest can flee, and he even has the magic sword of law in his hands, and I was interested at that time. Demon dragon, you should also be aware that there is no ruler in the 1st layer of this eternal dark prison. Now, there is a sudden emergence. It is very likely that he came from the outside, maybe from him. Get a way to leave this eternal dark prison. Do you say I will give up? Star Demon Ancestor said. No matter what you said, the Lord of the Blood Sword is now in the domain of my demon dragon. He is my prey. Will you grab it from me? The demon lord looked cold. I really want to grab. What can you do? Star Demon Ancestor glared at Demon Dragon Lord. Miscellaneous. The Lord of the Dragons looked ugly, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. Magic Dragon, you should be more realistic. You should know that if I decide what I want, there is nothing I can do. I want to grab the prey in your hands, and you can only look at it. There is no way, let alone. You need to find the Lord of the Blood Sword before me. But look at you now. The Lord of the Blood Sword has not fallen into your hands. That is to say, even if I, CA, and T take the shot, you will take the blood sword. The Lord has no way at all. Star Demon Ancestor smiled, strangely. The Demon Dragon Lord clenched his hands tightly, but was silent without refuting. It seems that the Lord of the Blood Sword is indeed a little capable, and even your devil dragon can't help it, which has made me even more interested. Star Demon Ancestor smiled. Devil dragon, that the Lord of the Blood Swords is in the huge magic circle in front of you, right? The Demon Dragon Lord looked up at the Star Demon Ancestor and nodded unwillingly. Yes. Just do it. You just stay here and see how I can take down the Lord of the Blood Sword. The ancestor of the Star Devil smiled and immediately drove the horse-drawn carriage towards the giant law formation ahead. The Lord of the Devil Dragons clenched his hands and stared coldly at the Star Demon Ancestor. His complexion did not converge until the Star Demon Ancestor walked away. The Star Demon Ancestor is really terrible and very cautious. When I talk to the Lord, you have been watching your reaction, but the Lord, you have been prepared, and there are no flaws. This Star Demon, the Ancestor, should have no more doubts. Just wait for him to appear in front of the Lord of the Blood Sword, and then be suppressed by the Lord of the Blood Sword. Hong Yi, the master behind the Dragon Lord, sneered. The ancestor of the Xingma. The Lord of the Dragons also looked up. Although he is one of the 10 kings, This ancestor of the Xingma is the most special and has the best means. I usually jealous of him, and relying on his own means, he did not look at other kings, but this time I will see how he planted it in the hands of the Lord of the Blood Sword. This time, under the command of Jian Wushuang, they made a round for the Star Demon Ancestor, and let the Star Demon Ancestor take the initiative to come to the door. As long as the ancestor of the Star Demon dared to appear in front of Jian Wushuang, no matter what incredible means he had, he could only be suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Chapter 39:14. Fourth More. A majestic and magnificent law formation covered a vast void. The magic array arranged by the Lord of Flint and Mars is indeed extremely powerful. Even if the Dragon Lord is caught in this magic array, it may take some hands and feet to come out. With such a powerful legal array, the movement is not small. Jane's Star Demon ancestors were attracted to this place by sensing the existence of the power of this magic circle. Soon, the ancestor of the Star Devil appeared in the void around the circle, and he stepped down from the carriage and immediately stepped forward to walk directly inside the circle. Okay, the Lord of the Stone Mars, who laid the law formation, sensed the existence of the ancestor of the Star Devil for the first time. Is the ancestral ancestor finally here? And the breath is so unique. If I had not fully integrated into the circle at this moment, I am afraid that even if he broke into my circle, I may not be able to know the means of this ancestor. Sure enough, it is extraordinary. The Lord of Mars secretly surprised. Now that the ancestor of the Xingma has arrived, and the means are so good, he does not dare to show his sword to Wushuang Shuang as soon as possible, in case the ancestor of the Xingma just slips away. You must know that the Lord of the Dragons can say that the ancestors of the Star Demon are endless. No one knows how many means he has so far. Although Jian Wushuang has a disciple's token of the Red Cloud, he can mobilize some of the power of the Eternal Dark Prison. If this ancestor of the Star Devil was vigilant in advance and used his means to escape in an instant, Jian Wushuang would not be absolutely sure that he could suppress it. The ancestor of the Star has already appeared in the circle and immediately noticed the Stone Martian Master and Sword Wushuang in the circle. This magic circle is quite unique. It should be the Stone Martian Master who casts the magic circle. The Star Ancestor's ancestor looked at one direction of the circle, and he could sense that the Lord of Mars was at the end of that direction. It was able to be integrated with this law formation and sensed my existence. The accomplishment of this Stone Martian Master is really not weak. If you have the opportunity, you can take him back to my castle and study with him. Array method. The ancestral ancestor smiled, and then he looked at the sword in the center of the array, sitting there with a sword unparalleled. He is the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Star Ancestor carefully looked at Jian Wushuang, as if he wanted to see the whole person completely. What is strange is that he has such a large number of swords unparalleled, and the latter has no gap at all, which shows how clever the ancestor of the Star Devil is to hide his body and breath. The Lord of the Rules realized a trace of the law of the universe. This little guy is really good. The ancestor of the Star Devil smiled, and then an invisible force swept out. Jian Wushuang still didn't notice the slightest. He is now devoting himself to the research and improvement of his two sword arrays. Even if the invisible force appeared around him, he did not respond. And even when the invisible force directly entered his body, he had not found it until the force broke into a sea of knowledge. Not good. The sword's two-sided color changed suddenly, and his eyes opened sharply. He was immediately alert, trying to stop the erosion of that invisible force, but it was clearly over. When that power has poured into a sea of knowledge, it is useless to resist him again. Only in an instant this power poured into the soul in the sea of knowledge, and suddenly found his soul origin, leaving a special mark in his soul origin. This mark is different from the kind of imprint left by Jian Wushuang in the Dragon Lord's soul. The imprint of the sword Wushuang in the source of the souls of the Dragon Lords is just a means of control. He can at any time trigger the imprint and directly destroy the source of the souls of the Dragon Lords, which is equivalent to killing them. The imprint of the star demon ancestor at the origin of Jian Wushuang's soul is to completely control Jian Wushuang. He is equivalent to soul slavery. Silently, this soul slavery has been completed. It's done. The star demon ancestor smiled slightly, and his figure just slowly emerged from the display of the magic circle. You are the ancestor of Xingmo. Jian Wushuang looked dumb and looked at the white-haired handsome man who appeared in front of him. It's me. Star demon ancestor nodded slightly. Strange, you should have been enslaved by my soul. When you see me, you should kneel down and call me the master. Why do you have your own consciousness and thinking? Soul slavery? Hee. Jian Wushuang just smiled coldly and immediately followed his soul, who knew the place to the sea, and immediately burned frantically at a horrible speed. Burning the soul? The star ancestor's face changed. Under the enslavement of my soul, you can still burn the soul, and so decisively. Generally, if you choose to burn your soul, you will die directly. Anyone, even if forced into desperation, has no way to cast his soul to burn. He has to hesitate for a moment. But the Lord of the Blood Sword in front of him has no hesitation, knowing that his soul has been enslaved, immediately cast the soul burning, very decisive. Suddenly, once the soul burned, there was no way to stop. It's a pity he originally wanted to know how to leave this eternal dark prison from his mouth. But now. Star Demon Ancestor frowned. He watched Jian Wushuang's soul burn and dissipate, but in the next moment Jian Wushuang's soul power recovered at an amazing speed. But the difference is that his restored soul was not enslaved. Star Demon Ancestor, you are really a good means silently enslaved my soul. Sword without double-sided content cold, staring at the Star Demon Ancestor in front of him. He did care. I feel that I have a very good sense of consciousness and life-saving ability, and there is a disciple of Han Yan's disciples in hand, so she can completely fearlessly and complete her two swords. In the end, he did not notice the arrival of the ancestor of the Star Devil, and did not expect that the means of the ancestor of the Star Devil was so good that he silently enslaved his soul. If he is not a practitioner of perfect life, level, the soul origin has already been integrated into every part of the divine power in the body, and if he is already invincible in the soul at that moment, he has been enslaved by the ancestor of the Star Devil and become his slave. Even if there is a disciple of Han Yan's disciples, he can't bring out the power of the eternal dark prison's magic array in time. Souls are burned out, but they recovered in an instant. Are you a perfect practitioner of life? The ancestor of Star Devil looked at this sword unparalleled, although he got some information about Jian Wushuang. But Jian Wushuang is the perfect life practitioner. He didn't know it. Chapter 39:15. 5 more arrived today. I have long heard that the ancestor of the Star Devil is the most mysterious and most powerful of the 10 kings of eternal dark prison. Today he finally learned, and he enslaved the soul of the other party quietly. It really is a good method. Sword Wushuang stared at the Star Demon ancestor in front of him. His eyes were cold. Ha! I did not expect that in addition to understanding a little of the universe's laws, you are still a practitioner of perfect life level. If such a super genius is placed in the deepest part of the universe, I am afraid that countless super forces will break their heads. The ancestor of the Star Devil smiled, and then said, Lord of the Blood Sword, believe me, even if you are a perfect practitioner of life, its means of life-saving is not weak. Even the magic dragon can't help you, but trust me, I have thousands of ways to kill you, so why don't you think about it and become my slave? Star demon ancestor, I'm afraid this time you're going to miscalculate. Jian Wushuang smiled chillily and already took out the disciple of the red cloud vein. As soon as the sign appeared, the ancestor's face changed immediately. Wu Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and directly mobilized the eternal power of the eternal dark prison to suppress the star demon ancestors. Boom rumbling, the earth trembled, and I saw that the supreme power directly oppressed the ancestor of Star Demon. The distance is too close. The ancestors of Star Devil have thousands of means to escape from this pressure. I saw a snorting moan from the Star Demon ancestor. His figure fell to the ground. His complexion became difficult to look. However, it is worth mentioning that despite the Xeon Power ancestor's repression, his body is still standing. Unlike the previous ancestors of the demon dragon and other masters, who were directly oppressed lying on the oppression. On the ground, I can't move at all. The ancestor of Star Demon is not only standing, but also barely able to move, but his means of strength must not be able to exert much. Can you stand? Jian Wushuang could not help but mistakenly. He is also one of the 10 kings. The Lord of the Dragons had to lie down under that mighty suppression. The ancestor of the Star Devil could stand. King with this alone, Jian Wushuang understands that the strength of the Star Demon ancestor is much stronger than that of the Dragon Lord. Of course, this also has a lot to do with Jian Wushuang himself. Although I can rely on the disciples of Hongyun's disciples to mobilize the power of this eternal dark prison, but because I am only the ruler, the power that I can mobilize is very limited. I am afraid it is only a small part. The most important thing is what More, the eternal dark prison legal array, was severely damaged during the war that was red and clouded, and the foundation of the legal array was damaged. The eternal dark prison power has naturally weakened a lot. If the foundation of this eternal dark prison is not damaged, even if I am the master of the rules, I can suppress everything in this first layer. But now, although I can suppress the ancestor of the Star Devil, but I can't as thoroughly as when suppressing the Demon Lord, at least the ancestor of the demon can still stand. Jian Wushuang muttered. Of course, it has been suppressed anyway. Whether the Star Demon ancestor is standing or lying down, Jian Wushuang does not care. Star Demon Patriarch, do you think I need to think about it now? Jian Wu's eyes were cold, standing in front of Star Demon Patriarch. But the thing that made Jian Shuangsu surprised, the expression on the face of the Star Demon ancestor changed, only when he took out the red cloud pulse. And now the expression of the Star Devil ancestor has calmed down again. When Jian Wushuang opened his mouth to ask, the ancestor of Star Devil also showed a faint smile. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I know that you must have passed some special ways before you entered the eternal dark prison, and there must be a way to leave this eternal dark prison in your hands. Now it seems that it is true, but I didn't expect you to enter the eternal dark prison through the Red Cloud command. The ancestor of the Star Devil smiled, without any worries about his current situation. He was completely different from the ancestors of the Demon Dragon and Hongyi when they were suppressed. The pulse of Hongyun has long since been destroyed. This is undoubted. The strong people of Hongyun should have died, as a matter of course, and the sign or token in their hands, even if later generations get it, there is no way to recognize the Lord, and naturally it is useless. Because of this, I didn't think of you in the vein of Hongyun, but now it seems that although the vein of Hongyun has been destroyed, there is a legacy. You should be lucky and have the heritage of Hongyun. Only then became a person with a vein of Hongyun, with this disciple's symbol of the red cloud. Star Demon Ancestor said, "You're right, I did encounter the inheritance of Hongyun Imai by chance and coincidence, only to become a new disciple of Hongyun Imai, and also entered this eternal dark prison by virtue of this token. Jian Wushuang also admitted directly, followed by he asked, Star Demon Patriarch, you are now in such a field, and you are not in a hurry. Anxiety is useless, not to mention that although I was suppressed by you, the suppression was not thorough enough. Even though I could not escape, I could not use most of the means, but some of the most basic means could still be used. Only the ruler, you might as well try to see if you can kill me. Star Demon Ancestor smiled. The sword has no double-sided color. It is true that his repression against the Star Devil ancestors could not be completely thorough, but even if you can barely use a little trick or some simple body protection methods, I am afraid it will not be too weak. I'll try it then. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed for a moment. Wu Wei's divine sword was in his hand, and the divine power was triggered. Howl! The dim shadow of the sword looted directly, and it was arrogantly the sword's strongest sword skill. The ancestral ancestor who was suppressed by the eternal dark prison array has no room to hide at all, and he has no intention to hide. He just moved his fingers slightly, and a huge black vortex appeared instantly. Now, it was like a big mouth madly devouring everything around. The hazy swordsmanship performed by Wu Jin Wushuang. The large haze of mist swept over this black vortex, and was immediately swallowed clean by this black vortex. This is like a drop of water falling into the sea, without any waves. The sword is unparalleled. He could see that the sudden appearance of the black vortex should not have been performed by the ancestors of the Star Devil himself, but was led by the ancestors of the Star Devil in a special way. In other words, this black vortex should come from a special treasure. Chapter 39:16. The first is more. When he was in the Red Cloud realm, the Lord Wu said that in the eternal dark prison, relying on the disciples of Han Yun's disciples, he could easily suppress many masters on the 1st to 5th floors. Now, he did suppress the Star Ancestor, but this Star Ancestor is obviously very different from other masters. In this case, he can also guide the black vortex out. This black vortex is also very unique. It should be a very special force. It can't even suppress the power of the eternal dark prison. Jian Wushuang frowned. Under normal circumstances, he mobilizes part of the power of the eternal dark prison to suppress everything, not only suppressing the ancestors of the Star Devil, including any means or power exerted by the ancestors of the Star Devil, you can directly suppress them. At the moment when the black vortex was guided by the ancestor of the demon, Jian Wushuang also immediately mobilized the Phelan dynasty to suppress the black vortex, but immediately he found that the power of the black vortex was special or strange. Even it is completely unaffected by the power of the array. Star Demon Ancestor, I really despise you, did not expect that you have mastered this extremely special power. Jian Wushuang stared at the Star Demon Ancestor in front of him. Ha! Lord of the Sword of Blood, although you have been inherited from the vein of Red Cloud, he is afraid of many things in the vein of Red Cloud. You know why the vein of Red Cloud originally held me in this eternal dark prison. Star Devil Ancestor smiled. Don't it be because you committed sins outside? Jian Wushuang's voice was low. Of course not. The reason why Han Yun Yi detained me was because I had this special power in my hand. Although I only had a preliminary grasp at the beginning, it was still enough to make Han Yun Yi's eyes blind. They held me in eternal dark prison. From time to time, people are sent to come in contact with me, trying to figure out how to get this power. Unfortunately, I swear that I will never die, and I have even left a ban in my own Linghu. Even if the person in the Red Cloud has shot it in person, as long as he dares to involve my soul, the ban will trigger, and I will die directly. They don't get what they want, too. Star Demon Ancestor smiled. Hearing these words, Jian Wushuang's heart shook inwardly. He doesn't know the true or false words of the star demon ancestor. If it is false, it is okay, but if it is true, the special power in the hands of the ancestors of Star Devil made Hangyun's veins incomprehensible. That particular power is a bit scary. I rely on my own means to entangle the long years with Hangyun's veins. And in the end, until Hangyun's veins are completely destroyed, there is nothing I can do. As for you, you can suppress me with the Red Cloud's tokens in your hands, but it wouldn't be so easy to kill me completely. Star Devil Ancestor laughed. Qi Jian Wushuang looked at the star ancestor in front of him, but his eyes were extremely cold. Stone fire. Sword Wushuang opened. Master. The figure of the Lord of Mars immediately appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Go and call them the dragon. Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes. The Lord of Mars nodded, and immediately set off toward the location of the Lord Dragon Lord and others. Before long, the Dragon Lord and others came to Jian Wushuang. When they saw the suppressed ancestors and the huge black vortex in front of them, they looked very strange. Master, the Lord of Dragons respects Xiang Jian Wushu. Wu Jianso nodded slightly. Oh, Demon Dragon, I didn't expect you to be conquered by the Lord of the Blood Sword long ago. You also deliberately arranged the magic circle and pretended to be a way to deal with him. It seems to be calculated for me. The star demon ancestor smiled and looked at the demon ancestor. The demon dragon lord hummed and said nothing. Devil Dragon, this star demon ancestor is indeed very weird. Although I suppressed him, he has a very special power in his hands. This power can shelter him. I just shot with all my strength, but I couldn't kill him. Fuck him. Your strength is a lot stronger than mine. You go all out to see if you can kill him. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes, the dragon Lord Zheng Jianjian headed, and he also saw the extraordinary black vortex in front of the star ancestor. Immediately, the dark golden long stick appeared in the hands of the Dragon Lord, and the Dragon Lord's divine power burst into madness. In a short time, the dark gold stick turned into a dark golden thunder, which slashed down instantly. The surrounding space was smashed with a loud roar. At this moment, the Lord of the Dragons completely burst out of his powerful strength as one of the 10 kings. However, this stick hit the black vortex directly, but the black vortex was only a little tremor, and it recovered after a moment. Normal. The hit of the demon dragon Lord still failed to have much effect on the black vortex. The Lord Dragon frowned. Lord of the Blood Sword, I said, although you can suppress me, but you can't kill me. Star demon ancestors are still fearless. Is that it? Jian Wushuang's mouth was awkward. Star demon ancestor. Although I don't know how you have this special power, and I don't know why this special power can even connect with the eternal dark prison's circle willpower can't suppress it, but the power you have should not be endless. Perhaps the attacks I waited on once or twice would not have much impact on this black vortex, but what if there were dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of attacks? Now, my side alone is the darkest. There are 6 combat-level combat powers, and the Dragon Lord is here. I can completely and relentlessly attack you again and again against this black vortex. I don't believe it. Your black vortex can be maintained forever. Affected. Wu Jian's voice was cold. When he heard him, the eyes of the Dragon Lord and others were all bright, and the star demon ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, and then laughed again. You're right. I can rely on this special force for 2 or 1 attack withstand it, but if there are hundreds or thousands of attacks, it will not be able to withstand it. So it seems that I am destined to die here today. Since you are destined to die, then you will not do it yourself. The star ancestor is still laughing, but suddenly a breath of impatientness emerged from him, and the power of the soul he knew in the sea began to burn wildly at an amazing speed. Wu Jianwushuang, Lord of the Dragons, and others were taken aback. It was so decisive to burn the soul and die. Jian Wushuang was extremely shocked inside. This is too decisive. It seems that you don't care about your life at all. The Dragon Lord and others were also confused. Chapter 39:17. Second more. The Dragon Lords were all suppressed before. Although they were suppressed, they were not completely desperate in the process of suppression because they understood that Jian Wushuang might suppress them, but they might not kill them. Sure, enough soared unparalleled conditions. They chose to surrender. But now, the star ancestor did not even ask a question, knowing that he was suppressed, and Jian Wushuang has the ability to kill him. He directly burned the soul to choose the dead end, and did not give the sword Wushuang a condition at all opportunity. Of course, Jian Wushuang had already promised the ancient night devil, so he must kill the ancestor of the star devil. But before killing the ancestor of the star devil, he still wanted to get something from the ancestor of the star demon. However, the ancestor of star devil had no chance at all, and directly and decisively chose to burn the soul. And one more thing, it is even more strange. When the ancestor of the star devil burned the soul, he was not only decisive but also very calm. He did not show the slightest resentment in his expression or words. He even burned the soul with a smile. Before Jian Wushuang suppressed a strong person, when they conquered them, although some strong ones would rather die than indulge and choose to burn their souls to commit suicide, they burned their souls as a last resort. In the eyes of the ancestors, how can they be unwilling and resentful? Master of the blood sword. The old star ancestor once again spoke. His soul has burned more than half, this intense burning pain of the soul. He bears it, but his appearance has not changed at all. You are very good. I believe that it won't be long before we meet again. Star demon ancestor smiled. What? The swordless double-sided color suddenly changed. It won't be long before we meet again. The ancestors of Star Demon now burn their souls and die. How can they meet again? Is this Star Demon ancestor just a clone? Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the Star Demon old man in front of him, but the soul of the latter became weaker and weaker and finally completely dissipated. The star progenitor's ancestor body also lost its vitality, landed on the ground, and was completely dead. Looking at the corpse left by the ancestor of Star Demon, Jian Wushuang was quite heavy inside. He can see that the Star Demon ancestor in front of him is indeed dead. The soul is completely burned and exhausted. The body has completely lost its vitality, and the Star Demon ancestor does not seem to be a clone. After all, although there are some unique avatars in the vast universe, this avatar is integrated with the soul of the deity. If the soul burns and perishes, no matter the deity will die. Underneath, the soul burned clean, and it didn't look like it could survive. But the sentence left by the ancestor of the Xingma and the calmness of calm made him have to doubt whether the ancestor of the Xingma really died. Wu Jian Wushuang was pondering. The lords of the dragons and the masters of the emperor, who were next to him, looked at the body of the ancestor of the Star Devil and secretly booed. The Star Ancestor, the most mysterious and most terrifying king in the first space of the eternal dark prison, but now he died in front of them. Everyone is concerned about the death of the Star Demon ancestor. However, in the surrounding void, the luxurious carriage that the Star Devil ancestor traveled all the way was suspended there. The white horse with dorsal wings that drove the carriage, and a large number of them caught by the ancestors in the back of the carriage, have become livestock or animal practitioners. When the ancestors of Star Demon live, these practitioners are all livestock animals. Now, when the ancestors of the Star Devil die, the restraint that has been tied to them disappears immediately. Time. boom, a trembling roar. That luxurious carriage burst directly, followed. Countless figures appeared in this world at the same time. Ha ha! Recovered, we recovered. Dead, the ancestral ancestor was killed. Ha ha! I thought I would be caught back by the star demon ancestors for a long time, but I didn't expect that in a blink of an eye the star demon ancestors died. It is the Lord of the Blood Sword, the ancestor of the star demon, he killed, and he is a person in the vein of Hong Yun, a vein of red clouds. Forbidden contact. These practitioners immediately restored their original appearance. At the same time, they had been in the surrounding void. Although they were turned into livestock in the back box, they knew what happened outside. They saw the sword unparalleled movement. The power of the eternal dark prison's magic array suppressed the ancestors of the Star Devil, forcing the ancestors of the Star Devil to burn themselves and commit suicide. After they recovered, all eyes immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Not good. The looks of Wu Shou Wushuang and the Lord of the Dragons all changed instantly. They only paid attention to the death of the star demon ancestors, but did not notice the many practitioners caught by the star demon ancestors. Hurry up, suppress them. Jian Wu's eyes were cold, and he immediately did his best to mobilize the power of the eternal dark prison's magic array, and directly suppressed them towards these practitioners. The Lord of the Dragons, the Lord of the Martians, the Lord of the Emperor's Bazaar, etc. also shot at this moment. They want to suppress or kill all these practitioners. However, the number of these practitioners is too much. The star demon ancestors came all the way before, but they crossed a large area and met a large number of practitioners on the way. Most of these practitioners were caught by him in the trunk of the carriage. On the way, the star demon ancestors, there are nearly 10,000 practitioners captured. Nearly 10,000 practitioners had originally become livestock and animals staying in the back box. Now, because of the death of the ancestor of the star demon, all their original appearance and strength have been restored at this instant. The dense tens of thousands are at the second level. The highest number of practitioners stood in the void. Although Jian Wushuang reacted for the first time, he wanted to suppress it. But those practitioners did not react too slowly. When they saw the action of the sword unparalleled, they immediately stirred up. Run away! The main blood sword suppresses us. Hurry up and escape. Scattered and flee. We have a lot of people. He can't suppress it. At this moment, tens of thousands of practitioners fled at the same time and fled in all directions, as they expected. Although Jian Wushuang can mobilize some of the power of the eternal dark prison, it can easily suppress one master, but it is impossible to suppress the 10,000 practitioners at the same time. Not to mention the recent 10,000 practitioners are not in front of him, but a certain distance from him. Under the suppression of Jian Jinshuang, he only suppressed a small part, but hundreds of people, most of them have escaped the sight of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 39:18. Third more. Trouble. I watched that most practitioners escaped from under their eyelids, and the double-sided sword was slightly ugly. Although these practitioners have no resentment against him, there is no need to kill them all. However, these practitioners have just seen him mobilize the eternal dark prison array power to suppress the ancestors of the star demon, and they all know that he is a man of red clouds, now that they have escaped. And there are so many people, it won't be long before his identity will be known in the eternal dark prison. He used to be cautious and did NT use the power of the array easily, but he did NT want to expose his identity. But now his identity is completely exposed. Then he will act in the eternal dark prison in the future, but it is far from the previous one. So convenient. No one knew my identity before, and naturally no one would have any fear of me, even because of the precious sword in my hand, but it would attract a strong person to take the initiative to come to the door, like the Dragon Lord and star demon. My ancestors came to me like this. But after the identity is revealed, it is impossible to want other strong men to take the initiative to come to the door. Not only that, if the strong man in eternal dark prison sees me in the future, I am afraid that the first thought is escape, absolutely dare not appear in front of me and fight with me. And the other 8 kings. Wu Jianshou frowned. The 10 kings in the first floor of eternal dark prison. Now the Lord of the Dragons has surrendered to him, and the ancestor of the star demon has died, but there are still 8 kings. The strength of the 8 kings is also very arrogant. Even the weakest are not inferior to the Dragon Lord, and several of them have the rule of treasure. Like the Scorpion Lord, he has 5 rules of the treasure, and 2 of them Jintian Bei, a sword that is of great use. Of course, Jian Wushuang had ideas for the remaining 8 kings. Originally, according to his own plan, after dealing with the star demon ancestors, he asked the Lord of the Dragons to take him one by one to find the 8 kings, and then use the means to bring them. The 8 kings were all repressed, and it would be best if the 8 kings were subject to him. But now that his identity is revealed, the 8 kings know that he is a man of red clouds, and how can he give him another chance to suppress it? If the 8 kings are not stupid, as soon as they get the news, they will definitely find a place to hide immediately after hiding for hundreds of millions of years. When he left, the 8 kings appeared again. In other words, with the encounter just now, he wants to continue to be a pig and a tiger and go and conquer the 8 kings one by one. It is no longer realistic, even more than the 8 kings. The top powerhouses, such as those who are at the level of the strongest in the dark, are expected to choose to hide. Magic Dragon! Jian Wushuang shouted coldly. Master! Lord Dragon came forward respectfully. How far is the territory of the Scorpion Lord you said before from the Dragon domain? Jian Wushuang asked. Not far away, next to my Devil Dragon realm. If the owner starts now, he should be able to arrive within 500 years. Demon Lord said. 500 years? Jian Wushuang frowned. Why is it so long? The star demon ancestor was not in the demon dragon domain before, but after knowing my news, he immediately rushed over, but it was useless. The ancestor of the star devil is against the sky. He has created an extremely special blackbird that is extremely fast and can cross the entire first level of the eternal dark prison in a short time. He also was on his carriage. The same method was used, so his carriage was extremely fast. It didn't take too long to travel from one large area to another, but we didn't have that ability. The ancestor of the dragon said, on the first floor of the eternal dark prison, there is a great distance between one large domain and another. If it is at our normal speed, it will take 500 years to reach the monster scorpion from the dragon realm. For a long time. But the owner, please rest assured that the transmission of this eternal dark prison message is very troublesome. Although the lords of various large domains have some special means of collecting information, in just 500 years, this information may not be able to be transmitted to other lords. In your ears. Second, I just said 500 years ago, but under normal circumstances, but I know that there is a special treasure in the hand of the Lord of Mars. If I use this special treasure for hurrying, I am afraid that time can be saved 10 times. That is to say, 5-10 years should be enough. Oh, Jian Wushuang could not help looking at the Lord of Mars. The Lord of Flint and Mars smiled and said, back to the master. I do have a cosmic boat in my hand. If it is used to hurry, it can save a lot of time. Spaceship. Jian Wushuang looked. The cosmic boat is a flying treasure that can travel through the dark and empty universe. After all, the vast universe is endless and 99% are dark and empty. If the practitioners in the universe wander in the vast universe naturally, it is necessary to wear in the dark and empty space of the universe all the year round, and this shuttle is too slow, depending on the flying speed of the practitioners themselves. The Lord of the Martians smiled, and the cosmic boat, in the dark darkness of the universe, can burst into a terrible speed, much faster than the practitioner's speed. Naturally, the time spent on the road can be greatly reduced, but the value of the boat in the universe is also high. Even the lowest cosmic boat, the third-order dominated family CA&T afford it. I'm also lucky. In this eternal dark prison, I killed one. The strong man got such a cosmic boat from him, although what I got was only the lowest cosmic boat, and that cosmic boat had been greatly broken. Many of the magic circles above were broken. It was completely useless, but what I was good at was the formation method. These years, I spent a lot of energy and methods to restore the formation on the cosmic boat a lot, and even considering the environment of the eternal dark prison, I specially added some other special formations to make it better. Traversing through the eternal dark prison. Now, this cosmic boat may not be able to travel normally in the dark darkness of the universe, but in this eternal dark prison, it can definitely travel normally. And of course, it is also fast. Obviously, very confident in that spacecraft. That's good. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up long ago. Now, my identity is exposed. If the remaining 8 kings knew my identity, 80% would be scared to hide directly, and the other 7 kings would be fine, but the Lord of Scorpions, I must have the rule of treasure in his hands. Chapter 39:19, fourth more. Magic Dragon, Stone Fire, you too set off immediately with me. The Lord of the Scorpion has not yet received the news and rushed to the Scorpion realm to suppress him. Jian Wushuangdo, yes. Both the Lord Dragon and the Martian Lord nodded immediately. Emperor Break, you and Hongi will go to the 9th Dark Area to meet with Qiansha and others, and then wait for me there. Jian Wushuang commanded again. Master, what about these people around? Suddenly asked the Emperor. Qi Jian Wushuang looked around. Nearly 10,000 practitioners have appeared at the same time. Although most of them have been escaped, there are still hundreds of people who failed to escape in time. They were suppressed by the sword Unparalleled Swords or captured by the Dragon Lord and others. These people, Jian Wu's eyes were cold. He could see at a glance that these people were relatively ordinary. Many of them were only dominated by the 2nd level. Of course, there were also many 3rd levels dominated. District strongest, but none of them. The Lord of the Blood Sword, I am willing to surrender, willing to pay all the treasures, just ask you to wait for my life. Lord of the Blood Sword, forgive me. Most of these repressed practitioners are begging for mercy, but some are silent. I don't need waste around me. These people, all killed. The sword has no double-sided indifference. Yes, the Lord Dragon, Lord Several Hands, immediately started. Do not. Lord of the Blood Sword, you must not die. Blood Sword, sooner or later you will die. You will. In a stern roar and roar, these hundreds were at least the masters of the 2nd level peak, and they were all killed. As for the treasures and Qiankuan ring left by them, they all fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. These people, to me, the only use of the world in the beginning is these treasures they left. Jian Wu's eyes were cold and without mercy. His soul level is low, and it is impossible to leave a mark in the soul origin of too many people, so those who are eligible to become his slaves must be elites, at least the level of the strongest in the dark. And these people won nowhere. And most of these people were detained for committing heinous sins. Of course, Jian Wushuang will not be merciful, kill them directly, and deprive them of their grasp. These masters who can survive such a long time in the eternal dark prison are all worthy. Each has a lot of strongest treasures, killing hundreds of people in one breath, and the sword has won a large number of strongest treasures in an instant. After returning to the early divine realm, these strongest treasures can also be used by the powerfuls of the early divine realm. After the slaughter of these practitioners, Jian Wushuang soon set off with the Dragon Lord and Stone Martian Lord. I saw a huge black wooden boat galloping fast in the void. This galloping speed was far more than dozens of times faster than the fastest speed of the third series. Such a terrible speed ran rampant. Resistance. Originally, it took about 500 years to rush from the magic dragon realm to the magic scorpion realm, but it took only 38 years to ride this cosmic boat. In just 38 years, his identity has not yet spread in the entire dragon domain. In the hinterland of the demon scorpion field, a huge black icy stone castle stands there. This huge black castle is where the Lord of the Scorpions lives. In the eternal dark prison, the environmental resources are limited. Although there are large territories, there are no cities in these territories, and there are very few buildings. Even if there are, they are mostly such stone castles or castles and the like. The Lord Scorpion's castle is wider than the dragon castle. Humming, a huge cosmic boat appeared in the void outside the castle. From the cosmic boat, 3 people came down. Naturally, the 3 swordsmen, the Dragon Lord, and the Stone Martian Master. Shihua, your spaceship is really good. Jian Wushuang smiled. If the owner likes it, he will take it, said the Martian Master with a smile. Say it again. Jian Wushuang just waved his hand, followed by a look at the Demon Lord. Demon Dragon, your strength is similar to that Devil Lord, and you should be very familiar with his divine breath. You first look, he is not in this stone castle. Yes. The Lord of the Demon Dragons immediately stepped forward, and the power of the soul spread directly, and all the breath in the huge stone castle in front of him was within his perception range. Suddenly, at the deepest part of the stone fortress, there was an extremely strong and powerful breath, and that breath was slightly stronger than his demon dragon lord. I noticed this breath, and the dragon lord couldn't help laughing. Master, the old scorpion is in this stone castle and hasn't left. It seems he hasn't got any news yet, said the dragon lord. That's all right. Jian Wushuang also showed a smile on his face. The reason why he arrived here in such an anxiety as fast as possible was that he was worried that the Scorpion Lord got the news in advance and hid. The eternal dark prison is extremely vast, and a scorpion domain alone is huge enough. If the Scorpion Lord hides, he may be really hard to find. Then I want to get the few treasures in the hands of the Scorpion Lord, especially that. Liangzuan Town Monument is difficult. Fortunately, he is fast enough. The Lord of the Scorpions has not heard of it yet. Master, that old scorpion also senses my existence and has come towards us. Demon Lord said, Let's go, we will meet the Lord of Scorpions. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Wu Jian Wushan, and the Dragon Lord rushed forward, and the Stone Martian Lord waited quietly on the spacecraft. Soon Jian Wushuang met the Scorpion Lord. Lord Scorpion, his whole body is covered with a layer of black armor, his hair is messy, his nose is sunken, and there are black secret lines next to the corners of his eyes. These black secret lines are like scales, and they look incomparable. The appearance of this Scorpion Lord can also be said to be extremely ugly. Devil Dragon, why did you come to me today? The Lord Scorpion narrowed his eyes and stared at the Lord Dragon. As for the sword Shou Shuang beside him, he didn't care too much. Old Scorpion, I am here today to introduce you to someone. The Dragon Lord smiled and cried. Recommend someone, just the ruler by your side? The Lord of Scorpions revealed his surprise. Yes, it is my master, the Lord of the Blood Sword. The Lord Dragon smiled. Master? The Lord Scorpion was startled. Lord of the Scorpion. Jian Wushuang looked at the Lord of the Scorpion with a smile and flipped his right hand. He already took out the token of the red cloud. Chapter 39:20. 5 more arrived today. A red cloud of tokens. Seeing the token taken out of Jian Wu's hands, the Lord of the Scorpions was frightened and almost fluttered. He screamed, his face twitching madly, making the already ugly face even more ugly. In the first level of this eternal dark prison, the Lord of the Scorpion Lords is definitely going to have wind and rain. If there is rain, there is a transcendence of existence. Even inside the top 10 kings, he exists a little to those star demon ancestors. Except for fear, he didn't take his other minds seriously. Such superpowers have not been scared or panicked for a long time in eternal dark prison, let alone scared. But now, the Lord of the Scorpions is really frightened. He is not afraid of anyone or other kings, even if he is the ancestor of Star Devil. Although mysterious, he is also jealous. But if the other party is killed, he is not afraid. But what is he doing in the face of this eternal? The true master is incapable of facing the red cloud who created this eternal dark prison. Demon Dragon, you hurt me. The Scorpion Lord snarled, and the next moment he was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. After a long while, in the stone castle of the Lord of the Scorpions, the Lord of the Scorpions, who was still unwilling to roar above the void, was standing in front of the sword without reverence at this moment, and the Lord of Dragons was standing side by side with him. Magic Scorpion, I heard the Magic Dragon said, you have 5 treasures in your hand, all of them. Sword Wushuangdo. The corner of the Scorpion Lord's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes looked a little coldly at the next Dragon Lord. The Lord of the Demon Dragons is gloating. It was also suppressed, and it was also chosen to surrender to Sword Warrior. However, the Lord of the Dragon Swords did not have a rule of treasure. As for the other sword warriors of the sword, they were not very interested, but the Lord of the Scorpions had 5 rules. Of these 5 rules, Jian Wushuang definitely wants it. Although full of unwillingness, the Lord of Scorpions immediately took out the 5 rules of the treasure. These 5 rules are precious. In addition to the 2 town monuments, there are a blue sword, a warhammer, and a purple stone stick. Master, these 5 rules are in the treasure. The warhammer is my attacking soldier. With his strength, my strength can stabilize the front line of the dragon. The Scorpion Lord said a little. He said this mainly because he wanted to tell Jian Wushuang that the warhammer was his best blade. He wanted to leave the warhammer. Wu Jianwushuang glanced at the Lord of the Scorpions and immediately threw his hand over the warhammer. Since you used the warhammer, it will be left to you. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Lord Scorpion immediately rejoiced. This stone stick should be the one you have been longing for in the Devil Dragon. Jian Wushuang looked at the Demon Dragon Lord again. Yes. The Lord of the Dragons nodded again and again, looking at the stone stick full of heat. Okay, this stone stick is for you. I hope that your strength will be improved. Jian Wushuangdo, thank the Master. The Lord Dragon also thanked him quickly and said, the Master is assured. The reason why I was not an opponent of this Scorpion, or the lack of the rule of the hand, the precious treasure. Now, with this stone stick, my battle the force will never be weaker, or even stronger, than the Scorpion. Strength, Devil Dragon, you are too arrogant. The Lord of the Scorpion gave him a cold glance. Why, don't believe it. When I've refined the stone stick, you and I can look at it. The Lord of the Dragons deliberately provoked. Okay, fight. There was a trace of anger in the Lord Scorpion's eyes. Shut up. Jian Wushuang's voice sank. The Lord of the Demon Dragons and the Lord of the Scorpions calmed down immediately. Qi Jian Wushuang is continuing to look at the 3 rules in front of the treasure. This sword. I have some of my servants who use the sword as their blade, but the strength is not too strong. Even if this rule is the precious sword, the overall combat strength will not be too great. Keep it first. Wu Shuang waved the ruled treasure sword into Qianyan's ring. As for the last 2 town monuments, Qi Jian Wu Shuang is directly refined in the face of the Lord of the Scorpions, and the process is very short, just a moment of effort. How come this is the town monument? I spent a lot of money before. I could not really refine one of them, but the master you. The Scorpion Lord looked at Jian Wu Shuang in astonishment. Stupid. I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the master has realized a trace of the super genius of the universe. Isn't it easy to refine the town's monument? The Lord Dragon taunted. Is that so? The Lord of Scorpions suddenly understood, and at the same time there was a shock in his heart. The Lord of the Rules realized a trace of the law of the universe, which was incredible. The reason why I can refining these 2 town monuments so quickly is mainly because I have had refining experience before. Jian Wushuang said, "Have you any experience?" The Lord of the Scorpions stunned. "Master, do you have another town monument in your hand?" "Of course." Qi Jian Wushuang smiled, and immediately another town monument appeared in the void in front of him. Of course, under the deliberate control of Jian Wushuang, the 3 town monuments have been reduced in size, only a few feet tall. 3 statues of the town monument. The Scorpion Lord's gaze was fiery. I heard from the dragon that these years you have been looking for the whereabouts of the 3rd town monument. Because of this, I came to you the first time. If I am not wrong, you should have the special law circle that cooperates with this town's sky monument. Sword Wushuang stared at the Lord Scorpion. The Scorpion Lord took a deep breath, and immediately Zheng Jianjian had, "Master, I do have that magic circle, and it happens to be the 1st level of magic circle that requires 3 town monuments." "That's great." Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. "Give me that array." The Lord of the Scorpions didn't hesitate. He waved a hand and gave it to Jian Wushuang. "The magic circle is in this ring. The master can take a closer look." Wu Jian won the command, and consciousness immediately searched. Sure enough, there is a specific information about the special magic circle in the order, including the control steps and methods. However, this law formation was created by the top supreme, who created the town monument. After that, the top emperor excels in the accomplishment of the formation law. With this law formation and 108 town monuments, it is comparable to an invincible supreme level of space overlord. Although the 1st level legal matrix he obtained now is simplified, it can be cast with only 3 town monuments, but it is still extremely complicated and profound for the current Sword Wushuang. Chapter 39:21. The first is more. This law formation is really esoteric. Fortunately, I have studied the 2 sword formations before. More or less, I can be regarded as an entry in the formation, and I am barely qualified to participate in this law formation. Stone Mars, who is good at formation, is here. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Such a profound legal array, he needs to master it, and it takes some time. Stone Fire, you can also look at this law formation. Your accomplishments are extremely high. When I master this law formation, I need your pointer to help. Jian Wushuangdo. Yes. The Lord of Mars nodded and took the order. The 5 rules of the Magic Scorpion are precious. 2 town monuments are thrown. The other 3 rules are only attacking the magic soldier, and it does not help me. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He was still looking forward to the Magic Scorpion. The Lord can have an arcane treasure of other types. For example, the arcane warframe, or the domain, flight, and so on. Unfortunately, the 5 rules of the Lord of the Scorpions are precious. Except for the town monument, they are all attacking magic soldiers. Of course, the Lord of the Scorpions had 2 town monuments, which surprised him greatly. Compared to the Lord of the Scorpions, the ancestor of the Star Devil let Jian Wushuang truly disappoint. After his death, the ancestor of the Star Demon, all his treasures, including his Qianqun ring, naturally fell into the sword without hands. Wu Kejin carefully searched before. There was no rule of treasure in the treasure left by the ancestor of the Star Devil. Although the Lord of the Dragons said at the beginning that among the known kings who have the rule of treasure, this star ancestor is not included, but the star ancestor is the mysterious and most special one of the 10 kings. There are endless means of success, and he has no rules in his hands, no one dare to determine. So after knowing the mystery of the star demon ancestor, Jian Wushuang at that time guessed that there should be 1 or 2 rules of treasure in the hands of the star demon ancestor. He actually didn't even have one. Not only is there no rule for the treasure, and among the many treasures left by the star demon ancestors, although the number is huge and there are many types, it is really worthy of the sword unparalleled surprise or care, but there is none. It can be said that the star demon ancestors those treasures left are too ordinary to Jian Wushuang. Also, the ancestors of the Star Devil could ignore the special power of the eternal dark prison array's repressive power. Jian Wushuang did not find any traces of the ancestors of the Star Demon ancestors or their bodies. I can say that although he killed the Star Demon ancestor, he did not get anything useful to him. This makes Jian Wushuang very strange, because in his view, the mysterious and unpredictable kings, such as the Star Demon ancestors, have emerged endlessly, and even the special powers they possessed have once attracted the eye of the Red Clouds in the heyday. Such a special existence and resources in their hands, how can there be so few treasures, even so poor? I am too poor. Many of the things left by the ancestors of the Star Demon are not as valuable as any king, which is obviously a bit weird. Adding to the calmness of the Star Demon ancestor, when he died at the beginning, there is no slight anxiety and panic, and the words left before the death of the Star Demon ancestor make Jian Wushuang's inner vigilance even more. The ancestor of Xing Mo, have you really died? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of doubt in his heart. However, there is no way to be sure. I shook my head, and Jian Wushuang didn't think about it. Magic Scorpion, Magic Dragon, you too are one of the kings. Have you ever known the remaining kings who have the rule of treasure? Do they have any type of rule of treasure in addition to attacking the magic soldiers? Jian Wushuang asked Rode. Well, the Lord Scorpion and the Lord Dragon looked at each other. The former affirmed with certainty, Master, among the remaining great kings, there are indeed a few of them who have the rule of treasure, but all they have are attacks magic soldiers. As for other types, I am afraid there are no, at least we have not seen them come out. None. Jian Wushuang frowned. Master, you also know that the first level of this eternal dark prison is dominated by the first and second series. As for the third series, they are actually accumulated after a long period of time, slowly breaking through for many of the masters here. The rule of law is the treasure that cannot be reached. The reason why there are so many arcane treasures in the first floor of Eternal Dark Prison now is because there were too many prisoners in the original detention, and a few of them who had bad luck got the arcane treasure, but they all have its just attacking the soldiers. Of course, the Zhentian Bay can be regarded as the rule of repression. However, this town Tian Bay is very special and has a large number, so it will fall into the hands of some first or second grade masters. Fall into my hands. Lord Scorpion said, which is the case, then I don't need to exhaust my efforts to deal with those other kings. Jian Wushuang said, In fact, it is only a few decades before he killed the star demon ancestors. The other kings of the domain should not have heard the news, nor have they chosen to hide. If he is now the fastest, the speed of the spacecraft drives the spacecraft, and there is still a chance to suppress one or two kings. But Jian Wushuang apparently didn't intend to do this. After all, those kings should not have a rule that is useful to him. Even if he suppresses one king, he will not get much. It is better to spend these time used to enlighten the method that drives Xintianbei. The following time, Jian Wushuang stayed in this magic scorpion castle and realized the special law formation. The Jaina method is called the God Magic Town Sky method. Although it is only a simplified version of the first layer, it is still enough to study the school time. At the same time as Jian Wushuang studied the formation, the news that the ancestor of the Star Devil was dead and the Lord of the Dragon was suppressed and forced to surrender has begun to spread in the first layer of eternal dark prison. As expected by Jian Wushuang, the remaining 7 kings were shocked when they heard the news. The first choice they made was to escape from the castle where they lived and find everywhere is hidden. They were also afraid that the Lord of the Blood Sword, who had a token of the Red Cloud, would kill the door directly to suppress them. After all, they might be stronger than the main Blood Sword in terms of strength, but the other party has a red cloud of tokens which can easily suppress them. Once suppressed, their lives and deaths are under the control of each other. Of course, these kings dare not take risks. I concealed myself and escaped for hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 39:22. Second more. In the Scorpion Castle, Jian Wushuang has lived here for 130 years. In this 130 years, Jian Wushuang has devoted all his energy to the research of the God and Magic Town Sky formation, plus the help of the Lord of Mars and the Lord of the Scorpions to help point. Until now, this method was barely mastered. 130 years, this is only the simplest first-level legal matrix. If it is a higher second-level legal matrix, a third-level legal matrix, or even the ultimate level of this legal matrix, I really do know how complicated it is. What is it like? Jian Wushuang secretly sighed. This is mainly because the Master's practice time is too short, and there is not much research on confrontation methods, so it will take a long time. If you change to some live time, the practitioners in the school field will be bored. There will be some research in the field, and it will certainly be the same with the method of confrontation. It should be easier for them to understand the law. Mars said. This is also true. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. His cultivation time is indeed too short compared with those who are held in the eternal dark prison for hundreds of chaos period. It is too short and too short. These masters have lived for too long and are too boring. Naturally, they will be involved in various paths, and they will naturally study in the formation method. Sun Jian Wushuang has only really begun to get involved in the formation of the 2 major sword formations in recent years. It is naturally incomparable to those who have lived a long time. Stone Fire, Magic Scorpion. These years there are 2 labor. Sword Wushuangdo. Master is polite. Stone Mars said, "It is a blessing for both of them to serve the master," said the Lord Scorpion. In this 130 years, the Lord of Mars and the Lord of the Scorpions helped the sword unparalleled. It is needless to say that the master of Flint and Mars, together with the formation method, can give Jian Wushuang very guidance and help. And the Lord of the Scorpions, although his understanding of the formation method is far less than the Lord of the Martian, he was the first to get the magic square of the heavenly formation. He has already mastered this formation and can naturally give the sword unparalleled experience and help. It is precisely because of the help of the 2 of them that Jian Wushuang only spent 130 years. Otherwise, they are afraid that it will take longer. The legal array has been mastered, And now it is time to try the power of this legal array. Let's go. Jian Wushuang smiled and swept directly into the void outside the castle. Soon, Jian Wushuang came to a vast expanse of void. Without millions of miles in this void, no practitioner exists. And Sword Wushuang, standing in the center of this void, waved his hands, and immediately the 3 towering town monuments floated out at the same time and fell in 3 different corners of this void. The monuments in the town of Sanzuan exude an ancient and vast atmosphere. God and Magic Town, Kai. Swords in Wushuang's eyes flashed fiercely, and a number of special handprints padded one after another. Under the guidance and control of Sword Wushuang, the 3 celestial beings were lifted up, and a series of complex golden mysterious patterns flashed and flashed quickly, buzzing. The void shook slightly. The next moment, golden lights radiated from the 3 monuments of the town at the same time. This golden light is connected to each other, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 town monuments have completely intersected, and a large golden law formation has been formed directly. This golden circle is like a huge golden cage, covering the vast world, and a breath of horror is constantly rising in this circle. Magic Dragon, try it in my circle. Jian Wushuang instructed. Yes, the Lord of the Dragons nodded, and his shape immediately plunged into the center of the golden circle. I want to start you. Be careful. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, followed his thoughts. Suppress. Boom. The entire golden circle was a sudden roar, and the endless golden light covered the magic dragon, lured directly at an incredible speed. These golden lights are all invisible. The Lord of the Dragons wanted to dispel these golden lights for the first time, but as a result, his power would not have any effect on the golden lights. I saw the golden light sweeping across the sky, and this sight covered the entire body of the Dragon Lord. At this moment, the Dragon Lord felt only a horrible power acting on his body. Although this power did not bring him how much damage has suppressed his mind to the greatest extent, suppressing his power. This repressive force is very strong. Although I can't resist the first time I can suppress it, but my strength is greatly weakened under this repressive force. It is estimated that I can exert 70% of my strength, even if it is good. The Lord of the Dragons is a little horrified. Can you still play 70% of your strength? Jian Wushuang's look moved, not surprised. The magical town of heaven, and magic is to suppress the world to the greatest extent, and the practitioners will naturally be subjected to a huge force of repression when they are trapped in the circle. However, because of the weak power of Jian Wushuang, the suppressive force should not be too bad. I use this strength to perform this demon suppression method. I am afraid that the general first series and even second series can easily resist the suppression, and the general third series is dominated by in my circle. I am afraid that I will have to tremble, and my strength can show 2 or 3 achievements, but the Dragon Lord, after all, is one of the top 10 kings. He is capable and can play nearly 70% of his power. Sword Wushuang muttered. However, this is just the most basic repressive force revealed after the magic dragon celestial array cooperates with the Jintian monument, and the power contained in the 3 town monuments has not yet been fully exerted. Qi Jian Wushuang smiled, but her eyes flickered, but a ray of cosmic law merged into the 3 town monuments at the same time. Suddenly, roar! Faintly heard a low hissing sound. The 3 town monuments trembled violently. Immediately on the surface of the 3 town monuments, the endless golden secret lines condensed, but they were condensed into 3 towering tall gold at the same time virtual shadow. These 3 golden ghosts are the golden ghosts and ghosts hidden in the town monument. The town monument was created by the extremely top-ranking Supreme, who formed the original formation together. This top Supreme created 108 town monuments, and each town monument contained a golden color, the remnant soul of the demon. This golden demon is actually some extremely powerful practitioners. All of them had the ultimate dominance during their lifetime. Unfortunately, they were all killed by the top supreme and incorporated their remnants into the town's monument. The arrogance of the town monument. Of course, this was created by the top supreme, the first 108 town monuments. Chapter 3923, Third More. Qijintianbei can be divided into two types. One type is the 108 town monuments created by the top supreme. The 108 town monuments are extremely powerful. Each one is a top-class rule. The value is even more valuable, immeasurable. The other is that some powerful people later refined their own town monuments, and they can also be used in conjunction with the town monuments of the gods and magic towns. The golden demon remnant soul. But the quality of this golden demon remnant soul is not as good as the first one. The 108 town monuments created by the top supreme are the ultimate souls of the ultimate masters, which are the top-level magic array treasures, and the town monuments refined by future generations. Most of the close-up demon ghosts are only ghosts dominated by the 4th or 5th series, and the materials used are not the same. On the level, they are only the level of inferiority. The 3 town monuments that Jian Wushuang now holds obviously belong to the second type. But even so, the control of this town monument is also very difficult. Jian Wushuang still has to understand a little cosmic law to be able to master the town monument, and it can also awaken the golden demon soul inside, like the Lord of the Scorpions, although he also mastered the magical town of Heavenly Magic Array. Even if Jian Wushuang handed over the 3 town monuments to him, he could barely rely on the magical array to display the suppression. However, it was impossible to summon the golden ghost of Jintianbei. This is also where the Lord of the Scorpions is far worse than the sword Unparalleled. Now, the 3 golden demon remnants are all emerging, and suddenly a terrible power bursts out from these 3 golden demon remnants. In a short time, the tremendous repressive power that had been so great has been improved a great deal on the basis of the original. The suppression is stronger. My dear, my current strength, I am afraid that I can only play at most 50%. The Lord of the Dragon's face sank slightly. At the same time that the repressive power was greatly increased, the 3 golden demon remnants sent out a hazy golden light and surged towards the sword, Unparalleled. Under the baptism of golden light, Jian Wushuang felt his divine power, and at this moment he got a tremendous improvement. This improvement is like a special mystery, the power to suppress, to the greatest extent, to suppress the opponent, but at the same time, my strength has been improved to a certain extent. Jian Wushuang's eyes twinkled. This magic town Tianfa array is actually quite detailed, with some domain methods. Many domain methods are used to oppress opponents, but at the same time they can bless themselves. Now, the same can be done with this magic town, but the effect is stronger. In addition to the repressive power, this magic devil's heavenly formation also contains a heavy killing trick. This heavy killing move, Jian Wushuang already mastered. Magic Dragon. Next, I will use this magic array to kill. You have to be careful. If you can't support it, then say, Jian Wushuangdo. The master is as good as he can do it. The Dragon Lord's eyes were dignified. He turned his hands, and a purple stone stick appeared in his hands. This purple stone stick is exactly the magic circle obtained from the Lord of the Scorpions. The Lord of the Dragons has refined this purple stone stick over the years. With the rule of treasure at hand, the power of this Dragon Lord is naturally stronger than before. A lot. French array, kill. The sword has no double-sided color sinking, and the imposing golden light bursts out from the 3 town monuments at the same time, and the 3 golden gods and ghosts on the town monument also stare more. Howling Lala! This mighty golden light, like a blade, easily cuts through the void, like an ocean of swords, madly attacking and killing the demon dragon lord. The demon dragon lord immediately waved the purple stone stick in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. I saw a horrifying spectacle of violent blasts, and the violent blasts burst out, dispersing all the golden light from the surroundings. After dozens of attacks, the skylight golden light finally dissipated. The Lord of the Demon Dragons is still standing at the very center of the golden circle, but at this moment his breath is a bit turbulent. Why did the master stop? The dragon lord looked over. He could see the golden light just like a blade. Although he had been defeated a lot by him, it should not have reached the limit of this magic circle. This magic circle should be okay. Cast more golden light. Magic dragon, how do you think I can do that trick? Jian Wushuang asked. It's very strong. The golden light and power are extremely good. They are no less than the full blow of the 3rd level. The key quantity is also many. I can only exert 5 strengths under the suppression of this circle. Success. Even if I have to resist these golden lights, it is not easy, said the Dragon Lord. But don't you all resist it in the end? Jian Wushuang smiled lightly, but if he looked closely, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, it's a surprise. Hagahara's sword originally had great expectations for the power of this magic town, and now it is being put on display. This law team did not disappoint him. Whether it is the repressive power of the French front or the blessing of his own strength, it has a great effect on him. But what really surprised him was the heavy killing trick he just performed. With this heavy killing trick, you can send out a golden light like a blade. These golden lights are densely attacked, and the power is very powerful. However, Jian Wushuang saw from these golden lights some similarities to his wave of light sword formation. The wave of light sword formation is to form a huge sword-like ocean and carry out the sword-like wave impact again and again. That sword-like wave is vast and endless, no matter who it is, as long as it falls into his sword formation. Unless it can rely the powerful attack method directly defeated his sword formation or used his escape technique to fight from his sword formation. Otherwise, he would have been trapped in this sword formation and always suffered the impact of the sword wave. If it is purely on the nature, the devil's heavy killing trick is to kill the opponent, and the wave lightsaber array is just to trap the enemy. Judging from the process of the two, they do have many similarities, that is, the golden light strikes like a blade, and the endless impact of swordsmanship in his wave of lightsabers. Let Jian Wushuang's mind suddenly had an idea. If I can combine my wave lightsaber array with this demon town sky law formation, no, just with this demon move of the devil town sky law formation, can the power be stronger? Jian Wushuang murmured, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 39:24. Fourth more. Stone fire. Jian Wushuang called the stone Mars over. One direction in my mind is whether the killing tricks in the heavenly array of the gods and demons I just cast can be compared with the wave of lightsaber array created by myself. A combination of the two, combined with the sword array? Master of the Martian stared, then nodded. Master, the killing trick you just cast in the final analysis is still performed by the magic town Tianfa array, which belongs to a method of matrix method. Since it is a matrix method, in principle, it can be combined with other matrix methods, and naturally can also be combined with the master sword array. But the process is more complicated, and the master may have to spend some time before it can be done. It doesn't matter if it takes some time, as long as it is thousands or thousands of years. It is worth my try. Jian Wushuangdo. Thousands of years and tens of thousands of years will not be too much. After all, the master of the gods and magic towns of Tianfa Formation, you have completely mastered it. According to my estimation, the master will combine his sword array with the murderous tricks of the gods and magic towns of Tianfa Formation. It should take decades to do it, Stone Mars said. Okay, then study for decades. Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not return to the Scorpion Castle, but in this void began to try to study. However, the Lord of the Dragons has completely become the object of his trial of the sword formation, and the Lord of the Dragons is afraid to complain. The time passed every day, and it took only 26 years for Jian Wushuang to make an unknown number of attempts before finally combining his wave of light sword array with that of the magic town and heavenly array. He is also in that void, and is also the Lord of the Dragons under the cover of the huge golden circle. Walking around the circle of law, on the 3 towering town monuments, the 3 golden gods and ghosts have also condensed, and the greatest power has erupted with that repressive force. The monster dragon lord was suppressed madly, so that the strength of the monster dragon lord can only play at most 50%. Magic dragon, pick up. Qi Jian Wushuang smiled, and the 3 monuments of the town in time were gigantic, as if the sword-like golden light burst out. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's wave of light sword array has also been launched. The sky sword-like ocean rolled up a wave of sword-like waves. It is noteworthy that the mighty golden light did not take long after it was plucked out, and it combined with the sword-like ocean to each other, and for an endless time, the sword-like wave with the golden light was overwhelmingly impacting the demon dragon lord. Come here, this golden light sword waves, the mighty sky. A random wave of sword-like waves rushed, and that power was enough to make the ordinary third order master dominate the color. The dragon lord held the purple stone stick tightly in his right hand. He also noticed the arrogance of the heavy golden light sword wave around him, and immediately shot. The stick smashed out, but only a few collisions. The face of the dragon lord changed. How is it possible that although I can only exert about 50% of my strength, even if I have 50% of my strength, it is definitely the 3rd level advanced combat power, and it is still a lot stronger than the average darkest strongest. But now, when I go on a stick, I still use the rule of the most precious magic soldier, but I just barely crushed a heavy golden sword wave. The dragon lord was a little dazed. He was absolutely crushing the sword unparalleled in strength before. Jian's unparalleled wave lightsaber array is on display, and he can cause the entire sword array to collapse by more than 1 stick at will. Now, although his own strength has been suppressed, he can show it at will, and the entire sword formation should be shaken. When the actual result came out, he put it on display with a stick, but it was just the first heavy sword wave from the surrounding assault. In other words, the power contained in a single heavy golden sword-like wave is not weaker than him, and it is estimated that it is already the strongest blow of the strongest in the dark area. Like the first axe of 1,000 killing emperor, I'm afraid that Wei Neng is equivalent to a heavy sword. He must know that the first axe for the 1,000-slave monarch is the skill of the 1,000-slave monarch. After 1 axe, he must reaccumulate his strength before he can cast the 2nd axe. But now, in this sword array, the endless golden sword-like waves are coming. Each heavy golden sword-like wave is comparable to the first axe of the 1,000-slaying monarch, which is terrible. The Lord of the Dragons also had to make a full shot to defeat the heavy golden sword-like waves around it. 1, 2, or even dozens of waves were okay. He could resist it. Dozens, hundreds of times. After the impact, even the Dragon Lord couldn't stop it. Magic Dragon, use your strongest trick to see if you can break my sword array. Jian Wushuang said in a loud voice. The Lord of the Demon Dragons did not hesitate and saw a terrible evil sweeping up, and on his face Black scales appeared one after another. He has revealed part of the body. He followed closely. A gleam of light appeared on the surface of his body, but the purple stone stick in his hand waved out one after another. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive sticks, each containing explosive power, directly bombarded the surrounding sword-like ocean. The strongest trick of the Lord of Dragons, and the strongest trick that the rule of the magic weapon is used to cast, the power is amazing. 3 consecutive sticks can be bombarded on the sword-like ocean. Although it makes the entire sword-like ocean, it shuddered a lot, and the sword-like waves that were heavy and heavy defeated one after another, and the entire sword formation collapsed, but that was only the case. In just a few moments, the entire sword formation completely recovered, and a large number of golden sword-like waves continued to endlessly impact the demon dragon lord. This Lord Dragon's eyes widened, and his head was a little cyan. And Jian Wushuang saw this scene, but laughed. Yes, the wave of light sword array and the magic trick of the town of heaven and magic array, the two perfectly combined, complement each other so that the power of this sword array enhanced too much. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. Before that, he fully exerted the wave lightsaber array, and the power of the heavy saber wave was barely comparable to the ordinary attack of the 3rd series. As for the toughness of the array, some powerful dark areas are the strongest. He'll be able to break open his formation. But now, in combination with the killing moves of the Magic Town Heavenly Formation, the golden light covers the surface of the sword wave, and the whole wave of sword formation has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now that his wave of lightsaber array is unfolding, each heavy golden sword-like wave impact power can be comparable to the strongest hit of the darkest strongest, and it can be comparable to the level of the first axe of the 1,000-slave monarch. To the degree of tenacity, even the demon dragon, one of the 10 kings, can't break through the strongest killing tricks by the rule of the magic weapon. Comparing this one by one, there is too much power to improve. Chapter 3925. 5 more arrived today. Now if I fully exert this sword array and cooperate with the magic and Magic Town Sky Law array, I can easily kill the dragon. Jian Wushuang looked at the dragon lord in front of him. The Lord of the Dragons has already performed his strongest trick, and as a result, he can't break his sword array at all, and the golden light sword wave that is comparable to the power of the darkest, strongest trick can hit it again and again. The magic power of the Dragon Lord is constantly consumed. The only thing the Dragon Lord can do is to continuously and passively resist the golden light sword wave, and on the other side is to find a way to escape from the sword array. Don't forget, however, that the Lord of Dragons is now in the magic circle of the Magic Town. The demons and celestial battlefields are repression-type legal battlements, directly suppressing this world or driving the 3 towns and towns' monuments at the same time. This kind of repression-like legal battlements may not be able to defeat even the 4th-ranked master. The Lord of the Dragons is in this circle, and his life-saving secrets may not be used at all, and he cannot escape. I can't think of it in just over 100 years. I have the ability to slay the demon dragon lord. The sword has no 2-sided color and is strange. Before I wanted it, more than 100 years ago, when the Lord of the Dragons came to him, he was not an opponent at all, and he could only suppress it with the token of Hong Yun. He can kill the dragon, Lord, now even if there is no red cloud token. Of course, the reason for this is mainly based on the 3 town monuments and the Magic Town Heaven Law formation. Aside from this method, his real combat power is still far from the level of the Dragon Lord. Anyway, starting today, I have another extra whole card, and now I am just the ruler, and I can't really exert the power of this Magic Town Heavenly formation. If one day I break through and reach the domination, if you cast this magic array again, that's probably the real fear. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, Devil Dragon, stop. Qi Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the crazy impact of Jingguang's sword ocean disappeared on the spot. As for the gods and demons that suppressed this world, the heavenly formation has also converged. On the 3 Monument Town monuments, the 3 golden gods and ghosts have also disappeared. The 3 Monument Town monuments have been reduced in size and have been included in the heavenly ring by the sword unparalleled. Both the sword formation and the demon town Tianfa formation were withdrawn, and then the Lord Dragon exhaled heavily. I have to say that the time he was caught in the sword formation was really miserable. Congratulations to the master. The sword formation is finally reached. The Lord of Mars came to Jian Wushuang first. The master's sword array, combined with the god-demon town's heavenly formation, the combination of the two, the power is really powerful. If this demon dragon is an enemy, I am afraid that he is already dead in the master your sword array. The scorpion lord also said, "Okay." Wu Jianshou only smiled slightly, but from his expression, he was extremely happy. The magical town of heaven and magic has been mastered, and my sword array can perfectly cooperate with it. The enlightenment of these years is not a waste. Magic scorpion, magic dragon, and stone fire. We are leaving when the 3 of you are ready. Sword Wu Shuangdo, go away. The Lord Scorpion Lord, Lord Dragon, and Stone Mars looked at each other. All of them had a hint of surprise and excitement in their eyes. Master, but are you going to leave this eternal dark prison? The Lord Scorpion excited. He also doesn't blame him for being so excited. You must know that they were all detained by Hong Yun in this eternal dark prison. Hundreds of chaos ages have passed so far. What a long time it is. I have been trapped here for such a long time, and my heart is almost desperate. Before they surrendered to Jian Wushuang, they knew that Jian Wushuang could take them out of the eternal dark prison. From that time, they have been looking forward to it. They look forward to leaving here, leaving this ghost place, and returning to the universe. It's time to leave. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. In fact, he has not been in this eternal dark prison for a long time, less than 1,000 years. But in this millennium, his gains have been huge. He not only made great strides in his own strength, but also got 3 town monuments and mastered the magic town heaven law formation. In addition, he has also recovered many strong men. And then, if his identity was not revealed, he wouldn't mind staying in the eternal dark prison for a longer period of time. If possible, he could try to conquer the other 7 kings. But now, his identity has spread in this eternal dark prison. Perhaps most of the strong are not aware of it, but the remaining 7 kings have their own ability to collect intelligence information. They must know that he exists. As long as those kings are not stupid, they will choose to hide. Since hiding, it is difficult to find the sword unparalleled. After all, he is not a high-level powerful man in the red cloud vein. He is not strong enough to rely on the red cloud vein tokens to greatly mobilize the eternal power of the eternal dark prison. Everything is in sight. I can't deal with those kings anymore, so staying here is useless. As for the other layers of the eternal dark prison, he couldn't go at all. Even the first floor was because he knew exactly where the entrance was, and the flaws of the eternal dark prison circle were also there. As for the entrances of the other layers, he doesn't know. Even the misty adults in the red cloud realm. It's not clear, otherwise he can try to rely on the tokens of red cloud's veins to go to the other layers to conquer some strong ones. Then the threat of the Lord of the Stars can be easily lifted. The 3 of you are ready, and we immediately set off for the 9th dark zone of Demon Dragon Realm. The strongest ones in the dark zone I had previously subscribed were all there. In addition, the exit of the first floor of the eternal dark prison was also there. Sword unparalleled. Yes. The 3 Lord Scorpions all pressed their inner excitement and went to prepare. The number of my servants is still not enough, but I can try to capture and conquer as much as possible. Jian Wushuang smiled. Soon, Sword Warrior took the Lord of the Scorpion, Lord of the Dragon, Stone Lord, and several relatively strong Darkest men who had been with the Lord of the Scorpion. Went. Along the way, when Jian Wushuang swept across a dark area of the territory, he never idled, but often shot and went to the strongest of the dark areas one by one to conquer it. When Jian Wushuang returned to the 9th dark zone of the dragon domain, there were already more than 20 slaves behind him, plus the 1,000 slave monarchs who had already conquered and were waiting in the 9th dark zone. Blood Rain Demon, Lord of the Drake, Lord of the Red One, etc. All his slaves add up to a total of 41 people. Chapter 39:26. The first is more. Eternal Dark Prison, the 9th Dark Zone. In the vast expanse of void, a space channel has been temporarily opened. Wu Jianwushuang took his majesty with 41 slaves, standing in front of this space passage. This space passage is the exit. Across this you can leave. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 41 slaves behind him, including the 2 most powerful lords, the Demon Dragon and the Demon Scorpion, now have unprecedented enthusiasm. Everyone leave with me. After Wu Jianshuang said it, he stepped directly into the space passage ahead. The 41 slaves naturally followed immediately, and soon they disappeared into the space passage. And when Jian Wushuang and others left, the space passage immediately dissipated. Eternal Dark Prison has once again restored its former calmness. Hongshe Mountain, very deep, in front of the entrance passage on the 1st floor of the Eternal Dark Prison, the ancient night demon waited there. Of course, what is waiting here at this moment is just an incarnation of consciousness left by the ancient night demon. As for his deity, he has already returned to the ancient night demon palace. Buzzing. The original calm French channel suddenly lighted up, followed by a shadow of a person walking out of that channel. Come out, haha. Finally come out. Hundreds of chaos times. How many young people finally come to an end. This outside air is so good. Haha, I finally came out alive from the ghost place. A series of cheerful laughter sounded one after another, and these prisoners who had just stepped out of the eternal dark prison could hardly conceal their excitement and ecstasy at this moment. Jian Wushuang, who stood in front of the crowd, seemed extremely calm. Ancient Night Demon King? Jian Wushuang also noticed the incarnation of the Ancient Night Demon King in front of him. The Lord of the Blood Sword. The Ancient Night Demon stepped forward, but his gaze was watching everyone behind Jian Wushuang. Although he is just an incarnation of consciousness, not his deity here, he can still sense the incomparable strength of these people, and there are several of them he can directly recognize. Lord of the Demon Dragon. Next to this is the Lord of the Scorpion. There are 2 of the 10 kings. The Ancient Night Demon glared. He also escaped from the eternal dark prison by chance, but he is only a trivial little person in the 1st level of the eternal dark prison, which is at the bottom. After all, he has not reached the 3rd level, but now the people standing in front of him are all in the 3rd series, and they are also the strongest in the 3rd series. All of them are at the level of the strongest in the dark area, and they are all outstanding. As for the Lord of the Dragons and Lord of the Scorpions, let alone, it is one of the 10 kings. That is the high existence that made him look up. But now, these top powerhouses are all standing behind Jian Wushuang, honestly, and judging from their expressions, obviously they have already become the mainstay of Jian Wushuang. Ancient Night Demon King is your conscious incarnation, left here. Jian Wushuang looked at the Ancient Night Demon King in wonder. I purposely left the consciousness incarnation waiting here, just to see the results of your eternal dark prison team, Lord of the Blood Sword. Now it seems that the Lord of the Blood Sword's gains from the eternal dark prison are no small matter. The ancient knight devil sighed, and looked humbler than ever. No way. The people behind Jian Wushuang at the moment are all capable of easily killing him, and they are obviously dominated by Jian Wushuang. If at this time they carelessly anger the Blood Sword Master, the Lord of the Blood Sword will let his subordinate take a shot at will, which is enough to easily kill him. It's okay to harvest. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. By the way, before entering the eternal dark prison, I promised to kill the star demon ancestor for you, and did it. The ancestor of the star devil is dead. The ancient night demon trembled in his heart, and an ecstasy and excitement appeared in his eyes. The ancestor of the star devil, who has turned it into a livestock, has spent a full billion years. That billion years can be said to be absolutely inhuman and inferior to life. Therefore, he also has an unprecedented hatred for the ancestor of the star devil. This is why Jianshou Shuang was asked to slay the star demon ancestor for him. Now he heard that Jian Wushuang really killed the star demon ancestor for him. How could he not be excited? I did help you kill the star demon ancestors. At this point, several people of the demon dragon can testify. They saw it with their own eyes, but am not sure if the star demon ancestors died. Jian Wushuang frowned. Don't be sure. Gu Yi Mo Jun stunned. How to say, I did kill him. But I suspect that the ancestral ancestor may still have an avatar living in the world. But it is certain that the ancestral ancestor in the eternal dark prison must be dead. The sword is unparalleled. This is enough. The ancient night demon holds both hands and has the thrill of revenge. Well, the ancient night devil, if nothing is wrong, we will go first. Jian Wushuangdo, the Lord of the Blood Sword, is portable. The ancient night demon is smiling. Immediately, Jian Wushuang took his 41 slaves with his majesty and rushed directly towards the Red Rock Mountain. A large group of people passed through the inner area of Red Rock Mountain and did not deliberately hide the breath. Along the way encountered a lot of rulers on the way, feeling the breath of Jian Wushuang, and others, they were scared a big jump. Everyone except Jian Wushuang is the third-level leader. Although the rule masters can't tell the strength of these masters, even the weakest first-level leader. It is dominated by more than 40 people. In this star field, it is also called astonishing. Where we are now, should we be in a dangerous place, we pass by many places, and some places even gave me a sense of danger, and there are still many little guys who are the rulers here. Haha, the ruler! In the eternal dark prison, I haven't felt the breath of the ruler for a long time except the master. The servants of Jian Wushuang also chatted along the way, but did not deal with the rule masters they encountered. He quickly left the range of Red Rock Mountain and set foot on the cosmic void, after which the Lord of Mars took out the cosmic boat. The matrix method on this cosmic boat is extremely damaged. Although the Lord of Mars improved these law arrays before, it only just adapted to shuttle in the eternal dark prison. And in the cosmic void, the cosmic boat can also shuttle, but it couldn't be too fast, but it was much faster than their speed. It didn't take long for the group to reach the void near the Shinggong. End of this chapter. Chapter 3927. Second more. Magic Dragon, you are waiting on this spacecraft. Jian Wushuang commanded, even if Xian was alone, and swept away toward the front of the star house. Okay. After nearly 1,000 years, Jian Wushuang returned to the horoscope, but was shocked by the sight. I saw the void in front of me, and 3 Earth stars came side by side. The 3 Earth stars are obviously the smallest in the middle, but they are the core. These 3 Earth stars are all surrounded by powerful French asylums and are connected to each other. A burst of mighty power spreads out, which is extremely deterrent. 3 Earth stars. The sword is not bizarre. Although the Star Palace originally occupied an Earth star as an old nest, it was only 1 Earth star. When did it become 3 Earth stars? And the soul power of Jian Wushuang permeated out, and instantly felt a lot of strong breath on these 3 Earth stars. The number is much more than before. It seems that the years in which I entered the eternal dark prison have changed greatly. Jian Wushuang smiled, but people have appeared on the most central planet, and the lava ray on that planet has not been blocked. As soon as he returned to the Star Palace and took the initiative to release the power of the soul, the Xian Shin Taoists and the Lord of Time and Space who had stayed in the Star Palace naturally noticed that a few silhouettes greeted him immediately. "Ha, my dear friend, you are back. Jian Tian Ho." The sound of greetings sounded loudly and appeared in front of the sword without double sides. In addition to the 4 people of the Xian Shinto, the Master of Time and Space, the leader of the Cut Heaven Alliance, and the Heavenly Ancestor, there were 2 others. The 2 men also knew Sword Wushuang, who was from Xianyan of the 7-star Xuanzong, and Emperor 13. Xianyan, as the Punishment Palace Master of Qixing Xuanzong, was already the master before the collapse of Qixing Xuanzong. He now appears in Xingong, and Jian Wushuang is not surprised. But Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor 13 in front of him. He could sense the unparalleled sharp breath on the ladder. The ladder stood there as if it had converged on the edge, but it still made people's hearts. The thrilling world sword, this Emperor 13, his breath is much stronger than before. Dominion. Jian Wu's eyes flashed with a strange light, followed by a smile. "Emperor 13, congratulations, you finally broke into the domination." "Good luck." Emperor 13 was flat. "Good luck." Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He is very clear that Emperor Xi's breakthrough to become the master is by no means luck, before the fall of the 7-star Emperor Xuanzong. Emperor 13 was recognized as the first person of the ruler. Even when he used the ruler's realm, he had cut off the arm of the master. Although the master was in the beginning, the realm of the gods was suppressed, but Emperor 13 was able to do this, and he was still very good. He was already infinitely close to his master at the beginning. Unfortunately, before he broke through, the 7-star Xuanzong was greatly changed and directly destroyed. He also fell into a deep sleep and spent a long time in the chaotic world of ancient times. During that long time, because the environment of Tiandao is limited, his strength cannot be improved at all. Until recent years, Jian Wushuang has refined the eternal chaotic world and brought them all back to the beginning of the world so that their strength can slowly recover and begin to improve. He added that God 13 fought against himself at first, and although he lost in his own hands, he also gained a lot of understanding, and then he closed it directly. And this time, Emperor 13 broke through and became the master. I can say that Emperor 13 can break through. It is purely to achieve its own strength, and it is a thick accumulation of thin hair. There is no luck at all. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, I'm afraid you don't know yet. This Emperor 13 has a very high understanding of the origin of Kendo. After the war with you, the retreat has been greatly improved in recent years, and he has perfected his sword system and made a breakthrough. After becoming the master, in these years he went to practice in the 3rd Dao realm. Progress was even faster, and he learned a rule. Now he has become a higher master in the realm of the realm, and in terms of combat ability, he is as powerful as the top master. Now, we are in the beginning of the divine world. Except for you, the Emperor, the 13 is the strongest. Shindao laughed aside. "Oh, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but glance at Emperor 13. How long has it been since he broke through the domination? And he directly has the top dominating combat power, which is better than the mysterious Shintos and the Lord of the Sky. It's mainly the triple path. It's too magical. Emperor 13 is still bland. He shrugged his shoulders without help. He had contacted Emperor 13 many times, and he knew that Emperor 13 was such a cold, dumb person. By the way, in the millennium I was away, how did the overall strength of the gods in the early days improve? Jian Wushuang asked. He gave the triple path to Xuanyi them very early, and countless practitioners in the world had already begun to improve their strength with the help of the triple path. Now, after so many years, there should be some results. Seeing Jian Wushuang inquiring, the Xian Shinto man looked at the people in the space-time hall next to him and laughed. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, the triple path world is really a treasure. It's amazing. In the past few years, a large number of practitioners in the realm of the gods have entered the triple path world to practice, and all of them have been greatly improved at the level of ruler alone. In the early days of my god world, more than 100,000 rulers have emerged in these thousands of years. Xian Shinto, humane. More than 100,000. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Do you want to know how many masters of the rule that the kingdom of God had before it all add up? I'm afraid it's less than 10,000. But now, thousands of years ago, there have been more than 100,000 rulers. This number is indeed a bit scary. Where is the master? In these years, could there be a new master from the triple world in the early world? Jian Wushuang asked again. This is not yet. The mysterious Shinto shook his head. The only master who was born in the world in these early years is Emperor 13, but Emperor 13 is the master who breaks through on his own. After the breakthrough, he went to the triple path, cultivated. However, although the Miedao realm has not yet cultivated its master, it is possible to stay in the master of the many rules cultivated in the second Dao realm. There are already several people who are about to break through immediately. It is estimated that at most these hundreds of years in time, there should be several successive breakthroughs, and the fastest one among them should be your friend, Xinhua Lord. Xinhua. Jian Wushuang looked. The Xinhua Lord, who has been with him for a long time, is indeed one of his best friends. At the beginning, the Xinhua Lord has reached the most extreme level of the 6 realms of void, and is one of the people closest to his master now, Shun, who will be able to break through, and Jian Wushuang will be happy at the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39:28. Third more. Well, what are the 3 Earth stars in this horoscope? Jian Wushuang asked suddenly. This, haha. Xian Shinto smiled. Tenho Xiaoyu, you forgot. You went to visit the ancient night demon in person, and after the visit, the ruler of the emperor ran in person. Come to my star palace to pay for your sins, and soon afterward, news came out saying that you fought against the ancient night demon king, and you defeated the ancient night demon king. You know, before the ancient night demon king, this star domain is recognized as the first strongman. Even the top master Tianping master can't pass a trick in his hands, but you can win the ancient night demon king. And you, it's just the ruler. As soon as the news comes out, my star house's status in this star field will immediately change. Before, although my star palace was barely considered a big force because of your rise, it was still not the top one, but you did not need my star palace to do anything after the battle with the ancient night demon king. Most of the powerful people in this star field will naturally attribute my star house to one of the top forces, and there is no need to think of any way for my star house. There are countless strong people who come forward and want to join my star house. Of course, my horoscope is also coming. In less than 1,000 years, the ruler of our horoscope has exceeded 10,000 people. What? Jian Wushuang was startled. You know, when he first went to Eternal Dark Prison, the rulers of the Star Palace had all been just over 1,000 people. In less than 1,000 years, it has grown from 1,000 people to over 10,000 people. It's too fast. There are too many rulers, and a single Earth star can no longer satisfy the star house. So in recent years, we have spent some money. We have found 2 unmanned Earth stars in this star field. It moved here, and the 3 Earth stars were juxtaposed so that it has the current palace. Xian Shinto, humane. Is that so? Soared unparalleled. I have to admit that the current star palace is indeed much stronger than it used to be. It is a good thing that the Shingon becomes stronger. The more powerful you are, the more you will have to fight against the Devil Star, and I will have more chances of victory in the world. Jian Wushuang smiled. As soon as Jian Wushuang mentioned Demon Star, the look of Xian Shinto became dignified. Heavenly friend, there is something I must tell you. Xian Shindao stared at Jian Wushuang. What? How dignified? Jian Wushuang asked. It's Demon Star. Mysterious Taoist solemnly said, You know, my star house has been installed in the star field where Demon Star is located, and I've been paying attention to Demon Star's movements. Years ago, there was a message from the eyeliner over there, Lord of the Clouds, out of customs. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed sharply. He knows that the reason why Demon Star hasn't been moving for years is because the Demon Star has been in retreat, and it is still the most important stage of retreat. It's possible that once the Demon Star Master has cleared the level, I am afraid that he should break through to reach the 4th level master level, and he will definitely act. Jian Wushuang has been preparing for how to deal with the Lord of the Clouds, and he also hopes that the Lord of the Clouds will retreat a little longer and give himself more preparation time so that he can deal with the Lord of the Clouds. The certainty will also be greater. But now, the Lord of the Devil Clouds, have you prepared to leave? Jian Wushuang asked. Not ready to leave, but has already left. Xian Shinto humane. According to the news from the eyeliner over there, Demon Star has already begun to prepare a long time ago. Just 1 year after the Lord of the Demon Stars went out, the Demon Star led his army to leave the star field directly. Most powerful people in that star field did not know the purpose of the Demon Star army, but Demon Star is waiting for me. How long do we have? Jian Wushuang asked. At most 1,000 years. Xian Shinto humane. What? Jian Wushuang was frightened, his eyebrows tightened. How could it be so fast? Wouldn't it take at least tens of thousands of years to get here from Demon Star? Yes, under normal circumstances, it takes tens of thousands of years for a master to be from the star field where Demon Star is located. But the Lord of Demon Star is the 2nd level astral planet. Lord, the means are extremely good, and he also has a cosmic boat in his hand. Mysterious Shinto man just said this. Spaceship? Jian Wushuang stunned. Before he met the Lord of Mars, he may not know what this spaceship is, but after meeting the Lord of Mars and riding the spacecraft himself, he is no stranger to this spacecraft. Jane is able to shuttle quickly in the cosmic void. Even the lowest cosmic boat, the speed of shuttle in the universe is dozens of times or even hundreds of times faster than the average master. By the cosmic boat, instead of hurrying, the arrival time of the Demon Star army must have slowed down significantly. The cosmic boat is very strange. The speed of shuttle in the cosmic void is too fast. At most 1,000 years, the army of the Demon Star must be able to reach this star field, and it will not even take 1,000 years. In this millennium, I have to make all the preparations to meet the battle with the Demon Star. Xian Shinto man solemnly said. Within 1,000 years, Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. The people in the space and time hall, next to the Lord of the Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens, and the Emperor 13, were not very good-looking. Within 1,000 years, a war with the Demon Star will erupt. This war is about the life and death of the gods in the early days. Once defeated, they may be able to flee elsewhere in the universe, relying on their own strength, like Jian Wushuang. With his strength and talent, they should also be able to live well in other territories, but in the early days, their hometown was over. In order to enhance his own strength, the Lord of the Demon Clouds will completely crush the pre-God realm. By then, the pre-God realm will collapse and disintegrate in the shortest time. Countless practitioners during this period, except for the top group, can outside the universe. No one else can survive. No one can accept this result, such as Jian Wushuang, his relatives, his wife, and many of his friends are in Taichu God Realm. Taichu God Realm is the hometown of their birth and their roots. For Jian Wushuang, Taichu God Realm is still him. Shizu and Xuanyi had to fight to protect the existence. Xian Yi created him after he died, and he began to inherit his master's mantle and became a new perfect life. He had an innate mission. This mission was to regain the primordial deities and shelter the primordial gods. Everything in the world. Therefore, they cannot afford to lose in this war. They must win. Chapter 39:29. Fourth More. Less than 1,000 years, too little time for us to prepare. Jian Wushuangdo. It's rare. It's not long before we got the triple path. It's only a few thousand years, and we have only just begun to build strong people. If you give us some more time, it won't take long. It only takes tens of thousands of years. There will be countless rulers and a large number of masters in the world. The overall strength will be increased. I do NT know how many times, but there is no way. We do NT have that much time. Now, we can only make the best use of this time. Do everything. Shun Xiandao, Shun said. A few of the masters around him also nodded. They can't complain that the magic cloud star came too suddenly and the time is too short. They can only do as much as possible and do more preparations in the past millennium. I came back this time and brought back a group of strong men. Jian Wushuang said suddenly. At the scene, the eyes of several masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. A batch of strong men. How many? Xian Shinto asked. Dozens of people. Jian Wushuangdo. Just a few dozen people. Xian Shinto people disapproved. Those who are strong, are now in the void outside the Star Palace. You still follow me to see for yourself. Jian Wushuang had already swept away outside the Star Palace. The 6 masters looked at each other, and although confused, they immediately followed. He and his party left the horoscope and soon came to the void where the cosmic boat stayed. Across the distance, the 6 masters saw the huge spacecraft. What is this? What a big ship, and can stay in the void of the universe. Is this the legendary spacecraft? 26 masters all showed their astonishment, because they knew that the Demon Star Army could resist this star field within 1,000 years, because the Demon Star had a cosmic boat in its hands. As for the cosmic boats, they have heard of some. They can shuttle in the cosmic void and naturally stay. The huge boat in front of them is obviously similar to the cosmic boat. It's a space boat, but it's not complete. Those strong men I brought back are waiting on the boat. Jian Wushuang smiled. The 6 masters also saw dozens of figures standing on the cosmic boat. Each of those dozens of figures exudes a terrifying atmosphere, or it is cold like a heaven and earth ice cellar, or it becomes a huge black hole, or it is unruly, or it is like an axe breaking the sky. One figure at a time. Each one is enough to frighten people. Perceived the horror breath emanating from the dozens of people on the cosmic boat. The 6 masters, Xian Shinto, the Lord of Time and Space, the Lord of the Heavens, the Emperor Zizing, and Xianyan all drank coldly. Qi, the bottom of my heart instantly caused a huge wave. Just now, they didn't take it for granted that Jian Wushuang had brought back a group of strong men, but now, This group of strong men stood in front of them, but made the 6 of them totally frightened. Master, all masters. It's not an ordinary master yet. I can sense that these dozens of people are all ridiculously strong, even stronger than the top masters I've seen before. Too strong. Who are these people? The 6 masters shivered. They had to tremble, so they stood there at the moment, standing in front of the spacecraft, and the dozens of powerful figures on the spacecraft glanced at them from time to time. A glance at them casually made them feel cold inside, as if they had already walked on the edge of death. So horrible. These dozens of figures casually come up with one. Their strength is absolutely crushing them. I stand in front of a group of such top powerhouses. Although they are also the masters, they dare not come out. I only have Sword Wushuang, who fell on the cosmic boat indiscriminately. The host. Immediately, the dozens of horrifying figures shook the 6 masters of the mysterious Shinto priests, and they went down together to worship. And they worshipped and shouted, apparently Jian Wushuang. Master? The heads of the 6 Shinto men were a little cyanotic. Let's all get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. 41 slaves, including the Lord of Dragons, stood up, but the eyebrows still showed humility and respect. Heavenly friend, what is going on? Xian Shinto came forward, but his eyes still shocked like never before. I have just said that they are the strong ones I brought back from a dangerous place in the universe battlefield. They have been trapped in that dangerous place for a long time before, and I can help them get away, but as a condition, they have to follow me and play for me for 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Serve for you? 100,000 years. The mysterious Shinto man took a cool breath, but immediately followed him and asked, what are the strengths of these people? How do I feel that their strength is very arrogant and very terrible? Each of them has the combat power of the 3rd level master, and they are still very strong in the 3rd level master. Of course, it is very scary for you. Jian Wushuang laughed. 3rd level master? Xian Shindao stared at the back of the space, and Time Hall master, the Lord of the Heavens, and heavens were also frightened. Even lips were trembling. He was only Emperor 13, but at the moment he was quite puzzled. What is the 3rd order master? It didn't take long for him to break through and become the master, and he had just entered the battlefield of the universe, and he didn't know some of the division of the master. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, Master, divided into many different levels according to the number of rules that are merged. Although you are now the top master, but only the 1st level master, if you integrate another rule, then that is the 2nd level dominates and the 3rd level dominates the gate, and the 6 rules must be merged at the same time. In our star field, the 2nd level master can be said to be an invincible power. Just say that ancient knight demon king. He is only the peak of the 2nd level master. These people behind me, you can easily take out one, and you can easily kill the ancient knight demon. Any of these people are better than the ancient knight demon king. Anyone can easily kill the ancient knight demon king. Even the cold-tempered Emperor 13 was completely shocked at this moment. He has heard the name of the ancient knight demon king more than once during these years in the universe battlefield. For the most powerful in this star field, the ancient night devil is still terrible. But now these people brought back by Jian Wushuang, even one of them is better than the ancient night devil. But there are more than 40 people here. Chapter 3930. A batch of rulers less than 1,000 years. There's too little time for us to prepare, Jian Wushuang said. Yes, it's too little. We've only been in the triple realm for a few thousand years. We've only just begun to create experts. If we have more time, it won't take long. In just tens of thousands of years, countless principles masters will emerge in the divine beginning realm. A large batch of rulers will increase their overall strength by many times. But we can't help it. We don't have that much time. We can only make the best use of the nearly 1,000 years to do everything well, Taoist Shen God said in a deep voice. The surrounding masters also nodded. They could not complain that Devil Cloud Star's arrival was too sudden and too short. They could only do as much as they could and make more preparations in the last 1,000 years. Everyone, I have brought back a group of experts, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. The masters immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. A group of experts? How many are there? Taoist Shen God asked. Dozens of them, Jian Wushuang said. Just dozens. Taoist Shen God did not think much of it. Everyone, those experts, are in the void outside Star Palace. You'd better follow me and see for yourself. After saying that, Jian Wushuang rushed out of Star Palace. The 6 rulers looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they immediately followed him. They left Star Palace and soon arrived at the void space where the universe boat was. From afar, the 6 rulers saw the huge universe boat. What is this? What a huge boat! And it can stay in the universe void space. Is this the legendary universe boat? The 6 rulers were shocked. They knew that the reason why the Devil Cloud Star Army could resist this star field within 1,000 years was because Devil Cloud's Star Master had a universe boat. They had heard of some universe boats. They could travel through the universe void, so they could stay there. The huge boat in front of them was obviously very similar to the universe boat. It's a universe boat, but it's not complete. The experts I brought back are waiting on the boat, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The 6 rulers also saw dozens of figures standing on the universe boat. Each of the dozens of figures exuded a terrifying aura. They were cold as ice, turned into huge black holes, were unruly, and looked like axes that could split the heaven and earth. Each of the figures was terrifying. Sensing the terrifying aura emitted by the dozens of people on the universe boat, Taoist Shen God, Temporal Temple Master, Heaven Cleaving Alliance Master, Heaven Ancestor Di San, and Xian Yan, the 6 rulers, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts instantly surged. Just a moment ago, they did not take Jian Wushuang's words seriously about bringing back a group of experts. But now, this group of experts stood in front of them, making them completely terrified. Rulers. They are all rulers. They are not ordinary rulers. I can sense that any one of these dozens of people is ridiculously strong. They are even much stronger than the top rulers I have seen before. They are too strong. Who are these people? The 6 rulers' bodies trembled. They had no choice but to tremble. Therefore, they stood in front of the universe boat. The dozens of powerful figures on the universe boat glanced at them from time to time. Any one of them glanced at them, and they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they had been on the verge of death. It was too terrifying. Any one of these dozens of figures was definitely more powerful than them. Standing in front of such a group of top-tier experts, they did not dare to breathe loudly, even though they were also rulers. Only Jian Wushuang landed on the universe boat casually. Master. Immediately, dozens of figures, which made Taoist Shen God and the other 6 rulers tremble in fear, bowed and kowtowed in unison. The one they kowtowed and shouted was obviously Jian Wushuang. Master, Taoist Shen God, and the other 6 were a little confused. Get up. Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the 41 servants, including Demon Dragon Lord, stood up. However, there was still a modest and respectful look on their faces. My young friend, what is going on? Taoist Shen God walked up, but his eyes were still filled with unprecedented shock. I just said that they are experts I brought back from a dangerous place in the universe battlefield. They were trapped in that dangerous place for a long time, and I can help them get out. But as a condition, they have to stay by my side and serve me for 100,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled. Work for you? For 100,000 years. Taoist Qian God gasped, but then he immediately asked, how strong are these people? Why do I feel that they are very powerful and terrifying? Each of them has the battle strength of a third-level ruler, and they are very powerful among the third-level rulers. Of course, they are very terrifying for you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. A third-level ruler? Taoist Xian, God stared at him. Behind them, the temporal temple master, the heaven-cleaving alliance master, and the others were also frightened, and their lips were trembling. Only Di Shursan was puzzled at this moment. What is a third-level ruler? He had just become a ruler not long ago and had just entered the universe battlefield. He did not know about the division of rulers. Jian Wushuang smiled. He said, rulers are divided into many different levels according to the number of principles fused. For example, although you are a superior ruler, you are only a first-level ruler. If you fuse one more principle, you will be a second-level ruler. As for the third-level ruler, you have to fuse 6 principles at the same time. In our star field, a second-level ruler can be said to be an invincible expert. Take Demon Monarch Ancient Knight, for example. He is only the most superior ruler of the second level. Any one of these people behind me can easily kill Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. Any one of these people is stronger than Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. Any one of them can easily kill Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. Even the ice-cold Di Shursan was completely shocked at this moment. In the years he had been in the universe battlefield, he had heard of Demon Monarch Ancient Knight's great name more than once. For most of the experts in this star field, Demon Monarch Ancient Knight was still terrifyingly strong. But now, Jian Wushuang had brought back some people who were stronger than Demon Monarch Ancient Knight. But there were more than 40 people here. Chapter 39-31. The first is more. Our pre-God world was just one side of this star field, and it was just one side that had not been bred for a long time. If we hadn't relied on the relationship between the threefold worlds in the past, I would have produced a lot of strong people in the pre-God world. Otherwise, our overall strength and background are far worse than other astral circles in this star field. There are a lot of rule masters in this star field, and those rule masters who dare to wander through the 3 battlefields all year round are all very good. They are much stronger than the new rules that were born in the early world of God. As for the master, there are also many in this star field. If possible, I intend to recruit as many of these strong men as possible. My star palace has been very low-key in recent years, and its reputation in this star domain is also good. There are no enemies except for the sacred islands supported by the 3 holy places. Hate. And now that we have a large number of treasures, we can completely invite them to fight for me in the beginning. Wuxian Shinto is smiling. Several of us have just discussed. Although this star field has a lot of rulers and a lot of masters, but because it is at the edge of the universe, the number of treasures in this star field is relatively small. After all, the only way for the strong in this star field to get the treasure opportunity is the 3 battlefields. Although there are a lot of treasures and chances in the 3 universe battlefields of Redstone Mountain, Magic Smoke Valley, and Quicksand Demon Realm, they can really get but very few. So, the power of this star field is lacking, especially the high-level treasure. Tian Ho Xiaoyu, for the first time, you brought back 100,000 pieces of pinnacle treasures from the Red Cloud realm. This is pinnacle treasure. Under normal circumstances, even the masters will pay great attention to pinnacle treasures, let alone the ruler. we can make a promise, but as long as the Lord of the rules above the void realm, as long as he is willing to fight for me in the early world of God, it will not take long for me to give my full strength to the battle with Devil Star after 1,000 years, and I will give them a weight. The highest peak treasure is the reward. As for those who are below the void realm, after all, the practitioners of the void realm and the void realm, we can use the top Arctic as a reward. I believe that when this news spreads, this star field will be a complete sensation. The rulers of countless rules in this star field will be crazy for them. I am afraid that for hundreds of years, there will be countless rulers who will aim for the peak, the top, and the top. Arcana rush to my horoscope. And with this batch of arcana, in the beginning, the world of the gods could capture a huge army of rules in a short time. Hearing this, Jianwu's eyes narrowed slightly. He has no doubts about the words of Xian Shinto. In this star field, the number of treasures is too small and the quality is low. A peak treasure, even the master will pay great attention to it. Among the rule masters, except for a few special ones, or the rules with great backgrounds and opportunities outside the Lord, there are almost no peak treasures, and an ordinary pinnacle is enough to make the rulers of this star field crazy, including those who are extremely powerful in the 6 realms. As for the top emperor, the rulers of those 6 realms of the void will also be stunned. Now, as long as it is above the void realm, it will be given to the top peak treasure, while those in the void realm and the void 4 kingdoms will be given the top arcana. The news spread. I am afraid that few rulers can resist this temptation. This is only the master of the rules. As for dominating this level of combat power, we now have a large number of the strongest treasures, and we can also at the cost of the strongest treasures. So many of this star domain dominate the power, although this star domain, the dominating combat power, is not too much, but all of them can be regarded as a not weak force. Coupled with the army of countless rulers, in the beginning, the realm of the gods could gather more than 70% of the high-level combat power of this star field. When the magic cloud army kills it, we will have a better grasp of it. It's a lot. Mysterious Shinto again said, "Good." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Compared to this star field, I still have a lot of gods in the beginning. If I can rely on the treasure to integrate all the high-level combat power of this star field, this will be a great deal for me. In the beginning of the deity, it was also a great help. As for these top treasures, they only paid a lot of peak and top treasures. As for the strongest, there is not much to give, and it has no effect on the beginning of my deities. It doesn't matter. Mysterious Shinto laughed. In fact, when you first brought back 100,000 pieces of peak treasures and 100 strongest treasures, I was already thinking about this step, but only then the strongest treasure we have is not too much. If all of them are used as a price to attract the strong, then after the war, the peak of the treasure is flooded, and the strong forces of all parties in the universe have a large number of peak treasures and the strongest treasure. At the beginning, I was on the top of the divine side and was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, www.novel. At that time, the only card I had in the world at the beginning was your strength, but at that time your combat power was not enough to deter the entire star field. I was worried once we act in this way, it will cause the madness of countless large forces in this star field. At that time, I am afraid that they will not only help us to counter the magic cloud star, but even directly take the treasure in our hands. Now, neither of them exists. The mysterious man paused and smiled. You brought us thousands of strongest treasures this time. With these strongest treasures in hand, even if the treasures flood in the future, I still have the gods in this star field, being in the absolute leading position. As for the other powerful powers, you are now the first recognized power in this star field. Even the ancient Night Demon King is defeated in your hands. Only you are shocked by this person. There is no star field. People dare to mess around. What's more, you have brought back such a large number of strong people now. With them in hand, even if the treasure in our hands is several times, but dozens of times, it can be kept. This star field has no one, or forces, dare to hit the idea of my horoscope. Wu Jian smiled. He is not guilty. At the beginning, there was a large number of treasures in the Star Palace, but they had to hide it carefully and not dare to expose it. After all, the strength of the Star Palace was not too strong in this star field. But now, the master of a lot of rules of His Majesty will not say that the highest level of combat power alone, or his servants can take one out, can sweep this star field. There is such strength, there is no need to worry about Star Palace anymore. Chapter 39-32. Second more. In this case, then make this news public as soon as possible, and let all the strong players in the entire star field know in the shortest possible time. Jian Wushuang smiled. As for the treasure, do NT use it, let it go. I will spend some time. Go to Hongyanji again, and bring back as many treasures as possible. Countless treasures in the Red Cloud realm. More than billions, although Master Wu will have some restrictions on the strongest treasure, and the strongest treasure on the highest level. If only the top level and peak level treasure, then the Master can say that he wants more. Yes, take it casually. At that time, he only brought 100,000 pieces of pinnacle treasure out, but if he needs it now, he can go to Hongyan Realm to find that misty man. If he wants some top-level, pinnacle-level treasures, he believes that most of the misty man will promise him. With enough treasures, we can convene a large number of rule masters to form an army of rule masters, but there are too many rule masters. It is not easy to fully play their role. The best way is to let them practice and master some special battle formations and cooperate with each other to develop stronger combat capabilities. However, such battle formations are fine on a small scale, and large-scale battle formations do not exist in my Star Palace now. Frown. Large-scale battle array. Jian Wushuang looked. It is true that an army composed entirely of rulers must, of course, operate in conjunction with some special legal or combat formations in order to be able to exert stronger combat power. Now, the number of rulers on the side of the divine realm alone in the early days is more than 100,000. If you gather a large number of rulers in this star field, the number will be even more terrifying. I am afraid that it is always the number of rulers of hundreds of thousands. To be able to maximize the power of the masters of these rules to the extreme battle array, the requirements must be extremely high. Stone fire. Sword Wushuang opened. Master, the Lord of Mars immediately came to Jian Wushuang. Your accomplishment in the formation method is the highest among us. Have you ever been able to solve this battle? Jian Wushuang asked, but the Lord of the Martians smiled directly. Master, I don't hide it. Before I was detained, I had served in a military camp of a kingdom of God, and my duty was to specifically design and improve the army's formation and law. Of course, the high-level military formations of the Divine Kingdom Army are scary. There are nearly 100,000 people in charge of researching and improving this military formation. I am only one of them, but I understand the military formations and battle formations of this army. There are still many, and the army of one kingdom of God is tens of millions of casually dispatched. The scale of hundreds of millions of powerful people compared to only creating hundreds of thousands, at most nearly 1 million, and all are only rulers. The battlefield is still much simpler. That's all right. Jian Wushuang's eyes lightened. That being the case, it's up to you. No problem. Stone Mars nodded, and his face was confident. Xian Shun, This master of Martian is a master of matrix formation. He has a very good understanding of matrix formation. I am afraid that even in many 4th series and 5th series masters, he is extremely high. In this star, the domain is absolutely incomparable, and in the battlefield, it is to him. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Then there is Mr. Luo Shihua. Xian Shinto arched. I just obey the command of the host. Your Excellency is very polite. The Lord of Mars returned the gift. Xian Shin, my majesty, these people. I will also give them to you temporarily. You find a place to house them first. If they have any needs, as long as they do not go too far, they can be satisfied. Jian Wu Shuangdo. Yes. Xian Shinto nodded. Sword warriors turned around and looked at the many slaves behind him. Listen, this mysterious beside me is my elder, and I have great grace. When I am away, you all have to obey his orders. Of course, if you have any needs, you can ask him, and he will satisfy you as much as possible, but do NT overdo it. In addition, you were all detained by Hongyun in the first place, and most of them have committed sins, and maybe even some of them are evil and poisonous. I do NT care about them, but now you are under my hands. You must be honest one thing, who dares to make waves in this star field. Then don't blame me for being polite. I already have a lot of slaves in my hands. Even if I kill a few, it doesn't matter. Wu Jian has a cold mang in his eyes. The servants in front of you were trembling inside. Among them, there are indeed many evil-minded people who have committed heinous sins, and they have been detained in the eternal dark prison for a long time, and now they have finally come out of the eternal dark prison. Each of them has gone crazy and has wanted to vent, and some even want to slaughter a lot. Turn. It is normal for them to slaughter some ants, but they are very repulsive to them. They are now controlled by Jian Wushuang's life and death, and Jian Wushuang's order is not dare to disobey. After all, although Jian Wushuang swears to the laws of the universe that they will be freed after 100,000 years, the premise is that they must obey Jian Wushuang's order. If they do not obey the order, Jian Wushuang can still kill them at any time. Xian Shun, I'm going to Jyoti Pavilion. If you are in trouble, you can directly send me a message. Jian Wushuangdo. Okay, Xian Shinto nodded slightly. Demon Dragon, follow me, Jian Wushuang said again. Yes, the Lord Dragon nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord set off directly and headed for Jyoti Pavilion. As for the remaining 40 slaves, they were temporarily housed in the Shingon by the mysterious Shinto people and lived there. At the same time, a message spreads throughout the star field at the fastest speed. The news was personally conveyed by the Lord of the Single Palace. The main idea is that there are countless precious treasures in the Single Palace. This star field, if the ruler and master of the rule, as long as they are willing to fight for the sacred palace for thousands of years, they will get one for exchange. Among them, the Lord of the Void, 3 realms, and 4 realms pays a top prize. The Lord of the 5 realms and 6 realms of void. The reward is a pinnacle. Dominate the strong. The reward is the strongest treasure. Regardless of how many rulers come, Star Palace guarantees that absolute is sufficient and sufficient. Even if it is 1,000,000 pieces of top-level and peak arcana, Star Palace will pay. The news came out. Instantly, the entire star field was sensational and boiling. He followed closely after countless powerful people from this star field. After hearing the news, they all rushed towards the Star Palace. For a while, the horoscope was completely the focus of this star field. Chapter 39-33, Third More. 9 Emperor Pavilion is a large trading venue. When Jian Wushuang learned about the Jyoti Pavilion from the main entrance of the Space and Time Palace, he only knew that the Jyoti Pavilion was special. He did not fight for hegemony and did not participate in the competition for treasures. He only did his own business, even the deepest part of the universe. At that time, Jian Wushuang had a little curiosity about these 9 emperors' pavilions. Then, after conquering the magic flame, and after eternal dark prison, he conquered a large number of slaves. After communicating with them, Jian Wushuang had a new understanding of the 9 emperors' pavilions. Zhou Daiji, that is simply a giant, although he does not fight for hegemony and does not participate in the competition for opportunities and treasures. The Jyoti Pavilion is located in all corners of the universe. Even at the deepest part of the universe, it has a pivotal position. Like the deepest part of the vast universe, there are eternal kingdoms of gods. These kingdoms are developed by the top and supreme, like a red cloud. These kingdoms should be the site of the pioneer, but these gods all have the Jyoti Pavilion, and the number is still quite large. He can spread the 9 emperor pavilions all over the universe and even infiltrate into one large kingdom of gods. The masters of those kingdoms have no opinion yet. The degree of terror of these 9 emperor pavilions can be imagined. The 9 emperors' palace can exist in the vast universe for so long, and the territory involved is so vast. Its strength and details are unimaginable, and the one who founded the 9 emperors' palace in one hand is bound to be a shocking powerhouse. I am afraid that at least it is the supreme invincible, that is, the level of supreme Ling Yun, and it may even be stronger. Jian Wushuang secretly said, 9 Emperor Pavilion is definitely a superlord in the universe, at least much stronger than Hong Yun. Sword Wushuang has no doubt about this. While the star field where he is now, although the edge of the universe, the power of Jyoti Pavilion still infiltrated. In the middle of this star field, a huge and ancient Earth star is hovering there quietly, and Jyoti Pavilion is located on this Earth star. The appearances of Wujin Wushuang and the Dragon Lord appeared in the void outside the Earth. 9 Emperor Pavilion. Jian Wu's eyes calmly looked at the huge Earth star in front of him. Although there is a huge law formation above the ground star, Jian Wushuang can still clearly see the tall building attic in the law formation. The entire Jiujian Pavilion is extremely magnificent, and there are many practitioners on the planet who are walking around. Most of these practitioners are the strong ones who come to trade in the Jyoti Pavilion. Next to Jian Wushuang, the Lord of the Dragons will be more domineering than Jian Wushuang. He glanced at the Jyoti Pavilion in front of him, and the power of the soul swept out unscrupulously. The heavy array on the Jyoti Pavilion failed, blocking the soul exploration of the Lord of Dragons. The Lord of Dragons had already seen the scene in the Pavilion of the 9 Emperors for a moment. There are 3 masters, 2 of whom are only the first series, but there is one who has reached the second series, said the Dragon Lord. Oh, Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't expect that there was even a second-level master in the 9 Emperors' Pavilion. You know, when the strong man in the eternal dark prison has never stepped out, this star field will be dominated by a second-level master on the bright side of the star field. Except for him, no one seems to have reached the second-level master, but it now appears that there is such a person in the Jyoti Pavilion. Let's go in. Jian Wushuang swept directly to the star. After the sword Wushuang appeared in the void outside Jyoti Pavilion, and the power of the soul of the Dragon Lord swept away, the 3 masters in Jyoti Pavilion were immediately noticed. I saw 3 arrogant breaths rising from the Jyoti Pavilion at the same time, and 3 figures also appeared above the Jyoti Pavilion. The appearance of these 3 people instantly caused a commotion in the Jyoti Pavilion. Master? 3 masters? It is the 3 masters of the Jyoti Pavilion. The most central one is the master of the first court of the Jyoti Pavilion, Shen Yun, who is said to have reached the top level of dominance many years ago. The original you dominated at the time, but later you dominated the star field because of the rise of the ancient night devil. Now, among the strongest in this star field, in addition to the top of the blood sword apart from the Lord and the ancient night demon king, this Shunyun ruler should be the strongest. What happened? It turned out that the three masters of Jyoti Pavilion appeared at the same time, and even Shunyun's master appeared. An exclamation sounded from below. Many rulers who came to trade in Jyoti Pavilion raised their heads in amazement, one by one, looking at the three masters above. He followed closely, but the three masters, under their gaze, swept directly to the void ahead, where two figures came slowly. Obviously, the reason for the appearance of the three patrons was because of the arrival of the two. But who are those two people who actually attracted the three masters of Jyoti Pavilion to appear at the same time? Haha, the Lord of the Blood Sword is here. My Jyoti Pavilion is full of glory. The gigantic laughter emanated from the mouth dominated by Shunyun. Hearing this laughter, the rulers below were immediately clear. Who am I? Turns out to be the Lord of the Blood Sword. Well, as Shunyun dominates, now in this star domain, I am afraid that only the Lord of the Blood Sword and the ancient Night Demon King are qualified to meet him in person. The Lord of the Blood Sword, that's the Lord of the Blood Sword. Look at the breath, which is also the rule of the general rule. The general ruler? The joke is also the ruler. The main sword of this blood sword kills me and waits. It's almost like killing an ant. Don't say, I wait. Even if it is the general master, the main sword of blood sword is afraid. You can easily kill him. You must know that he defeated the ancient Night Demon King. How good is the ancient Night Demon King? Who is the one-horned old man next to the Lord of the Blood Sword? I don't know, but it seems to be a very powerful person. The rulers of the rules below all talked about. For the ruler of these rules, the general masters are high above them, and the appearance of masters like Shunyun is enough to excite and even tremble them. And the gods who have been passed on in this star field for a long time with the rule of the Lord, and known as the Lord of the Blood Sword of the first strongest in this star field, are enough to make them crazy. It is a great luck for the master of these rules to be able to see these strong sides. Moreover, they are also the masters of the rules. They naturally admire, and even admire the sword's unparalleled strength. I now see Jian Wushuang, just like Jian Wushuang's own idol. Chapter 39-34. Fourth more. On the void of Jiujian Pavilion, Jian Wushuang and the Lord of the Dragons stood there. In front of them were the three masters of Jiujian Pavilion. The eyes of these three patrons at this moment are not on Jian Wushuang's body, but on the Dragon Lord. This person, Shunyun dominated and looked at the Lord Dragon with a frown. He does not know the Lord of Dragons, and has never heard of such a strong man. Although the Lord of Dragons is standing behind Jian Wushuang at this moment, it gives a huge amount of oppression in his body. This oppression is strong, makes Shunyun dominated secretly. At this time, the eyes of the demon dragon, Lord, also just swept over. It was just a simple sweep. Shunyun's master only felt a twitch of his body and mind. So terrible strong, I feel not weaker than that ancient night devil, and maybe even stronger. Shunyun is the master of the first pavilion of Jyoti Pavilion. When the ancient night demon king rose, he also dealt with the latter. However, the background of the Nine Emperor Palace is too large. It is said that the power of Xian can oppress many large forces in this star field, but it is not afraid to provoke the Jyoti Pavilion alone. Suddenly, Shunyun dominated and found that the one-cornered old man standing in front of him at the moment gave him a stronger feeling than the ancient night demon. but the one-corner old man stood on the side of Jian Wushuang and was a little behind. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I wonder if this one around you is? Shen Yun asked him. He is just one of my servants. Shen Yun do not care. Jian Wushuang smiled. Servant? Lord Shen Yun glanced at the other two cabinet masters next to him, but his heart was even more frightened. Dominated by Shen Yun, I came to Jyoti Pavilion this time to do business. Jian Wushuangdo. Let the Lord of the Blood Sword come in person is bound to be a big business. I also invite the Lord of the Blood Sword to follow me to the cabinet, and we will discuss it slowly. Shen Yun dominated the invitation. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the Dragon Lord, led by Shen Yun, ran towards the central loft of the Jyoti Pavilion. In the lofty loft, Jian Wushuang sat at a round table, and the Lord of the Dragons stood respectfully behind him. In front of him, the three lords of the Jyoti Pavilion also sat there. I don't know what treasure you need to exchange for the Lord of the Blood Sword, Lord Shen Yun asked directly. Spar, all kinds of special spar, but it must be high level. Jian Wushuangdo. He wants special spar, which is naturally prepared for demon flame. Although in the eternal dark prison, he beheaded many masters, conquered many strong ones, and obtained a large number of special spar. But these special spar, in addition to the Jin Song that was originally obtained from the 1,000 killed monarch outside of the Boundary Stone. Most of the other spar levels are more general. Even if all of them are added up, it is not enough for the magic flame to restore the gold-swallowing body. Therefore, Jian Wushuang needs more spar, and they are all high level. This is easy to handle. I have a list of special spar in my 9 Emperors Pavilion. You can see the Lord of the Blood Sword. Shen Yun's master directly passed the list to Jian Wushuang. After Wu Jianshou took it, he browsed with the magic flame. After a few moments, the list is finished. No, the level is too low. The sound of the magic flame sounded in Jian Shuang's heart. The spar on this list is very general, and the quality is lower than those of the master you get in the eternal dark prison. I've been on a few, and I've recovered a lot of gold swallows now. I'm going to continue to recover this kind of ordinary spar, what NT be of much use even if swallowed. Only the higher level spar can make it. My gold-swallowing body continues to recover. None of the spar on this list can meet my requirements. Wu Jian's brows also frowned. He also listened to the demon flame before. As the gold-swallowing body slowly recovers, the quality requirements for the spar will become higher and higher. Up to now, although the gold-swallowing body of the demon flame has not recovered to 10%, but the general spar it had no effect on his recovery. Shen Yun dominates. It's true, the special spar level I want must be high, like the spar on this list that you come up with. None of them can meet my requirements. Jian Wushuang said. No one. Shen Yun dominated in surprise. No, the spar on this list is extremely rare and precious in this star field, and several of them are almost extinct in this star field. Oh, no such precious spar can meet your requirements of the Lord of the Blood Sword. Master of the Blood Sword, can you tell me what you want these spar to do? Shen Yun's is indeed curious. Ku Jianshuang, but shook his head directly. This matter is important. ICA-NT tell you, but I do need a higher level spar. I wonder if Shen Yun dominates your 9 Emperors Pavilion, or is there another way to get it? The spar that I can take out for the time being is on this list. The higher level spar is probably very difficult to find, but if you really need the Lord of the Blood Sword, there is something else. The way can be found. Shen Yun dominated. What method? Jian Wushuang looked over. The Lord of the Blood Sword, www. Novel. You should have some understanding of my 9 Emperors Pavilion. my 9 Emperors Pavilion is located in all corners of the universe and in various star domains, and this star domain is at the extreme edge of the universe. The barren land has naturally limited resources and treasures. The higher-level spar is not available in this star field, but other star fields are available. If you really need the Blood Sword Master, Geode Pavilion can be delivered to you from other star domains, but it will cost a lot more to send it from other star fields. Shenyun said. Wu Jianshuang squinted his eyes, slightly not surprised. The high-level spar he needs is indeed very difficult to get in this star field, unless it is the deepest in the 3 battlefields, and the opportunity is extremely bad. 1 or 2 special spars can be obtained. Ru Jianwushuang got a blood iron at the beginning, but hard to plant is pure luck, which can be encountered but not sought. With the resources of this star field, it is really not easy to get that high-level special spar. It can only be sent from other star fields. If you send it from another star field, the price will definitely be more expensive. After all, the universe is too vast, and one star field is extremely far apart from the other star field. Even if it is Geode Pavilion, you need to send treasures from a star field. It is not so easy to go to another star field. I want to know what are the highest level spar you can send to this star field in a short time. Jian Wushuang asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 39-35. 5th more. This, I have to communicate with the masters of some nearby star domains so that I can get accurate information. Shun Yun dominated for a while and said, let us just ask the 2 to wait a moment here. I will immediately get in touch with the cabinet owners of those stars. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, without urging. Shun Yun dominated immediately and was presented with wine and food for Jian Wushuang to enjoy. After a long while, Shun Yun had the exact answer. Master of the Blood Sword. This list is just sorted out by me and can be sent to this star field in the shortest time. The special spar level on the list is much higher than the previous list. See if you are satisfied. Shun Yun dominated and resent a list to Jian Wu double-sided. After Wu Jianshou took it, his consciousness swept away, and he nodded slightly. It is true that the special spar on this list is much higher than the previous level. Magic Flame, what do you think? Jian Wushuang communicated with Mo Yen internally. Not bad. The Magic Flame also said, although there are only dozens of crystals on this list, the levels are not low, and the highest level of them has the greatest 2 kinds of help to restore my body. One is the ice crystal. The other is the golden fire magic stone. Although the 2 crystals are still inferior to the golden Sangjia stone, they are also very good, especially the golden fire magic stone. If there is a certain amount in a short time, you can restore 10% to 20% of the deities. I got a reply from Demon Flame, and Jian Wushuang immediately looked up. Shen Yun is dominated. Of these spar, I need 2 ice crystals and gold fire demon, but I don't know how much these 2 spar are worth. Bing Yuan Jing, the golden fire demon? Shen Yun dominated his brows and laughed. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you have a good eye. On this list I gave you recently, these 2 kinds of spar have the highest level, especially the golden fire magic stone, that is extremely rare in the edge of the universe. Of course, the higher the level, the higher the value naturally, not to mention that both types of spar need to be sent from other star domains, and the cost is even greater. Shun Yun's dominance only said that the cost was greater, but did not say the specific value of these 2 kinds of spar. Jian Wushuang said directly, I not only need to send these 2 kinds of spar from other star fields, but I also have a requirement that the speed must be fast. Within 500 years, I must send to this star field, and give it to me. What? Within 500 years? Shen Yun dominated his eyes. Why, you can't do it. Jian Wushuang glanced at Shen Yun. I can do it. I have 9 emperor pavilions in all corners of the universe and have been connected with each star domain, and there are special space channels between each other. If you use space channels, let alone 500 years, even 5, it will not be a problem to send it to you in 10 years. But the key is the cosmic channel. It is no more than a space channel in the astral space. It is extremely difficult to open any cosmic channel. The cost is even greater. This is just a creation, and each time it is transmitted in cosmic space, the same it takes a huge price, as is the case with short-distance cosmic space channel transmissions, and the cost is even more outrageous if it spans star fields. Shen Yun's master frowned. I know the cost is huge, and I have already prepared mentally. You don't need to talk nonsense to me. Let's just say how much it will cost to send these 2 kinds of spar to me in 500 years. Jian Wushuang said lowly. Shen Yun dominated for a moment, and then stretched out a finger, saying, a gold fire magic stone requires 1 universe source stone. Wu Jian's eyes narrowed sharply. The lion opens his mouth. The dragon lord next to him whispered coldly, and a little bit of evil swept out of him. When Sun felt this evil spirit, Shen Yun was dominated, and the other 2 patrons of Jyoti Pavilion were taken aback. Qi Jian Wushuang waved his hand to signal the dragon lord to converge his breath. Is the source stone of the universe? Swordless eyes narrowed. Universe source stone. This is a special unit used for trading in the vast universe. In the vast universe, there are 2 kinds of currency for trading. One is the cosmic crystal, which is also the earliest cosmic currency that Jian Wushuang contacted. At the time he got the Blood North heritage, he got some cosmic crystals. At that time, he didn't know the purpose of this cosmic crystal was later discovered in the cosmic battlefield. However, the universe crystal is only the most basic trading currency, and it is mostly used by the ruler and some weaker masters. And the masters who reach a certain level of strength, they use all the source rocks of the universe. In the universe, it is also currency. The ratio of the source stone to the universe crystal is 1 to 100 million. In other words, only 100 million cosmic crystals can be exchanged for 1 cosmic source stone. But in this star field, even those masters who have been roaming in the universe battlefield all year round and have the rules of the treasure, their total net worth is probably hundreds of universe crystals. Even if it is a first-level master, the total net worth is probably only about hundreds of thousands of universe crystals. If there is the strongest treasure in hand, the net worth may be more, but not too much. 1 cosmic source stone, equivalent to 100 million cosmic crystals. This is definitely an astronomical number for most first-order masters. Because on the market, the value of a strongest treasure may be between 100 and 2 million cosmic crystals. 1 cosmic source stones are equivalent to dozens or even hundreds of strongest treasures. This is not to blame the demon dragon Lord said that Shen Yun dominated the lion's mouth because under normal circumstances, a gold fire demon stone does not need 1 universe source stone at all, at most 0. 1 universe source stone is sufficient. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I know that the price is relatively expensive, but there is no way. Your requirements are too high. You must send it to this star field within 500 years. For 500 years, you can only rely on cosmic space. Channel. Shen Yun dominated solemnly. What about Bing Yuanjing? Jian Wushuang asked again. The value of the ice crystal is slightly lower than that of the gold fire magic stone, but if it is delivered within 500 years, it will also require a 0. 9 source stone of the universe. Shen Yun dominated. Wu Jianso silent. In the bottom of his heart, he was asking Moyan, Moyan, If your gold swallowing body is to recover 20%, how many gold fire magic stones or ice yuan crystals do you need? If all of them are gold fire magic stones, 100 pieces are almost enough. If all of them are ice crystals, I'm afraid about 120 pieces are needed. Moyen replied, 100 gold fire magic stones, which means 100 universe source stones. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. Chapter 39-36. Sixth more. Universe Source Stone, Swords Unique. That was obtained when he was slaying and conquering many powerful men in the Eternal Dark Prison. You know, most of the Eternal Dark Prisons are from the depths of the universe, and hundreds of Chaos-era killings can survive. Every family is extraordinary. There are some cosmic source stones or cosmic crystals. In their hands, these all add up, and now I have about 20 cosmic source stones on hand. But the 20 cosmic source stones are obviously not enough to buy the Golden Fire Demon Stone and Bing Yuan Jing. Shen Yun dominates this gold fire magic stone, and Bing Yuan Jing, I want a little more. Jian Wushuang suddenly said, Oh, dominant Shun Yun immediately looked at Xiang Jianshuang. If it is pure gold fire magic stone, I need 100. As for Bing Yuan Jing, I need 120. Jian Wushuang said directly, This. The Master Shun Yun and the other two patrons heard it, all a little dazed. They know how expensive Shun Yun's price has just been. One cosmic source stone, a gold fire magic stone. Hundreds, that would be 100 cosmic source stones. In the universe, even if it is the master of the 4th or 5th series, all the net worth may not have 100 source rocks of the universe. The Lord of the Blood Sword can take it, although the suspicion is extremely deep. Shun Yun's master still said, The Lord of the Blood Sword, although I gave you this list, it does not mean that there are many spar on this list, especially the Golden Fire Demon. Stone and Bing Yuan Jing have the highest levels. I have communicated with and calculated the statistics of many cabinets in the surrounding area. All the star fields around here only have more than 30 gold fire magic stones. As for the number of ice crystals, there are more, but they are not even 60. Even if I give it all to you, it won't meet your requirements. So, I can do everything possible to send you 30 gold fire magic stones and 50 ice yuan crystals in 500 years, of course, if it is a slightly lesser crystal, such as the blood dragon crystal. There are quite a few star fields around here. I can get you 200 or 300. It is not a problem. What do you think? Blood dragon crystal? Jian Wushuang frowned. It's okay. The sound of the demon flame rang in Jian Wushuang's heart. Although the level of the blood dragon crystal is not as high as that of the gold fire magic stone, and ice yuan crystal, the 300 blood dragon crystals together are comparable, 30 or 40 gold fire magic stones, and all of them are enough. Jian Wushuang nodded. Just 30 gold fire magic stones, 50 ice yuan crystals, 300 blood dragon crystals. Okay. Shun Yun dominated the dignified look. You thought that you only need 1 or 2 gold and fire magic stones for the Lord of the Blood Sword, so the value will naturally be a lot higher, but now the Lord of the Blood Sword is a one-time one. If you need so many crystals are already in the same star field. You can get a lot of crystals in one cosmic channel transmission, so it can save a lot of cost. So I can give you the Lord of the Blood Sword in terms of price. Lower some. Let us do that. 30 gold fire magic stones and 50 ice yuan crystals are added together. I'll give you 50 cosmic source stones. As for 300 blood dragon crystals, it's all 30 cosmic source stones, 80 cosmic source stone, Lord of the Blood Sword. If you agree, I will definitely send these things to the Star Palace within 500 years. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. 80 cosmic source stone, although it is still a huge number, but what Shunyan dominated before, it is indeed a lot of discount. The Lord of the Blood Sword. I don't know the 80 cosmic source stones. How did you pay for it? Shunyan dominated it. I have a lot of treasures in your hand. Let's see how much it is. Sword Wushuang waved his hand and took out a ring of heaven and earth. In this ring of prey, there are a lot of resources and treasures that he got from the strong men who were killed by him after he killed in the eternal dark prison. Many of the resources and treasures here are extremely precious, which are not found in this star field, and the value is naturally extraordinary. After taking control of Qian Kuan, the Master Shen Yun began to investigate carefully. When he saw the numerous and precious treasures in Qian Kuan Ring, Shen Yun's heart shook immediately. Good guy, Bafeng Mein Vine, Feng Huxian Chao, Lei Sha Shui Dan. Shen Yun dominated and called out dozens of treasure names. These treasures are hardly found not only in our star field, but even in the nearby star fields. You, the Lord of the Blood Sword, took out so many things at once, and most of the other treasures are also very precious. The levels are also very high. Most of them are difficult to find in our star field. Oh, terrific, terrific. Shen Yun dominated, constantly admiring. Of course, he admired the sword Wushuang's handwriting. Wu Mingming is just a ruler. The treasures that can be taken out are enough to marvel at most of the masters on the edge of the universe. Dominated by Shen Yun, tell me directly how much these treasures are worth. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The master of Shen Yun made a simple estimation and quickly replied, The Lord of the Blood Sword, most of the treasures in this ring are extremely precious and rare, and there are several types of values that are even more amazing. All of them can be added together. Are you the source stone of the universe, the source stone of the universe? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. 30 cosmic source rocks, plus 20 cosmic source rocks already on him, are only 50 cosmic source rocks. I've got some treasures here. Look at them again. Jian Wushuang took out another Qian Kuan ring. Shen Yun took over immediately after investigation. He found that there were only dozens of treasures in the Qian Kuan ring, but the breadth of those dozens of treasures was extremely amazing, and they were all the strongest treasures, and not the ordinary strongest treasure. The strongest treasures in the highest level, dozens of them. Dominant Shen Yun widened his eyes, calmed down immediately, and smiled. Master of the Blood Sword, these dozens of treasures, I still give you 20 universes. The price of the Source Stone. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows finally frowned, and he murmured, These strongest treasures are all in the highest level, and each one is very amazing. It should be easy to exchange 1 or 2 million cosmic crystals. And among them there are arcana, warframes, realms, and repression arcanas, all of which add up to more than 20 cosmic source stones. Master of the Blood Sword, you don't know about it. Shen Yun dominated with a smile. In a word, things are rare and expensive. If you only take 1 or 2 pieces of the best treasure of the highest level, the price is naturally different, but you can take out dozens of them at once. And I also get news. There are a large number of arcanas in the Star Palace, even the strongest arcana, which is obviously related to the Lord of the Blood Sword. Chapter 39-37, 7th More. The Star Palace has a large number of arcanas, including the strongest arcana, and also used these arcadia to solicit powerful people. It is not surprising that it will not take long for this star domain S arcana, including the strongest arcana, to flood. In the future, this star domain, the value of arcana, will naturally be reduced. According to local conditions, this principle, you should understand the Lord of the Blood Sword. Shen Yun dominated and looked at Jian Wushuang calmly. Wu Jian Wushuang was silent. he did feel that the source rock of the 20 universe was a little low, but what Shen Yun dominated did not make him refutable. According to local conditions, if this star field itself does not have many strongest treasures, and there is no need for a universe of treasures at the highest level, the value is naturally different. Moreover, even if the price was lowered, he could not be angry, and he could not force the other side by force. After all, he is not facing a small force now, but Jyoti Pavilion. Although the host of the first pavilion of the Nine Emperor Pavilion is dominated by Shen Yun, although he has been polite to him from the moment he entered the door. In fact, this Shen Yun dominates him with no fear at all. I want to know that what stands behind him is a huge Jyoti Pavilion. He will only do business fairly and strive for greater benefits for Jyoti Pavilion as much as possible. The resources that I can exchange in my hands are almost the same, but I still can't get the 80 cosmic source stones, unless— Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. Dominated by Shen Yun, I still have a treasure in my hand. See how much it is. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. This time he didn't take out the ring, but took out a blue sword. As soon as the cyan sword came out, there was a horrific and fierce breath coming out, and the cyan sword faintly carried an incomparable force. That transcendental power is truly the law of the universe. This is the rule of treasure. The Lord Shen Yun and the other two lords of the Jyoti Pavilion showed horror at the moment they saw the blue sword. Not bad. This cyan sword is exactly the sword that Sword Master Wushuang received from the Lord of the Scorpions. The 5 rules of the Lord Scorpion Lord are precious. One of them is used by himself, and a purple stone stick is given to the Lord Dragon Lord. The 2 town monuments are refined by the sword Unparalleled. As for the last item, this is the cyan sword, which is also contained in the ring of sword by the sword Unparalleled in case of need. And now, in order to get what he needs very much from the Jyoti Pavilion, Jian Wushuang took out the cyan sword. Master of the blood sword, do you even have the rule of treasure? Shen Yun dominated Jian Wushuang with a shocked expression on his face. Don't talk nonsense. You look at this rule arcana sword. How many universe source stones can be exchanged for? Jian Wushuang is cold. Sovereign Shen Yun immediately began to investigate the power of the cyan sword. Only a moment later, the Lord Shen Yun gave the sword Wushuang a reply. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the cyan sword you brought out belongs to the rule of the lower grade, and among the treasures of the rule of inferior goods, it can only be regarded as ordinary. In the vast universe, the rule of inferior quality is generally treasure, and the value is between the source rocks of the universe, and your rule of treasure war sword is estimated to be between 120 source rocks. However, I said before that things are scarce and expensive. Your best in-class treasures are the strongest treasures. Because there are a lot of them, the value is naturally low. The rule is treasure. In addition to the town monument that was originally born, there is almost nothing in this star field. At least, I have never received the arcane treasure, since I became the first patron of the 9 Emperor Pavilion of this star field. Therefore, in terms of value, this ruled treasure knife will naturally be higher. In this way, this low-level rule is a precious sword. I will give you the price of 150 cosmic source stones. What do you think? After Shen Yun dominated, he smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. 150 source stones of the universe. Jian Wushuang looked up at Shen Yun's master and nodded secretly. He had already asked the Lord of the Dragons on his way regarding the price of the ruler's sword. The Lord of the Dragons said that the value of the ruler's sword should be between the source rocks of the universe, and Shen Yun's master gave 150. The price is indeed relatively high. As he said, things are precious. Counting it like that, the most powerful treasures he sold before are not a loss. This rule is the 150 cosmic source stones of the precious treasure sword, plus the batch of resource treasures and arcane treasures, all of which add up to 190 cosmic source stones, deducting the 80 cosmic source stones that purchased the gold fire magic stone, ice yuan crystal, and blood dragon crystal. There are 110 cosmic source stones left. I still have a list here. There are some treasures in it, and see if you can get them in 500 years. Jian Wushuang took out a list again. On the list, there are hundreds of treasures. These treasures were prepared for Jian Wushuang to cultivate the supreme immortal body. The supreme immortal mystic body is from Ling Yunxing. It is Ling Yunxing's inner star mysticism. It is very high level and very powerful. Before the sword Wushuang was only able to be refined into the first, but the body was greatly improved, comparable to the elementary universe treasure. I have to know that the supreme immortal mysticism is full of 11th order. Only at the main level of the rule, you can practice the first 3 tiers. Jian Wushuang was just the first tier. The reason why he has NT practiced the second most important thing in these years is that the cultivation of the supreme immortal iron requires a lot of geniuses and treasures, and those geniuses and treasures are very high. Starfields can still be barely found, but the treasures needed for the second start are almost impossible to find in this starfield. Jian Wushuang also came to the Nine Emperors Pavilion because he now has a lot of resources in his hands, and he just took out the treasure on that list, which is the second and third most important thing for him, to cultivate the supreme immortal Xiantai. There are hundreds of treasures needed, and almost any kind is hard to find in this star field. Wu Jianwushuang was also unsure whether the Jiujian Pavilion could be brought to him within 500 years. These treasures, Master Shen Yun and the other 2 masters of the Jyoti Pavilion looked at the treasures on the list, one by one sipping the air conditioner. Why is it difficult? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. The Lord of the Blood Sword, the treasures on your list are very high level, and they are relatively rare. It is very difficult to get 1 or 2 of them in this star field alone, but if you do not hesitate, if you look for it from the nearby star field, you can probably find a full 99%. But on this list, there is still a genuine god fruit. Shen Yun dominated his words, and his eyes were still a little shocked. Chapter 39-38. It's 8 more today. Genuine god fruit, that is a first-class treasure. It is said that this genuine god fruit, if only swallowed directly, can greatly enhance its own body. If it is refined into elixir or used as an elixir for other uses, the effect is even more amazing. In some large territories in the universe, many of the 4th series and even 5th series dominate the genuine god fruit, but genuine god fruit is extremely valuable, to 50 cosmic source stones. This is just the price on the market, because genuine god fruit is generally available without a price. If a genuine god fruit is sold well, it is normal to sell a 70 universe source stone. Shen Yun dominated in that wonder. 9 Emperor Pavilion, a great family, even if this genuine god fruit is precious, but it is nothing to the Emperor Pavilion, right? Jian Wushuang looked over. Genuine god fruit is naturally nothing to the Jade Emperor Pavilion, but here is the edge of the universe after all, and the many star fields around here. I dare say there is absolutely no genuine god fruit, blood sword if you want the golden source fruit. You can only send it from some large areas in the deeper part of the universe, and within 500 years the price will be much higher. Shen Yun ruled. Frankly speaking, how many universe source stones are needed? Jian Wushuang said indifferently, 400 universe source stone. Shen Yun dominated directly, 8 times the price. The sword has no double-sided discoloration. It's too expensive. A single gold source fruit requires 400 universe source stones. I can't afford it. There are indeed too many cosmic source stones. even if he replaced the ruled treasure sword with cosmic source stones, plus the resources he sold before, and the strongest gem, minus the purchase of those special spar. The next 110 cosmic source stones, plus 30 cosmic source stones on him, are only about 140. It is still a long way from the 400 source rocks of the universe. Master of the Blood Sword, do you really need that genuine god fruit? Master Shun Yun suddenly looked over. Of course. Jian Wushuang, Zheng focused his head. If the Lord of the Blood Sword is really eager for you, there is another way. Shen Yun dominated. What method? Jian Wushuanglian looked over. The Lord of the Blood Sword, you may not know yet. In my 9 Emperor Pavilion, there is a special list called 9 Emperor List. Shen Yun, the master, began to recount. There are countless strong men on the 9 Emperor List. Among them, they are either supreme or dominated. And, of course, there are rule masters, but without exception, those who are qualified to include names in this list are necessarily true strong ones, even the rule ones. The Lord must also be the one who rules against the sky and has great potential. Lord of the Blood Sword, I heard that you went to the ancient Night Demon Palace and fought against the ancient Night Demon King. It is true. Jian Wushuang nodded. Shen Yun dominated Xiao Wu and looked at Jian Wushuang. Many people saw the battle in person and recorded the process of that battle with mirror commands. I have one of these mirrors in my hands. Order, and I and the other 3 took a closer look at the battle between you and the ancient Night Demon King, and found that although you are the master of the rules, the power of combat is no less than that of the highest peak of the 2nd rank. And you, the consciousness of the origin of the Kendo universe, is so high that you even realize a bit of the law of the universe. There is no doubt that the Lord of your blood sword is the most supernatural genius in the vast universe. It is rare to see in the billions of stars. Such a super genius is definitely qualified to be among the 9 emperors. Qi Jian Wushuang was silent. It is not surprising that the picture of his battle with the ancient night demon fell into the hands of Jodi Pavilion. After all, many people did see it at first. He is just the list of 9 emperors said by Shen Yun, but still makes him extremely confused. Shen Yun dominates. What is so special about these 9 emperor lists? Jian Wushuang asked. The 9 emperors list is actually a list of strong men. Anyone who is included in the 9 emperors list is my friend of the 9 emperors pavilion and will receive extraordinary treatment in the 9 emperors pavilion all over the universe. For example, you do not have enough cosmic source stones to buy that genuine god fruit. It doesn't matter. As long as you are on the list of 9 emperors, then my Jiujian pavilion can give you genuine god fruit first. You only need to pay for the universe. You can get the source stone. When you have enough cosmic source stones, you will return. And the people in the 9 emperor list will be able to receive the greatest discount in exchanging treasure resources in any branch of the 9 emperor pavilion in the future, and even a lot of key intelligence information in the universe. If anything is useful to you, my 9 emperor pavilion will take the initiative to find you and inform you free of charge. You know, the universe is vast, and the practitioners are roaming in the universe. A lot of information is not available in time, but the people on the list of 9 emperors do not have to worry about it. For example, the Lord of the Blood Sword. You will go to the universe in the midst of it. If something related to you happened somewhere in the universe, my 9 emperors pavilion would find you and notify you as soon as possible. Shen Yun, the master, smiled. Jian Wu's eyes glowed with strange light. He Shan listened to the dominance of Shen Yun, that the people in the 9 emperor list can indeed get great benefits from the 9 emperor pavilion. The information that is notified in a timely manner is of immense value. Wu Kejian Wushuang also understands that everything needs to be paid to be rewarded. Jiuding Pavilion serves such people in the Jiuding list. How can it not be returned? If I leave my name on the Jyoti Emperor's list, what do I need to do for Jyoti Pavilion? Jian Wushuang asked. One thing, Shen Yun dominated directly. What is it? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Shen Yun dominated and shook his head and laughed. Jyoti Pavilion will open a convenient door for all the strong in the 9 Emperor list and do our best to obtain intelligence resources for these strong, and my 9 Emperor court only needs the people in the Zhou Emperor's list to do one thing for me, Zhou Emperor's court. But this thing is not fixed, but when you may just need your shot, I will ask you. Even if I went to invite you to Jyoti Pavilion, you can still refuse, but you can only refuse at most twice. But on the third thing, you must complete it, or you will not only be removed from the list of 9 emperors. Even in the future will be hostile to the 9 Emperor Pavilion. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and understood the significance of the 9 Emperors list. The Jiu Pavilion will serve the strongest in the Zhou Emperor list as much as possible and meet some of the needs of the strongest in the Zhou Emperor list, as well as sources of information. The people in the Zhou Emperor's list owe a favor to Zhou Jige. In the future, Zhou Jige will ask him to do one thing, but what he does will depend on the actual situation. When will his shot be needed? The imperial court would invite him. But even if you ask, the other party can refuse twice.